Host today for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. We are so excited to see you today. So first of all, I want to say thank you for showing up for yourself and for your success. That being said, I have some people that are watching us on YouTube. I have some people that are watching us on Facebook. I'm not really sure why you're not here on Zoom with us. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, that's VIPigniteSummit.com. Put in your information, you'll get a link, and then you can come on and join us over here on Zoom, where you're going to be seen and heard. It's going to be amazing. So today is day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. And yesterday, okay, for my people here on Zoom with me, yesterday on a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing was yesterday? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. Or just like make face. I don't care what you do. Let me know how awesome yesterday was. Yesterday, we had such a packed day full of information, full of transformation. But even though yesterday was the day we laid the foundation. So the first thing we talked about in the morning was how to have the best performance every single day. Let me ask you a question. If you are someone who goes on stage, if you're in front of the camera, which performance is the most important to be your best? Let me know in the comments. And if you're watching me on Facebook and YouTube, do the same. Yeah, every single one of them. It's your job to give your best performance every single time you take stage. So here's my question for you. How do you do that? Like, how do you put out your best performance day after day after day? Give me an answer. Like, tell me one thing. Like, how do you do that? Like, how do you do that day after day after day? And some of you are like, Deneen, we're here to find out from you. Passion. Yeah, I see passion. Stay ready, right? You have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. You always have to be ready. You always have to be ready to take stage, because you have to understand you're always on stage. Every performance should be your best performance. Every performance has to be your best performance, because there are people depending on you, the audience, your fellow cast members. Every performance has to be your best performance. We also talked about how to book a role in a Marvel movie. How many of you remember what's the one key that you absolutely need if you want to book a role, book an opportunity on that level, right? Yes, you need an agent. Thank you. Yes, you need an agent. So, and I know a lot of people watching this call right now, you're like, yeah, I need an agent. I need an agent. Today, we're going to talk about how you become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. What? Yeah, today we're going to talk about becoming the person that an agent or manager wants to work with. Okay. What does that mean? That means that you have to have the materials, you have to have the training, you have to be that person who consistently shows up, who consistently can follow directions. That's what you need. But it all starts with an agent so you can start booking those roles. We've heard how a magazine cover gets created, from the creative process down to booking the talent. How many of you had your eyes opened about that? Here in the US, and this is something I learned yesterday too. I just want you guys to know, when I'm on these boot camps, I'm learning just as much as you guys are, and I'm transforming and up leveling too. So how many of you are shocked that here in the US obviously we have seasons, but other countries are like, yeah, we just want pretty pictures on the cover of our magazine. That was pretty cool. That's pretty freeing. That opens up a lot more opportunity. But you learned exactly how a magazine cover goes from a concept to actually being on the newsstand. We also talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. If you were here yesterday, in the comments, let me know, what type of modeling do you qualify for? Going through your photos, I can tell you that every one of you qualifies for commercial print. A lot of you, I know you have the gift of gab, because I know some of you could do promotional modeling. Some of you could do sports modeling, curve modeling. There's so many opportunities open for you. The world has changed. 2024, there are more opportunities now than there have ever been. We also talked about school. How many of you think school is cool? How many of you enjoyed that opportunity to learn about school? How many of you want to not only be a part of a community of people that meets online, but you want to be a part of a community of people that has the opportunity to meet face-to-face in person, doing these types of workshops in person? How many think that would be even cooler than school? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because you know what? Zoom is amazing, but there's something about being live in person, having the opportunity to hug it out, to laugh it out, to work it out with one another, to help each other up level in a totally different way. We talked about that yesterday. Let's see what else. We talked about how to be authentically yourself to get on stage, TV, or film. How many of you were so inspired by Marcus's story? Oh my gosh, when he was like, wow, 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 like all day, like I was like, wow, wow, wow. Like it made me want to be more vulnerable in the way that I respond. It made me be, yes, it brought me to tears too. Oh my gosh. Hearing his story was so inspirational, but he didn't let that setback hold him back. That setback was actually a springboard to success. How awesome is that? How many of you can say that? How many of you want to be able to say, you know what, I had a huge setback, but it turned into the best day of my life? Starts here. Starts right here. Then we talked with a model who also has an agency in New York City. How many of you loved hearing from Arbor? He was a little bit quirky, I give you that. But like, you know what? He has heart. He loves what he does. And he is so passionate. He sent me this beautiful voice message at the end of the day. Like he was like, thank you so much for letting me speak to your talent. That's what VIP Ignite is all about. It's about working with people with heart who can help elevate your success. And I want you to understand that. That's why you're here today, because you're here because you want more success. Today, what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you, is it okay if I share some cool stories about people that we work with who started out just like you on a Zoom, who have elevated to their success? And you know what? I need to update this presentation actually, because there's a lot of really cool new stuff that they're working on, but we're going to go over that because, and when I do that, I don't want you thinking, wow, that's good for them. I want you to see yourself in their stories. I want you to say, you know what? I can do that. That's me. That could be me. That's how I want you to hear the stories I'm going to tell you today. We're going to talk about Actors Cookbook. We're going to lay out a framework for success that every actor follows in order to get even more successful. How many of you want to be a successful actor? Type success in the comments. So you're going to want to listen. You're going to want to take notes. And you're probably going to want apple pie at the end too. I'll just give you a little disclaimer, but it's all good. Trust me. All right. We're going to hear from an actor who lives in Las Vegas right now, who's booked since January 1, has booked 2 Super Bowl commercials and 4 feature films. How many of you want, hey, you know what? I need to know what he's putting in his weeks. What is he doing so he can do that? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because it can be you. Again, it can be you. Everything we're giving, every person that we're introducing you to is all attainable. It's whether or not you take action. It's whether or not you take action. We're also going to hear from one of our new friends who is an agent she is an agent down in Baltimore. And she has been doing this since 1990. So she's been doing this for a little while. And the thing I love about her story is that she started out as a model and then she was kind of aging out because in the 90s, it was different than 2024. She started aging out. And then what she did was she was like, okay, you know what? I love the industry. I can't imagine doing anything else. So then she learned how to be a photographer. She started taking photos. She started doing test shoots for major agencies in New York. And then she's like, you know, this is cool, but I think I love helping people. I want to help people get into the industry. I have all these contacts. What am I going to do? So she made the transition. And she isn't like, her board is different because she wants to, again, we talked about authenticity yesterday, right? She wants to actually like the people that she works with, and they have to have something special to her. Okay. And when you're listening to her, maybe you don't fit on her board. That's fine. But what I want you to think about is if she's doing this, there are a bunch of other people doing this too. If she's doing this in Baltimore, Maryland, I bet you there's someone in Rhode Island. I bet you that you can find this elsewhere. But here we're the bridge. VIP Ignite is the bridge to help you get from where you are to where you want to go. to help you find those opportunities. But first, you have to become the person that an agent manager wants to work with, right? So you become that person, then there are opportunities throughout the country. I want you to understand that. Then we're going to have the one and only Mr. Fabulous, Ryan Colby, come on. And he is going to do Model Garage. He and Alicia are going to call on some of you, and you're going to have the opportunity for him to talk to you and for him to get to know you and for him to give you some advice. How many of you think that the former art director of Vogue could probably add to your career by giving you, if you just take one piece of advice that he gives, whether it's you or someone else, how many of you know that that could elevate your success like a rocket ship? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. That's what you've been waiting for. Well, Rohanda, you are in the right place. Okay. Then we're going to talk about how you can work with us in person. Again, school is cool, Zoom is cool, but being in person, there is nothing that can replace it. Having the opportunity to come, get your photos, having Ryan Colby style you, working with a celebrity photographer who takes your photo, you take a picture with them, puts you on the map, working with a hairstylist or a makeup artist that's worked on some of the biggest stars. You take a picture with them, they share it, all of a sudden people know your name. That's what we're talking about. How many of you want your name to be known in the entertainment industry? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you want to elevate your success? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you want to get out of this 9 to 5 that you're doing and you want to do this full time? I know the answer for everyone, right? Yeah, me, yes, 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 yes. The way you do that is you have to get in front of the right people and be ready. When opportunity knocks, you have to be able to open the door. Don't be like Marcus. Oh, I'll think about it. What would have happened if he said, I'll think about it, and they were like, yeah, we'll think about someone else? Think about that. I don't like to say people got lucky, but he got really lucky that they were like, okay, you know, you go think about it. Because you know what? In the entertainment industry, yes or no, time kills all deals. Alicia will talk about that later. Time kills all deals. Don't think about it. Think, how can I make this happen? That's what we're going to have you do today. Then at the very end of the day, what we're going to do is we're going to do a visualization exercise. This is one of my favorite things to do. I'm going to challenge you to think bigger than you can think right now. I'm going to challenge you to dream, to imagine, to place yourself where you want to be. Because until you're able to do that, why are you here? But we're going to go through that at the end of the day. So today is Transformation Day. I'm so excited. If you guys are excited about today, you know what? Let's get physical. Let's get physical. I'm not going to sing anymore. How excited are you guys for today? Show me your energy. I know it's Sunday morning. I know some of us were up late watching WrestleMania, but you know what? Here we are today. And you know what you're celebrating for? You're celebrating for you. You're celebrating for you. Lori, I love your glasses, by the way. I need like a statement piece like that. I want you to celebrate for you. Sylvia, are you excited to be here today? Yeah. Okay. You're like, I don't know, Janine. You're talking a lot right now. But I want you guys to be excited for today. I want you guys to understand that everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Everything you want is on the other side of you playing full out and being all in today. Everything you want is on the other side of you believing, you knowing that this is for you. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some stories of some people that have gone before you. And when I share their stories, I don't want you thinking, oh, good for them. Oh, that's so cool. I want you to think, wow, that could be me. That is me. I am that person. Let me do this. Okay. Can we all do that? So when we're thinking, yeah, I want you to clap for them because you know what? I'm proud of each and every one of them. But I want you to, when you're clapping for them, you're clapping for you too. Okay. Got it? They're the rules. If you don't like them, then don't clap. I don't know what to tell you. Follow the rules. All right. So here we go. Oh, hold on. We're jumping ahead. So the first thing I want you to know is that each and every one of the people I'm about to talk to you about, they all started on Zoom. Type on Zoom. So you are in the right place. You are in the right place right now because every one of our success stories starts on a Zoom call, just like this one. So this is Candace Rayford. She is one of our Inner Circle members. When we first started working with her, her life was much different than it is today. She was in a bad relationship. Like she had a lot of stuff going on. Okay. And there were points where she gave up on her. She never really gave up on herself, but she would kind of go missing and then she would come back. And I remember I had a conversation with her because the way I started with VIP Ignite was I hosted a podcast. I still host our podcasts. And I did an interview with Candace, and I could take you to the exact spot where I had my first conversation with her, and just hearing her, I was like, do you realize that you're a world changer? And she's like, well, yeah, but she didn't believe it. She started out in something just like school. And like she would come on the calls, not consistently, but when she was able to. Then all of a sudden something changed. And she called me, she's like, Deneen, I know you told me I have greatness in me. I know I'm a world changer. I want to talk about Inner Circle. And I was like, okay, let's do it. Like, and she joined our Inner Circle. She made an investment in herself. And let me tell you something, her life had changed. She went to our last Los Angeles event, our last event in Hollywood. She got signed by an agent. She's been booking work. Not only that, Mike did a training not too long ago and he talked about ways that you can book work outside of like being on set. Like there are a ton of different ways. She implemented it. Not only is she an actor, not only is she a model, not only is she an amazing musician, she now is booking work, like playing for different events, different things like that. And like her life has never been the same. And she has two beautiful children who are now see their mom transformed into this powerhouse. And when I'm telling you the story, I want you to know that could be you. Like she went from basically barely being able to afford $25 a week for coaching, for the mentorship, that now she's working at Disney Studios. She's a backup vocalist for different productions. Not only that, she's in a major production. I'm not allowed to tell you. She signed an NDA and so did I, but you're going to see her probably in about 6 months to a year in a production that I wish I could tell you, but I'm not allowed because we're on YouTube and Zoom, but it's really amazing. But you're going to see her on the big screen. It's going to be, and you're going to say, wow, Deneen, this is what you were talking about. I'm like, yep. This is Wes Poss. He's another one of our talent, another one of our Inner Circle members. He has a different kind of story than Candace. His father literally told him, like, you're insane. Don't do this. I don't even know why you're doing this. Like he lived in Atlanta. He did a lot of background work in Atlanta, but Wes knew what he wanted. He knew that he wanted to be a model. He knew that he wanted to be an actor. So he's like the little engine that could, okay? If you look in the dictionary and there's a photo next to the word persistence, you're going to see Wesley's face there. He just kept going and going and going. And there was one point where he said, hey, Deneen, like, I want to work with this person. I was like, Wes, I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, maybe you don't want to do that. But you know what? He was like, nope, I'm doing it. And an amazing thing happened. He went from living in Georgia with a father that didn't believe in him, the family who basically told him he was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He moved to New York and he was persistent the whole way through. He just kept going and going and going. He moved to New York. And he moved to New York in August, as you can see. I think it was October is when he moved there. In January, in December, he got signed by a huge SAG franchised agent. January, he joined SAG. Took him about 4 or 5 years, but he knew what he wanted. He knew his goal. He never stopped. He never stopped believing in himself. And I just got a text message from him yesterday. He was also on the cover of a magazine. I think we showed that earlier. So now he's been on the cover of a magazine. He's represented by a huge SAG franchise agent. And he's in SAG living in New York. So exciting. Little engine that could. Persistence. Type persistence in the comments. Every overnight success takes a little more time than you think. This is Wendy Fout. She is a full-time nurse. She lives in San Diego. And when she first started working with us, like I didn't even know if she could speak for the first couple of weeks. Like she would get on the calls and she would like hide in the corner. Like, hi Wendy, how are you? Like I honestly didn't know if she could speak. And she was like so shy, but she knew what she wanted to do. She went from just being a nurse. Well, she's still a full-time nurse in San Diego, but now she has been on, I can't even tell you how many short films, how many independent films. She's been to film festivals, some of the films that she's won. She obviously walked the red carpet. Like she's done amazing things. Working her full-time job. She didn't have to leave her job as a nurse, but now, and she just was a part of another production, which isn't, I need to update this. Especially this one, I have to update it because they're all doing so many things. She was just a part of another production at a major film festival. All started on a Zoom, just like this. And also another member of our inner circle. Are you seeing a trend? This is Kaylee Clyde. When we first met her, she was living in a small town in Louisiana. Like, talk about shy, lacked confidence. Like she was so shy that when she got on her first interview with Alicia, her mom did all the talking and Alicia was like, listen, Kim, be quiet. I need to hear that Kaylee wants to do this. She went to her first photo shoot with us in Hollywood. She was so shy. She sat inside of her car, the rental car, with her hood on, like hiding in the car because she didn't want to get out of the car. Obviously, she came out of her shell, another member of our inner circle. She has grown so tremendously. It's amazing because, again, she knew what she wanted. She kept going and going. Like she moved to New York right before COVID, right? She didn't, obviously none of us knew it was going to happen, but she was there. She moved to LA. She lives in LA full time. She's modeling full time. She's represented by a huge agency in LA. They work in LA and in Las Vegas. Awesome thing about her is that the agent that she's currently represented by gave her some really harsh advice. It was really harsh for her at the moment. She just was not able to handle the advice. And she left crying. She left in tears, absolute tears, like hyperventilated, asthma attack, the whole 9 yards. But when she pulled herself together, because she got some thick skin, like I asked all of you to put on this morning, she was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to take that advice. She went back. She did what she had to do. She built up her portfolio. She kept doing the work. She didn't let one person's advice tear her down. She didn't crumble like a cookie. She pulled herself up. And now this photo right here, she literally got paid 5 figures for one job. She went from being so shy, she couldn't pull her hoodie off to getting booked 5 figures for one job. How many of you can say, hey, that's me? Type that's me in the comments. And it's not about the trying or any of that. It's you're booking those opportunities. Oh, yes. And oh my God. And she's getting married in a couple of weeks and I can't be at her wedding, but oh my gosh. Thanks, Mike. Now Mike's trying to make me cry. It's like not even 12 yet and I'm already going to be crying. Yeah, she's getting married to her high school sweetheart too. And just so proud of her. Can you guys tell I love what I do? And I'm really like, when I say I'm emotionally invested in you guys, like that's the truth. Okay, one more story. Scott Irwin. So when Scott started working with us, Scott was an accountant. He came in and said, I'm a recovering accountant. He quit his job as an accountant because he was like, I want to do this full time. We're like, Scott, you haven't done anything yet. Why'd you quit your job? But like, he just knew he couldn't be a part of the accounting anymore. Also became a part of our inner circle. And Scott's story is so cool because he lives in California and right here, this photo right here with the mirror, look, I'm behind. You can see me behind him with a mask taking a picture. But this photo right here, that was his first photo, his first professional photo. And since we met him back in 2020, He has been a part of an Oscar award-winning film. He has been a part of so many little projects. Like he's continuously working, he's continuously on set, he's continuously moving forward. And I want you to understand something. Yes, he was in the background in the Oscar nominated film. But let me tell you something. How many of you wouldn't care if you were the person holding the microphone in an Oscar nominated film? How many of you would be willing to I'll just shine light on people so I can be a part of that? I want you to understand, he started on Zoom just like you. He showed up consistently. He did the work. He showed gratitude consistently. There was a point when he used to come on every one of our boot camps, and every Monday morning, we could almost set the clock to it, more consistent than my own pocket watch, right? We could set the clock to him writing us a thank you. Dear Mike, Deneen, and Alicia, I just want to thank you. And he would give us a list of everything that he learned over the course of the weekend. And I'm going to be really honest, I attribute a lot of his success to him being grateful. Because you have to be willing to do the small things to do the big things. The way you do the small things is the way you'll do the big things. If you're a person of faith, it says in the Bible, do not despise small beginnings. So no matter where you are, you have to be grateful. You have to be grateful for where you are. Being on this Zoom call today, you should be grateful to be here. You know why? Because there are a lot of people that didn't choose to be here, but you did. So thank yourself. Marcus did this yesterday. Let's thank ourselves. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. You're doing a great job. Give yourself a high five. Good job. You showed up. Okay. And it may seem silly to you, but I want you to be grateful for yourself for being here. Because you know what? The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. No matter where you are in life, the best is yet to come. And you showing up for your success is the first step to an amazing journey to everything that you've ever wanted. Okay? Do you guys understand that? I'm grateful. I'm literally grateful for each and every person here today. Because before I got on this Zoom call, I was like, you know what? We're going to have the best group of talent. They're going to show up. It's going to be amazing. Lives are going to be transformed today. So you're here because the best is yet to come. Type that in the comments. The best is yet to come. No matter where you are in your life, no matter what happened right before you logged on Zoom, the best is yet to come. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Everything you want is on the other side of you showing up. Everything you want is on the other side of you believing that you can do it. Because if you believe you can or you believe you can't, you're right. So why not believe yourselves and get ready to really start this day? Can you do that for me? Can you believe in you as much as I believe in you? And if the answer is no, you know what? I'm pouring that into you today because I believe that every person here has greatness inside of them. I believe that if you're still on this call listening to the sound of my voice, that you want this. And if you want this, you can be resourceful. You can make this happen. You can make this happen. And you know what? Let's be grateful that we live in 2024 where we could be literally from all over the world together here on Zoom. That's pretty freaking cool. All right. So are you guys ready to hear about our first presentation of the day? If you are, let me know in the comments because I need to know. Are you guys ready? If you're ready, type, I'm ready. Or type yes, type something. Okay, awesome. All right. So our first speaker of the day is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of pioneer new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael is also the author of the Amazon best-selling book, Finding Fame, and he also has 2 books coming out in 2024, one co-authored with Brian Tracy, another co-authored with Michael Gerber. Michael also recently won the 10X award from ClickFunnels for earning over $20 million through one funnel. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, please give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you, everybody. All right. I'm gonna keep the ball rolling because obviously we have a lot of you guys have like some really cool people that you guys are gonna get to hear from today. So today's probably the best, probably one of the best Sundays we've ever done, like as far as like some really powerful speakers. So let me pull up my screen. And yesterday I spoke about the modeling industry, and I spoke about getting into SAG-AFTRA. You guys can see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Yes. Awesome. All right. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about getting like the right headshots and the right photos and so forth, because I know that ties in with a lot of the whether you're modeling, you're acting, and so forth. And again, like I try to go over the things that I find that people always kind of get confused on. And that way it just kind of sets you straight. So that's why yesterday we talked about getting into SAG-AFTRA. I know the replays are going to be available on the Facebook page. I guess Deneen will keep it up for a couple of days. So anybody who missed yesterday, make sure you join the group and so forth. So find your why and you'll find your way. Yesterday we talked a lot about mindset. And for a lot of people, when they first start in this industry, it's really, you need to know exactly why you want to do this. Like just saying you want to be famous or something like that. It's a cute way to start, but it's probably you'll probably give up a lot sooner unless you have something that's really driving you, right? Like whether it's a charity you support and so forth. And, a lot of times when people are brand new and they're asked that question, what's their why? A lot of times they always lean into their family or their kids. And that's a great why too, a beginner why. But you want your why to be even bigger than that, right? You want something that your children can aspire to, right? You're the hero in their story, and you want to be able to show them that it's just not about them, but it's about, helping others, making an impact in the world and so forth. And, for the past 18 years, that's what we've done. We tried to make an impact not only in talent's lives, but, in everyone's lives that we touch. Alicia's just recently shot a new show with Kevin Harrington. It'll be airing, I think, next month or early May. Yeah, either later this month or early May it'll be airing. She has the new book coming out with Kevin, which we're really excited about. They're actually going to be doing a book tour. And it's fun and exciting to work with somebody like that from the Shark Tank. He's a really, really nice guy. He's super intense, super smart. He's balancing 30 different projects. He gets them all done. He's very successful at what he does. But working with somebody like that for Alicia, it makes an impact not only in her life and everyone's on this call's lives, the company's lives, but all the people who read that story, who get an opportunity to hear her story, to hear her advice and so forth. And, at the end of the day, it's about having momentum in life, right? You want to be able to surround yourself. A very good close friend of Alicia's is Les Brown, motivational speaker, right? He's spoken to over 1 billion people. He's changed so many people's lives and so forth. Even our book, right? We got to do a really little cool book launch party in New York City. And we had, the book was up on a big billboard in Times Square and so forth. And it's cool to do these things, right? But it goes beyond that, right? It goes beyond the cool factor. It's like, how do you make an impact? How do you change people's lives? How do you leverage being a model and being an actor to give back to the world, right? And the first step is, financial abundance, being able to have that level of finances where you can say, hey, I can write a check out for $1 million to a charity. I can do something. I can make a difference in people's lives. So I guys want you to understand that, like, the whole weekend and the whole process, yes, to learn the foundation of the industry, to be able to get to work with us, to be a part of school, to be able to be part of our events that we have coming up. But at the end of the day, it's like, what do you do after you have all that, right? Once all your dreams come true, how do you make an impact in other people's lives? So I want you guys to think about that. We spoke a little bit about our partnership relationship with Tony Robbins, super influential guy. If you don't follow him, definitely follow him. I know he told everybody yesterday to follow SAG-AFTRA on Instagram, interact with their post. That was actually just this morning. You click the link on their bio, they have like all their latest, news articles. Really great podcast they just did on AI and their kind of take on AI, which it's good to listen to these things, right? To see, as an actor, you should really understand artificial intelligence. You should understand it from both sides, right? For SAG-AFTRA, they're not fans of it per se, but it's a technology that's not going to be stopped. So you have to rise above those things. Because at the end of the day, people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky, right? They're doing something differently than everyone else. Like if you really pay attention to all the tools, the resources we're giving you guys a lot of information and a lot of really great information that you can put into application, that you can start, literally moving forward instantaneously. And the path to success is to take massive determined action. By being here, you took an action, right? You took a massive step in the right direction. You didn't have to show up for this, right? Allie forwards me over emails, people who are invited, and, they send her excuses. She just clicks on subscribe. She takes them off the list. They'll never hear from us again. And for some people, oh, that's so mean. No, not really. Allie's time is valuable. My time is valuable. Danine's time is valuable. Your time is valuable, right? Time is the most valuable resource you have. You can always make more money, right? You can always get a better job. You get another production. You open a new company. There's always a way to be more successful. But the time that you have is limited, right? Everyone has the same 24 hours in a day. You need to be able to take massive action to push yourself forward to what it is that you want to do. And for most people, the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself, right? And I see it in the comments, right? If you flow through the comments and you don't pay attention to the knuckleheads, they usually get kicked off pretty quick because they didn't follow directions and so forth. Like these boot camps are designed to like find the people we want to work with and to push away the people we don't want to work with. Because again, time is our most valuable resource. But you'll notice for a lot of people, the thing that really holds them back is the story they tell themselves. I can't do this because I'm too old. I can't do this because I live in the wrong area. I can't do this because I'm poor. I can't do this because I'm a mom with 6 kids and I'm a single mom, right? They have all these stories, right? You change one word, you change your life. It goes from like, from why you can't to how can I, right? You just change that one word to how can I do this, right? Instead of I can't, you change it to how can I? And something as simple as that is like, you have so much opportunities. You have to concentrate on what you have and not worry about what you don't have. Doesn't matter what you don't have. When you set the path, you will figure it out. Trust me. Myself and Alicia, we talk all the time. It's like called going all in. We're going to go all in and we trust the universe. We trust ourselves. We trust each other that we're going to accomplish this. We're going to accomplish whatever the task may be. And for you guys, I know it's scary. It's a new adventure, doing something you've never done before. You're going outside your, comfort zone. But if you trust the process, you will be successful. You see all the people that we work with, and it's, at the end of the day, we just provide the path. They're putting in the work, right? You have to show up to the auditions. You have to come out to the event. You have to do the homework and so forth. It's just a matter. It's really being disciplined, right? If you can just, you write that word discipline down, you put it on your mirror, carry it on your pocket, download like a little, write it down, take a picture of it, put it on your phone. So every time you look at your phone throughout the day, hey, I'm disciplined to do this. Whatever it is I need to do today, right? We're doing a study right now about eating the frog. Eating the Frog is, a book by Brian Tracy. And the storyline is you do the hardest thing in the morning. The one thing you don't really want to do, you do it. Maybe it's going to the gym, and even that, you tell yourself a story, you change like the enjoyment of going to the gym, listening to your favorite music. You know, if you're driving to the gym, drop in like an audible, you know, something motivational, study your monologue, whatever it may be, make it like a fun action, right? There's so many different things you can do. People who are successful, these are the things that they do. And the more you start learning from people like that, you know, more you learn about the industry. Today's going to be a phenomenal day. You guys are going to learn so much about the industry today. You're going to have the chance to meet multiple agents, people who've been in Super Bowl commercials and on TV and film and so forth. And they're going to show you exactly what they do. And then it's now you just trusting the process, following the process, and taking the next step, right? There's only so much information we can go over in 2 days. Trust me, we have a lot more we can do with you guys, but you have to take that next step. And at the end of the day, it's about finding your tribe, right? Love them hard. You see here, it's all about community. It's all about people helping each other. You know, I'm sure Deneen yesterday when she went over school, you know, she showed you the community there, how people are helping each other and answering questions. And even at our events, they all get together in Airbnbs and, you know, and they're having their best lives. Like the people that you meet through when you're in a community, these become the people that become a part of your life for decades, right? These are the people that go on for decades. And I've seen it. I've been doing this now for 18 years. I see talent I'm still in touch with from 18 years ago. I see talent that, you know, have been with us for 10, 12, 13 years, and they're very successful in the industry. I still see them, talent that they met at that first event at their birthday parties, right? At a Christmas events, at Thanksgiving. So I know for a fact, it's like when you find people that you love and people that support you, right? That's what it's about. You surround yourself with the people who believe in you. You surround yourself with the people who push you forward. You don't surround yourself with the people who are like, don't have any direction in their life, right? You become the sum of the people you surround yourself with, right? It's so true. Les Brown talks about that all the time, right? Show me the 5 people that you're the closest with, and I can tell you all about the life that you lead without even speaking to you, right? So it's always consistently, I'm always out looking to go to the next level, to meet new people, to get new contacts, new connections. You know, Alicia's going out to Las Vegas this week. She's going to be on a huge podcast. They have like over 20 million followers. She's spending the entire day there. She's going to be meeting all the other people they're interviewing with. She's going to get them on our podcast. Like, she's always consistently working, always consistently networking, meeting new people. You just have to put yourself out there. And again, being a part of the company, we show you how to do this. We introduce you to these people. We take that hard work out of the equation and set you up for success. You know, we talk a lot about our inner circle, and I know, you know, Deneen's mentioned, you know, some of the people we work with at a higher level. There you can see Katie on the top left, right? When she first started with the company, now she's getting married. Now she's a full-time working model. When she started with us, she was a teenager, right? She used to come to the events with her mom. You know, our inner circle is like our highest level of talent that we work with. We do cool things, right? We'll go backstage on Broadway. We'll go, you know, private tours, VIP tours of Warner Brothers Studio. We have some like amazing things set up for them for Vegas and for Hollywood. And, you know, we rent the mansion in the Hollywood Hills, and we have like some really uber cool people coming out and kind of sitting down and doing like a private mastermind. And our inner circle, we're doing a private photo shoot for them, separate from, you know, all the other talent. So at the end of the day, it's about being family, right? It's about wanting to work with people at a very high level, surrounding yourself with successful people. You all have a common mission. You all have a common journey, and you're helping each other, right? These become your contacts, and you see it in everyone. Like when you guys, you know, are part of the company long term, you'll hear it from the speakers, you'll hear it from the actors, and, you know, they'll talk about, you know, decades of their lives and, you know, bumming, you know, bumming a couch from Al Pacino when they were first starting out in New York. Just like the coolest stories, right? You know, it's just how the industry works, right? It's, again, being connected to the right people, making these people become a part of your extended family. Okay. Our next big shoot that's open to the public is Atlanta. It's going to be September 2024. I will go over that later. Just to let you guys know, this is a very busy year for us. We have a lot of moving parts. We have 2 books that are launching. We have the television show that's launching. We're revamping some of our podcasts. We have an event in Hollywood. We have an event in Las Vegas. There's a ton of things going on. So this will probably be the last event that's available that's open to the public. So for you guys that are interested, this is your opportunity. All right, I'm just letting you know. And this is super limited because this is something that's been open to our talent privately. So a lot of our talent already will be in Atlanta. Probably close to 100% of them will be. So there's going to be very few spots available. So later today, I will go over everything that's a part of Atlanta. My suggestion is make sure when you have the opportunity to schedule, right? We talked about this yesterday. Don't be a dreamer when you put it into action and actually schedule that interview. You do have to go through an audition process. It's not something we don't provide you a link. You just can't purchase the ticket to this. You have to go through the audition process because of the high level nature of the speakers that we have at our events. We have to vet every single person that's in attendance. So there's a whole process. You guys will learn about that later today. Any of our photo shoots that we always do, we always get really cool. We get really cool studios. Like we get the coolest studios in the world. Like in 2 weeks, I'll be in Tampa. We're doing a private photo shoot and we're shooting some reels and some videos. It's like a multi-million-dollar studio. It's like it shows like the Mandalorian is shot there. We always get the best studios. Studios really make a huge impact when filming, when shooting, because of the way they're set up, the lighting, the equipment. Being a photographer is very expensive, like super expensive, and we will only work with like very high level photographers. So we will be doing a 4-look photo shoot in Atlanta. So for those of you who want to get started, want to do this the right way, there's a whole process you go through. It's not like you just show up to Atlanta, but we actually prepare you. You work with Ryan Colby, you'll work with different team members and so forth. Everything from styling to posing and so forth. Our shoots are very high end. They're very, very expensive to produce. We bring in celebrity photographers, makeup artists, but these give you the opportunity for these people to be a part of your resume. Okay. So again, I'm going to be doing Atlanta. Now, for those of you trying to do photos on your own, and you've probably been struggling, it's hard to find really good photographers. And it's even harder to find really good makeup artists. They don't really advertise online. You have to go through agencies to get them. So if you're looking to like break into this industry, this is the quality which you're looking for. You want to have quality that's showing versatility. You want to be able to have like that nice bokeh, look to it. These are very strong photos. These are like photos that casting directors are going to be interested in. These are the kind of photos that clients want. So you want to make sure that you're working with a photographer that specializes in commercial print, that has a resume and so forth, that has shot for magazines, that has worked with celebrities, that he's knows what he's doing. There's an old saying, and in New York City, there's like over 200,000 people who consider themselves quote unquote a photographer. Out of the 200,000, less than 100 of them work with the major magazines. And those 100, they're not like out there. Like you need to know people. Like Ryan's been so really impactful because he's been working in this industry for 40 years. A lot of these photographers that we work with, he was the one who broke them in the industry. So breaking them into the industry means he gave them their first shot like 20, 30, 35 years ago, working at Vogue, working for these major magazines. And a lot of these guys have gone on, and women too, have gone on to, have incredible careers. Like, the photographer working with in Tampa, he's a celebrity photographer. He shot multiple covers of Vogue magazine. He's been doing this his entire life. Like even for us, like we actually are doing a huge advertising campaign with a software company, kind of like brand ambassadors, myself and Alicia and Deneen. He's our trusted photographer. So like if you want to know who Alicia goes to, these are the people that we work with. These are the people that the celebrity is the people that we work with. So that's who we go to. So in Atlanta, Atlanta is like a huge market. Marvel, Disney, some of the biggest studios in the world there currently. So getting like some of the best people, and Atlanta is a great commercial market. Atlanta and Chicago are the two biggest commercial markets in the United States. It's not New York or LA, just to let you guys know. Like all the major magazines, all the catalogs are all printed out of those two markets. That's where like 98% of all the shoots are done out of both the Atlanta market and Chicago market, Atlanta being the bigger market for that. Age doesn't matter, right? It's leaning into your character. Location doesn't matter. We're all on Zoom here today. So it's being able to get the roles you can play, the characters you can play, right? Those are all things we prep you for. Those are all things that we go over with you, right? Here you can see some more examples. There's Brandon Hunter, right? That's actually his very first shoot. That was done in Phoenix a few years ago. So now you can see, I know Deneen spoke about him probably yesterday or today. He's on the cover of a magazine with Arbor, right? He's like consistently working. He's not only working in New York, he's working in LA, right? This is somebody who, at the time was graduating college, something he wanted to try doing. And now over the past 24, 36 months, he's now developed to the level where he's going to be established. That new magazine is probably going to open up a dozen new doors. He'll start doing campaigns. He'll start doing product placement and so forth. So his career will just keep growing. So again, everyone has to start somewhere. So never tell yourself the story that you can't do this when you have the right tools, the right resources, the right people. Like this is the best industry in the world that you can ever be a part of is the entertainment industry, because you're able to invest in yourself, and that investment always allows you to improve. You can always open up new doors. There's always new productions and new magazines. The real estate market, it goes up, it goes down, it goes sideways. Crypto, forget about it, right? You never know where that's going to go. So people talk all about different types of investments. The best investment you can ever make is in yourself. And even Warren Buffett, that's actually his quote. Warren Buffett is like one of the richest men in the world. His number one quote that people quote him for is, and he says it all the time, is invest in yourself. That is what he did. He invested in learning how to speak from stage. He's invested in, relationships. He's best friends with Bill Gates. They created like a billion-dollar foundation together, right? So again, it's like, it doesn't matter where you came from, the entertainment industry opens up amazing doors for you. I watched a great documentary this morning. I was up early about John Wayne. And it was really interesting because he came from nothing. Like he literally lived on a farm that was like a desert and all that. His father was like a failure, and they grew up like in the 1900s with nothing, but yet he would go on to become one of the greatest actors ever. And it showed you that path. And early on in his career, he got to work on set. Like he moved out to California. He would never leave. Like that's what he was known for, the guy who would never leave. He'd pick up chairs, he'd carry equipment, like whatever it was. And he was super quiet. He was just sitting there observing. He was watching what they were doing. He was learning the industry. He was being on set. Like we have a whole training program. We're not going to talk about it today, but for people coming out to Atlanta, where we actually train you on how to become a production assistant, right? Working behind the scenes. There's so many different ways into this industry, right? But so I want you guys to understand, like, it doesn't matter what story you're telling yourself, you tell yourself the right story, surrounding yourself with the right people, getting the right photos, getting the right opportunities, being in the right rooms changes your life. Again, here's some more examples of our talent, right? You can see Allie Cleveland on the left. She, really great success story. She, when she started off, she was a high school football coach, right? She lived in the middle of nowhere on the East Coast. Now she moved out to LA. She got married. She's living her best life. Like, all the talent is just going out there and getting the right photos, leaning into your character and so forth. Okay. So again, we've been doing this for a long time. We host events and parties. Like at all our events, we always do something cool. Last time we were in Atlanta, we did a whole training on certification. We had actually the stunt coordinator from The Walking Dead came out and trained our talent on how to do stunt work, firearm safety. You can see the picture there with them with the little orange guns going through that whole process. But now it added to their resume, right? A lot of them on there. You can see actually the young girl in the front with the Spider-Man shirt. She's like super successful. She's consistently on set. Her name's Lauren Cunningham. If you go through our Instagram, you'll see like every other day she's on set, she's working. This was like the beginning. This was like 2 years ago. You can see everyone still wearing their mask during COVID and so forth. So you can see like the process works, right? If you follow it, the process works. Like it's like so easy. It's like baking an apple pie. There's a shot of Alicia with a big smile. One of Alicia's dreams was to produce a film. She went to film school. She spent over 6 figures on her education, and that education didn't lead to anything. She wound up she was a waitress. She worked as a waitress, right? Then she got involved in real estate. And then, eventually, if you read the Finding Fame, the whole story. I'm not going to go through it today. But this was something that was just done a few years ago. That was her first film. She was an executive producer on, right? That's not something she did overnight. She went to school 20 plus years ago. Now she's a producer. Now she's doing all the things. That opened up doors with Kevin Harrington, Brian Tracy, Les Brown, we're working on productions with them in TV and film, right? So don't always think focused on Disney and Marvel. There's so many different avenues in this industry that you're able to do. Having the right photographer, right? The right, makeup artist. We always will have like a celebrity photographer, celebrity makeup artist on set. And it's not just for the cool factor. Oh my God, tell me what it was like to work with Pitbull. Tell me what it's like to work with, so-and-so. Yeah, that's cool to hear the stories. But what's cooler is they know what they're doing. They've been on set, they're seasoned, but it also adds to your resume that you worked with these people, right? I can't tell you how many times, like I'm, really close friends in our town, like, people like the Phantom of the Opera. Like, like you have a direct relationship with them, like you're getting direct relationships. And what's really great is you become a part of their resume, right? So like the makeup artist, the photographer, you're part of their portfolio. So now all of a sudden, your content, the photos you shot on set are being shared on their Instagram. It's being shared on their social media, which now gives you instantaneous exposure to their entire client base of people they're working with. Like this is how it's done. Like it's making connecting the dots, right? You connect the dots, and that's when your life changes in ways you can't ever possibly imagine. Because at the end of the day, getting the right photos, a pictures are worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and they grab the attention of the casting director or client. Right. So again, having the right photos, the right lighting, and so forth, being prepared. It's not just showing up, right? I see sometimes our talent, we tell them like, make sure you're on the calls, the prep calls, and so forth. And then, life happens and, they miss the replays, they miss the call and they show up and then they're kind of like, they're like a duck out of water, right? And they get frustrated. I don't blame them, but at the end of the day, well, you didn't show up for the calls. And that's why we go through this process to make sure the people who are here, they're serious. This is something they want to do. We can work with them. We're lending our credibility and our brand to that person to get them into the right rooms, to get them on set. And it's accelerated, right? People will spend years to do what our talent do in 90 days, like literally. So again, here's some great example, right? Some great headshots. You can see versatility, right? They can play different roles. They got great look. Your attention is drawn to the eyes, right? And so forth. So the photos, everything if you're trying to do this on your own, you got to make sure this is what you're looking to do. Like you're not doing photos based upon your preference. You're doing photos based upon industry standards. If you want photos for your preference to give to grandma, to grandpa, your mom, your dad, go to a portrait studio, right? Like go to J.C. Penney's. You can get photos like that there. Real good photos these are different, right? These are designed for the industry. They're designed for casting. They're not designed. Yeah, they do look great, right? You can blow them up and hang them and give them out as gifts. Yeah, of course. But at the end of the day, you want to focus on getting the right photos. Okay, because really it's just about grabbing the casting director's attention. It's not about what your sister thinks, your brother thinks, your boyfriend, your girlfriend. Unless they're a casting director, their opinion is meaningless. It's just an opinion, right? It's what casting is looking for, right? So again, each person's different. Each person's unique, right? Some of you guys leaning into, for most of the people that are on today, leaning into commercial print. Some of you guys will cross over into editorial for TV, for film, for commercials. I know a few people wrote me last night are interested in voiceover work, and that's great. We cover voiceover work. We talk about that. We have great opportunities in voiceover work. One of our coaches currently, she does voiceover for Barbie and for dozens of cartoon characters. She's super successful in voiceover. She's an actress. She's a model. She does voiceover. She's a producer. She's producing a show on Broadway. Okay, she's somebody a few years ago was just like you guys, right? Brand new to the industry, but she fully went all in and she focused on it. And now she's very successful. So again, getting the right photos, having the right look, even something as simple as digital, being able to have the simplification, not overly made up, and so forth, right? So again, here's some more example. These are great headshots. So this is something you're doing. This is the level of quality that you want. This is the quality that our people we work with, they expect expectations that are set. And I'll show you some examples, right? These are actual real examples people submitted in. This is somebody who paid a lot of money, right? And the photos are terrible, right? Most likely when you probably first looked at this, your eyes might have been drawn to the yellow sweater, to the stripes, then maybe went back to the glasses. The one lipstick's a little bit too bright, too red. I don't know where the hairstylist was that morning because her hair is all frizzy and all over the place. So again, this is somebody who probably spent, $1,000 on photos. She's a cute girl, right? She has potential, but when you're comparing it to somebody who's submitting something of a professional level, the casting director is going to automatically lean. Like this is the first thing they're seeing. They're not getting a chance to talk to you yet, right? This is what they're judging you by, right? And this is the difference. Like when talent all the time, I see people consistently, Mike, I'm never booking any work. And I meet people at events and then I'll see their photos. And I'm like, okay, I don't even need to hear anything else. It's the photos you're submitting out. It's your first impression, right? Here's another example, right? attractive woman. She's got a nice look, but again, your eyes are probably drawn to the necklaces. Again, the hair not done right. Why, she should have had it colored. She should have leaned it. Maybe, if she was doing this for a realtor, company, maybe I could see, but even that, it's like she's dated, right? She's just like outdated. For maybe some kind of a commercial shoot or something that was based on the 80s, this would be cute. But like as her headshot, this is like terrible. She's not going to book work. And it's somebody who's spent a lot of money. You can see the photographer didn't even take the watermark off of it, right? And they're using her photos as an advertising. You can't do that. Like when you come to our shoots, you sign a form, you own the rights to the photos. We work with the photographers to make sure you own the rights to be able to use these for promotions. Like it's actually a big industry. Like when somebody takes a photo of you, they actually the owner of the photo, not you. So there's actually contracts and forms. Like when you go to have these printed out, if you don't have those forms, they'll tell you, oh, like we can't print these out. Like, do you have like a release form and so forth, especially when you're working with, quality printers. You go to CVS, obviously the kid behind the counter at CVS, doesn't know this, but here's another great example, right? Great kid, has potential, but the photos were done wrong, right? She's wearing the stripes again, the glasses. It's taking away. These are like leaning into like glamour shots, right? This is what she wanted. This is what her mom wanted. These are not what's going to be considered industry standard. So if you're trying to do this on your own, again, so many times people go out and spend thousands and thousands of dollars and they just keep spinning their wheels, not realizing, that you ask a better question. What is it that casting wants? What are the characters I can lean into? How do I portray myself to the best way to book the most opportunities with the most companies, with the most clients, and so forth? Here's another example, right? I don't know what this person was thinking or whatever, but again, she's got a nice look. The hair's done right. It was not done right, right? She has a nice look. The first two shots are terrible. The third shot, with the lumberjack jacket on, I kind of like it because her hair's pulled down. Like it's very versatile, so it's nice and plain and simple. It could have done a little bit better, but if I had to choose out of these three, and this was all I had to work with, Orion, this was all he had to work with, we would go with number 3 because this would at least give her a chance. Could it be done a lot better? Yes. But if this is all we have to work with, so again, I'm showing you these. So if you guys, and I know a lot of you guys probably tried to go get photos on your own and now you're realizing why they didn't work, or if you've never invested in photos yet, at least I want to give you guys a better target to shoot at so you don't make the mistakes that other people have made. Again, this is what you want, right? And again, having it done the right way in studio, the right lighting, understanding the time of day, understanding framing, understanding all that, working with a photographer's been doing this, for years, for decades, who really understand is having the right makeup artist and so forth. You're not doing theatrical makeup. You're not doing makeup to go out to a club. You're doing makeup for casting. You're being able to understanding the framework of the lighting that they're using, the time of day, whether you're shooting indoors, outdoors, and so forth. These are all discussions you have before you even show up on set with a photographer and makeup artist. And I know for a lot of people, they invest in photos, they're just given a date, a time just to show up. A lot of times they're not even told what clothes to bring and so forth. With us, Ryan goes through everything, styling, making sure you understand what you're wearing, leaning into the characters that you're going to play, the types of agencies you're going to work with, and so forth. So again, doing it right, the right way, right studio, and so forth. You get to work with Ryan on all these shoots. Ryan is probably one of the, if not the best in the industry at doing this. So he oversees everything. He's an art director, stylist, agent. So not only do you have the opportunity to work with him very closely prior to arriving in Atlanta, but you'll also have the opportunity to work with him directly in Atlanta and so forth. Okay. So again, having the right look, the right styling. Each of the shoots are customized to each and every person's there. There's an overall theme. So, maybe something leading into, fire and ice or something fun. The shoots are a ton of fun. Huge process. A lot of hours go into preparing you guys for these. Talent that are on the call know that. But it's probably something we really, really know very well and we do really cool. So for those of you that are brand new, your opportunity will be in Atlanta, September 2024. I will go over everything later today, but I just want to kind of cover 2 tracks right now. This is super limited, just to let you guys know. This is like like probably less than maybe 10 spots will be available for this. So I know we have almost 80 people on here, and I know it always jumps later on. But I want to go over with you guys here because you guys were here early, so you deserve the opportunity to go over this early. I'll go over everything, the event, who, the people that are going to be there, the whole process later today. I know we have some really cool speakers, so I want to honor their time. But I will be back later, guys. Just want to share that with you. They will give you a link and all that, so don't start going crazy yet. We will go over this later today. But I just wanted to make you guys aware of it since you were here early. So I'll talk to you guys later. I'll turn this back over to Miss Deneen and Miss Alicia. Bye, guys.
How cool was that? Who's excited? Who's like, whoa, I'm ready to be fully prepared for everything. Awesome. Okay, that's very good. Awesome. Okay. So what was your biggest takeaway from what Mike talked about? What was your biggest takeaway from what Mike talked about? I know he went over a lot of information. I know I'm excited about a lot of the stuff, right? How cool is it? Alicia's going to be on a oh, you hold on. I saw the taping of it. You're going to be able to have the opportunity to see Alicia on a show with Kevin Harrington. That's pretty cool, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see here. Great photos. Have the right photos for casting. Yep, you definitely need the right photos. Everything. Fight, you always tell me everything. Like that's always your answer. Everything is good. Great headshots, great photos to grab the casting director's attention. Yeah, right photos. Thank you for the airtime. Yes, awesome. Very cool. Awesome. Well, we have our next speaker coming up in about 20 minutes. So I think hi O'Neill, how are you? So I think what I would like to do now is I'm going to put a couple of our talent on the hot seat who've gone through this process. All right. So let's see here. Oh, wait, hold on. Everyone say hi, Carl Licht, new SAG member. How are you doing, sir? So excited. Hold on, I'm going to pull you on real quick.
I was about to say, call on Carl. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Alicia. Hold on, I'm going to pull you up here with us.
Cool.
Awesome.
The gang's back together.
Carl Licht.
Oh, he's on mute.
I'm unmuted, and I was not ready for this, so I'm not presented.
You're
well,
always
but-
on stage, Carl.
Carl, have you not been on any of our calls?
No, yeah, yeah, I'm sorry.
Awesome. Well, let's
Do you
talk
want me to
about.
put him in the hot seat?
Yeah, you
Yes.
put him in the hot seat. Allie's got this.
Hello, Carl.
Hello, Allie. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
All right. Hopefully, nobody that we know was took any damage in the earthquake in New York, which was crazy.
A couple
Yeah,
cones
isn't that the
fell over.
craziest
That's about
thing?
all.
Two earthquakes in one day. Yeah, I'm not up there. I'm in Florida now.
Right. But you got family up there, don't you? Or at least friends.
Yeah, pretty much everybody. It's funny because I grew up in South Florida, and then I was pregnant during the pandemic, and 8 months pregnant, I was like, I can't be up north. Like I've got to come back to Florida. So we moved down here. So everyone's like, "Are you a New Yorker?" But once you move to New York, it's like kind of like getting bit by a vampire. There's no going back. Like I'm always New York. Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you.
SAG member. That is huge. So do you mind if I put you on the hot seat?
No. Hey,
So-
you know me. I've been part of this program for like 6 years now or more.
like forever.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about what you had done in the past and why you ended up coming on one of our calls. Let's talk about like why you felt like you needed more. So
Well,
we'll start with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I got to a certain point in my life, and like a lot of people, like, you do like a reality check or a life check, or I don't want to call it, say, a midlife crisis, but I was looking back at things that, I've always wanted to try and I never did. And acting was one. And so the local area that I'm in Kentucky, and you'd be surprised, it's actually a pretty decent film group here. I got involved in a proof of concept film, was background or featured. I was like a featured guy. I got into a sword fight with one of the stars and just absolutely loved it. I found my passion. I just absolutely loved it. So I, started to look for more. I got picked up by a local agency, which, they were okay, but they were like, I don't want to badmouth thing, but they were like a cattle call kind of thing. It's like they weren't looking out for you. It's if someone said, "Hey, I got this role," and you're one of like 60 people that fit it, they would just send all that stuff, and you get called on, you get called on. And that wasn't good enough for me because I want this to be my only source of income. I want this to be my career. And so I got scammed a couple of times. I had someone reach out to me, was a producer on a thing I submitted to, said he was a manager, didn't charge me anything to be the manager, but then he did charge me, and I fell for it, to manage my social media. Again, not 100% scam, but it wasn't legit. And so I disassociated with that. Got involved with another one, that they had all these things on IMDb Pro. It looked really cool. Come to find out, like 95% of it was fake, to the point where even IMDb did an internal investigation on them. And so, it's like, I knew that in order I had to find something to help me get through the door. I'm not looking to be rich and famous. I'm not going to say no to that, but it's not why I'm doing this. And so my two things was, I wanted this to be my full-time income, and I wanted to be SAG, because if you're serious about acting, you need to be SAG after. I mean, that's just cut and dry. Some of the people, like, I've heard the stories like Bill Murray, like you guys were talking yesterday. He doesn't have an agent or a manager. He does everything himself, but he's still SAG after. He's a member. And I needed to find, like, I was trying. I was reaching out to agencies. I was reaching out, I was doing like all this groundwork, and I kept hitting the wall or closed doors. And I came across VIP. It was VIP Ignite under Truth Management. I attended a couple calls, and I was extremely skeptical because I'd been burnt. And Allie is Alicia Allie. She's
My
very,
friends call me Allie. People that are with the
okay.
company call me Allie.
She is,
Yeah.
and those of you who this is your first call or one of your first calls, she is very blunt. She's very upfront and honest. She doesn't sugarcoat. She's not mean, evil, malicious. She wants
Not here
everybody
to
on
be
this call to
friends.
be successful. But this is a business, and once you get past that, and I admit it was, at first it was kind of a
Did I scare you, Carl?
yeah, it was, but I stuck with it, and I was like, okay, once I realized, this is a business for her, I started paying more attention. I started going to classes, and then I got involved. I went into the inner circle. I went out to Hollywood, a year and a half ago, and it was an amazing event, met a lot of great people, even in industries I never really considered. Like, I never thought of myself as a model. And they pointed out, VIP, Deneen, Mike, pointed out to me that you open up a magazine and you see like a really pretty person in an ad, but there's people in the background. They're models too. And they're getting paid to be
They all got paid.
yeah,
Yep.
they're getting paid. And I was like, oh, I never really thought of it that way.
Think about like a State Farm ad or Allstate.
yeah,
Even like, today, even going to like Bank of America at the ATM, free checking, ask me how, like that is a model. That is somebody that does not work for Bank of America. Because you imagine if like the face of Bank of America left and went to Wells Fargo, that's a conflict of interest. So those are paid models. Does that make sense?
yeah, that's me. I hope it's everybody. And I just see Rhonda, it's AFTRA with the A, SAG AFTRA.
So let me ask you a question. So I scared you, but you kept coming on calls. So when did you find out that like you're like, okay, I can't do this on my own. I'm gonna go ahead and trust this person.
I went through a few of the boot camps. And I'll be honest, I did my due diligence on you. I started the background check and look, and because like I said, having been scammed before, I didn't
Yeah, of
do
course.
that. And I
A
had
bad
to learn.
boyfriend. I get it. Yeah.
And you were legit, and you weren't sugarcoating. And one of the things you did one thing that everyone else was doing, was like, you're not promising, you're not guaranteeing that, I will be like the next Robert Redford or Brad Pitt or something like that. You're saying you followed the process. And that was one thing is you have a process. You've been doing it well. You follow the process. You're going to open the doors. and
The
I'll
rest
be
is up
able
to you.
and I'll be able to
Like-
walk through that. And I did that. I you improved the quality of my headshots and my character shots. Like, I'm a character actor. I get that. I accept it. That was another thing is, you guys helped me. Yeah, I kind of knew that, but you helped me, realize what my roles were, where I would fit in a production.
Because you were just kind of throwing spaghetti up against the wall, and that's why people get scammed. And I just want you guys to think about this. I mean, as a business owner, when somebody asks the most uneducated question in the world, which is, when can I book work? Can you guarantee work? You sound like an idiot. Like, because here's what I want you to understand. Like, you mentioned coming out to LA. And as you know, we have some very powerful connections. Head of Warner Brothers Casting. As you know, I currently manage the head of Francis Ford Coppola. You can't ever meet those types of people on your own. So if I introduce you to top agents and casting directors, managers, agents, Tony winners, it's up to you to do the rest. Getting into that room is the hardest part. And that's why people get scammed. And Carl, I'm big on like the artwork, but like your problem was you were paying for websites and pictures and classes, but nobody in the business gives a shit. You're one
Right.
of a billion.
Yeah.
So what I did and what we created here at VIP Ignite with Mike and I, we took you out of your environment, Kentucky, which is not even like, and I know it's an okay market, but it's
Right.
not
Yeah.
New York,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not
Oh, no.
LA,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
Atlanta. Yeah, it's like a C-level market, if that. But you can get local films, indie films, student films, but you're not going to be able to be able to really put food on your table. You're always going to have constant revenue coming in from somewhere else. And
Correct.
you've had these like odd and end jobs just trying to pay and invest in your career because you knew one thing after coming on our calls. You don't just get an agent. You have to become somebody that an agent wants. And we had to figure out where you qualified for, honed in on your craft, gave you elevated headshots, more training, because when you went out to Hollywood, you covered your own investment to get there. You went to our events, you got your photos done with the best of the best, worked with Colby, who is, awesome. But at the end of the day, you were surrounded by real people that actually give a crap, that have exude confidence, that we know that if we put you face to face, you can excel. And you did. You got signed to a huge agent in Hollywood.
Yeah. I did. And that was the other thing is with the training that VIP it gave me, and with having the vault and being able to look at videos and training videos with other
Now it's
people.
called school.
Yeah, school. Yes. I'm
Cool.
still waiting for
School
my
is cool.
invite.
Yeah.
But that prepped me. So when I actually, got face to face with some owners of agencies, I was able to
Hold your
talk to
own.
them, ask
Yeah.
the right questions, listen to
Not
what they were
just,
saying.
can you make me famous? I get
Yeah.
that all day. Can you
No.
get me signed? No, I can't, but you can get yourself signed. Are you
Yep.
ready
And then I had
for it? Because you're up in Cran, you were ready for it.
Yep.
You just needed to put it to paper. And
Yep.
we also, Denise White did some Jedi mind tricks on you, because a lot of times you would start on this process and go, oh, I can't.
no,
I've
yeah.
been down this road before. I'm getting PTSD from it. True, Denise
Yeah,
White?
no, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had some
She's good at that Jedi stuff.
I had some moments where I was just like, why am I doing this? And then, Deneen would give you that tough love, gentle yet firm kick in the butt kind of thing. And,
And then
like,
you
hey,
would text me and I'm like, stop being an asshole. Let's do
yes,
it.
yeah,
Stop.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
you have my personal cell phone number. We text.
Yes,
I
we
send
do.
you pictures of my kid. Yeah.
Yep. I even,
Yeah.
and, yeah, it was, yeah. And here's another thing. Let me just say, everybody on the call, that if you don't know these people, like, I text Allie once, it was Halloween. She was out trick-or-treating with a kid. And she's like, I'm out trick-or-treating with my kid. I will call you tomorrow. I was like, all right. I'm sorry. She called me the next day. She on the tomorrow.
I
She called me.
always do.
They if they said they're gonna do it, they do it. All right. They follow through. They are legit again, but yeah, I did. It's an amazing opportunity. And like I said, I got signed with a major agency
A
out of
huge agent
Hollywood.
in LA. So
Yep.
this is what happens when you go to our events, whether it's New York, Atlanta, LA, wherever we are, you go to an event. And I want you guys to think about this. Have you ever done your research as to how much it costs to live in New York or LA at this moment? Like a 1-bedroom in New York City is like $5,500.
Yeah.
I know. I've been there, lived there, right? So imagine Carl, who has everything that he now needs, all of the tools. Because think about it, like if he had an agent in LA, she could submit him digitally. He has the photos, which are approved because we're only doing the best photos in the world at our events. He has the training now. When you get scripts from the agency, the sides, you know how to do proper self tapes now. You know how to, like, you know how to submit now. Whereas before, people would hold their hand out. I want to book a movie. Okay, are you even ready? Do you even know what it takes? Why would somebody hire an amateur? They're not going to. You have to be what an agent wants. And that's what you've become. You
Right.
put in the blood, sweat, and tears. And regardless of your past, which honestly, I love you, but I don't give a shit. I care about where is it that you want to go.
Right.
Because here's the thing, it didn't break you. If anything, it lit a fire under your butt to go, I know what I don't want and I know what I need. And I
Mhm.
know that they have a formula and I'm going to show up for these calls and I'm going to work with the best. Because when I go to Hollywood, which is kind of like your Super Bowl, I'm going to get in front of agents. And if they don't sign me, it's on me. It's on you. Right.
Yeah.
And
No,
you got
absolutely. Yeah.
signed. So that means you could go back to Kentucky, right? You have your family, you can go back to your life in Kentucky, but now you have a top agent submitting on your behalf. How cool is that?
Yeah.
Scale 1 to 10, how cool is that?
Oh, that's an absolute 10. That's an absolute 10.
And these are legit castings that you can't get on your own, kids.
Right,
Real
right.
breakdowns for major motion pictures. And Michael went over that yesterday. You know,
And
so
I
many
have.
people get scammed. Oh, I'm gonna apply for a Marvel movie. You're an idiot. You
Yeah.
can't apply for a Marvel movie. Marvel, Next, Netflix, Hulu, Disney, AMC, any company out there that uses the name of the production or a star, right there, they just showed their cards, 100% scam, not real. It's called clickbait. Here's a fishing rod. Here's a worm. Let's see how many idiots bite. Because these are the people that don't have the training, Carl. They can't memorize 5 pages of a script for tomorrow. They
Yeah.
don't. If there were a casting right now for, let's just say, Marvel, your agent who manages a lot of really great people, she could submit you. You have the proper photos. You have training. You've been on set before. And ready? You're an actor, not an impersonator. So I want to know here, how many of you guys really want to be professional, or do you just want to pretend? Somebody type it, because anybody can be an extra. And now you're getting speaking roles, Carl.
Yes. In fact, I'm waiting to hear back on 2 roles that I've auditioned that I know I made the shortlist on. So,
And you still text us?
Yep.
You still email us?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, because you're my mother agent, or agency, and it's first off, if anybody, once you get to that point and you get signed and you're going, you don't cut ties with your roots, because like you were like yesterday, De Niro, Pacino, they still have an acting coach. Oh, well, they both do. But I remember you guys, I think Michael was talking about it. You're always learning, and knowing that I'm like, as an older person, started acting late in life, that I'm making my dream happen. That I don't have any special connections outside of VIP. Like I'm not related to anybody, or dated
And you
somebody's,
still live in Kentucky.
and I'm in Kentucky. Yeah, that I can make this happen. Anybody can do it. But you have to trust the process, and you hang on to your roots. And you guys are my roots. You're my family, and that's why I'm on this call. Like, yeah, I went through the process. I signed with an agency. I was SAG eligible, and I just Friday, went in and made my payment, and I am a SAG card carrying. Well, my card will be here in a week, but I am a SAG card carrying member
Can
now.
you take a picture of it and send it to us?
I will absolutely,
And
yes,
hold
ma'am.
it up, because
I
that
will
was one of
absolutely
your
send it.
goals.
And yes, no, so like so that's the other thing. I have new goals now, because all the goals that I had up to this point have been met thanks to VIP.
Because before your goals were, I want to start booking real work, I want an agent, and I want a side card. So as Denise would say, since you kind of manifested it, yes, but then you made it happen by joining the right company, putting forth the work. You knew we had the connections, but with us introducing, you had to prepare yourself. So that's why, like, even with school, we could give you all access. Here's your username and password. Are you actually going to get on and use the services? Because you did.
Yeah.
like you've worked with some tremendous people. So now what are your new goals? What is Carl 2.0 up to?
Carl 2.0, the first one is to maintain my current lifestyle simply by acting, to be working enough
Yeah.
that I don't have to have my day job, which I still have. Then from
You should
there,
never quit your day job, guys. You really shouldn't, because here's the thing, Carl, and you know this. You could book a $10,000 job and then like not book anything else for a month from
oh,
now,
right,
or
right, right,
two
yeah,
months from now, or
and
3 months. So like there
yeah,
is no, if you like that Fred Flintstone mentality where you clock in and clock out, that's a salaried employee. You're not an employee of the agency. You're a 1099. You're getting submitted out for every casting that you qualify for.
yeah. And that was the second
Yeah.
goal is like I said, is to have that money aside where I don't have to go back to a day job. Which, may or may never happen, but that's the goal. I
Wait, what does your family think now? Because they weren't always on board with this, and we've had a lot of
actually,
part of.
yeah, I haven't told you guys know before my family does. I mean,
Oh, I feel special.
but
Denise,
no, because but I am gonna show the card. And I think they'll come
you
around.
won't even know what a SAG card is. They,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
yeah, maybe some of them not. Um, my sister's in the music business, so she'll understand and she'll appreciate. She was like pretty much the only one that was always 100% behind me.
Yeah.
But my and just to level set for people, like my family was that old school. It's like, oh, you're never gonna earn a living doing that. It's never gonna work. Go to college, get a real job. Then do it as a hobby, as a side thing. And I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but they're wrong because you can make this a career and a viable income and
And
that's
are they speaking from opinion or from fact?
oh no,
Have
it's
they ever done
opinion.
it before?
Oh no, it's opinion.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
all opinion.
yeah, I mean, like so my mom and my stepfather are both in finance accounting type. My real father is a mechanic. He thinks it's cool, but he thinks like, he'll call us like, where are you? I was like, I'm on set. And you can hear them go, ugh. And it's just, I get to the point where I just let them do it because it's no point, it's family. You can't really argue and win,
But it's your passion.
but it's my
It's like
passion
falling
and I'm
in
making it
love, or
happen. Yeah.
what's your favorite food? Like last night I made lasagna. My favorite food is lasagna. Awesome. No one can convince me to like baked salmon. I'm not going to eat it. I'm not going to love it. So somebody can't take away your passion.
No.
It's yours.
And
And if you're not strong enough, and I really want to preface this, if you're over the age of 18 and you could take a bullet for your country, grow a pair of balls and live out your dreams. Be able to make your own decisions.
well, and
Because
that's the other thing. That's the one
yeah.
thing I want to say is like I don't have any regrets. I wish I'd found my passion younger because I would have had more of an opportunity. But that's the beautiful thing is like those of you that are young, if it doesn't work out right now, it doesn't work out next month, and doesn't work out next year, it will. If you stick with it, it will work out. And you're
But don't
young
put
enough that you don't have
limitations.
to worry
Yeah.
about things. It's like when unfortunately, I've got mortgage and student loans still I'm paying off and all this. I got all this debt that, I have to have a day job, in order to pay my bills. And hopefully I can make that acting. I mean, I will, but hopefully soon it'll be, just acting. But yeah, it's don't let anybody tell you. And like I said, I'm 57, right? I don't act it. I don't always, but, if I can make my dreams come true at my age, anybody. And like I said, living in Kentucky, being an older
Could you
person.
imagine trying to do this on your own, like going to LA? How would you even get meetings with these agents? They don't
It
even
would,
do
yeah,
it
no, it
themselves
wouldn't have, it
anymore.
would never have happened. There's that 1% of the 1% that are like the it lookers, like they're just gorgeous or they're just like, that get discovered. But even like, you hear about these discoveries and when you actually like research it, they really weren't discovered. They were discovered while they were trying to make it happen, and they were putting themselves in the right
Out
places and
there. Yeah.
and doing their due diligence as well. You gotta put the effort in. It's like if you want to go to college and get a degree and then go get a master's or a PhD, you've got to study, you got to do your homework, you got to work at it, you got to have that discipline. It's the same thing here. It's Hollywood movie-esque, the being discovered. It's like a Hollywood movie, the whole dream of, walking down the street and someone goes, oh, you're the next superstar. Doesn't happen. You know, you got to find someone like Allie and Deneen and Michael with VIP, and they have, because I'm not the first one to get signed by an agent, and I'm not the first one from them
We have over 10,000 success stories.
yeah. And I'm
You
not
can
going to
do
be
it.
the
Every
last.
single person on this call can do it. But
Right.
here's the question I have for every single person. When you meet somebody, and Deneen, I heard before where you were talking about time kills all deals. When you're sitting there in front of your agent, your soon to be agent, we didn't know if she was really going to sign you yet, right? And you have that conversation. Imagine if, like, in the back of your mind, your wife was giving you a problem. Because at that time, I think you were going through a divorce, or, you know, anything. Your job was giving you a hard time. Your brother was tripping in your ear. Imagine if you weren't on your A game that day, or they extended a contract to you and you're like, can I think about it? Or anything like that. Time kills all deals. You were at the right place at the right time. And most of all, you were ready. And
Absolutely.
that's what I want you all to understand. And I'll tell you what, like, when my profile picture for the longest time was me and Al Pacino, right? Because, you know, he's a friend of mine. But so many people commented, oh my God, you're so lucky. F you, lucky? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you see that sign back there? Or do you know what my business does? Do you know how hard we work 7 days a week, 24/7, with a 3-year-old in the other room? Are you kidding me? I'm somewhere within the world every other week. This is not based on luck. This is about surrounding yourself with the right people, taking advice. And I want you guys to understand that we're doing a 2-day free call. It's free. What you do with it is completely up to you. Some of you, this will be the highlight of your call. Wow, I met Carl. He's just like me. He did it. Well, yeah, he did it, but that doesn't mean you're going to do it. Everybody is different. Do you guys understand that? Everybody's different. Everybody on here has the capability of greatness, but you cannot do it alone. Nobody cares how bad of a passion you have. No one cares if you're paying for classes or photos, because Hollywood does not go to websites to hire talent. It is a vetting process. You guys have seen the news. They think people are freaking nuts, which a lot of them are, right? They don't think you're going to show up. They don't think you're responsible. You're reliable. You're going to be able to learn your lines, Carl. So now that you're going on set and doing all this cool stuff, what's it like to see yourself on TV or on the big screen? Did you cry? You can be honest here. We're just recording it.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
the
no.
whole
I'm
entire
no,
database.
no, I didn't cry. I'm not like a crier like that when it, but the thing was, honestly, kind of the two things was humbling and proud. Um,
You're
I,
like, I knew I could do it the whole
yeah,
time.
it's because I'm one of those people also, like, I don't like go out looking for my movies to watch them because, you know, because I'm my own worst critic. I'm like, oh, I could have done that scene better. Like, oh, my hair looked, you know, but it's just, I do remember seeing it and then having, and I'd be honest, the other follow up was that is, people at my day job found one of my movies. And they came in and they were just like, I watched your movie last night. Oh, that was great. You're in. And because I don't run around, you know, oh, hey, I'm an actor, you know, but, it was cool. It was, you know, everybody has an ego, whether it's, you know, what dominates you or what doesn't, but it was just like, you know, it's like, hey, thanks, I appreciate it. But yeah, humbling first time and very proud. And I'm just thrilled and blessed and happy that I met or found VIP Ignite Truth Management.
And
And
we kept you in line,
you
especially
did.
Denny White, who's now off of mute. The mindset training, Carl, you were quick to give up, like, many of times, remember?
Because and it was outside of well, actually when I went out to LA,
Yeah.
I took out a loan because I was unemployed. I was out of work. My
But you
job, I
believed in
lost
it.
my job.
You invested in yourself.
Yeah,
You're like,
yeah,
when else am I going to get another chance to meet these people?
right.
I'm
So I
going to
took out a
go.
loan
Yeah.
and I flew out from Kentucky to Hollywood. Was out there for the three and a half days. Wanted to do the 4 days, but I just couldn't make that happen. But and you know, and it was an amazing event, and I met people on there that, you know, that I'm still in touch with. You know, like just other actors or other people, like, you know, influencers. And here's the thing also, they like, so with the I met two agency owners. I got picked up by one, but they were the nicest, amazing, sweetest people. But I never would have known that had I not had somebody open the door for me, because in their business, in this business, they're not going to open the doors, right? Because like you said, they got to protect themselves, and it's a job for them as well. And they want people to be successful, just like, VIP does. But once that door is open, it was just like, I didn't
You
know.
wrote your own story, Carl,
But I had
and you're
help.
doing it.
I had ghostwriters.
Well,
Now,
that's
let me ask you a question. So you're in Kentucky. Any pressure yet to move out to LA? Are you feeling the pressure, or Atlanta?
Well, honestly, Atlanta's starting to really like
It's popping.
on my radar, and it's still close enough to my family out. I got family all over the East Coast, or
Yeah.
in the East. So Atlanta, not saying that I wouldn't go to LA if it lined up right. But I'm again, yes, I've signed with an agent. I'm SAG now, but I'm still going to play it smart. Not just going to
Networking, guys.
Good.
You
pack
never
up and
stop
go,
training, and you never stop networking.
Yeah. But Atlanta's definitely on the radar.
Marvel, Netflix,
it's a really good
AMC,
radar for it
Tyler
to be on for
Perry.
you.
Yeah. I don't know, but Michael mentioned this yesterday. We have the head of the Georgia film, like literally, she created the film market in the state of Georgia. She's part of our company now. So she
Oh.
did Selma, Fried Green Tomatoes, and Glory. So she works very closely with Denzel. How many of you guys are ready to meet people face to face on that type of level? How many of you guys want to be the next Carl? Carl, you're a success story. You're on here talking. What is going on, Carl?
It's you said that, and I was like, oh no, come on. But yeah, and I was like, just right now, it's like, oh my God, yeah, I am a success story. I mean, I've still got a long way to go, but
But
You're
you know,
SAG now, dude.
yeah,
That is huge.
who would have thought that day we did that podcast that you would be here right now having this conversation?
it was it was a dream, but it's one of those. It's like, yeah, it's a dream, but yeah,
You made it a reality.
yeah.
You did.
Thanks, and again, it's thanks to you guys. I mean,
Listen,
have
it's
to
our
give
job
credit
to
where
put you
credit's due.
face to face, but like they say, you're always on stage, and you kicked butt. I'll say you kicked ass. I know it's Sunday. Sorry, you kicked ass.
No, it's hey, I just want to say, Allie
What?
did all that stuff when she was pregnant as well. So
Yeah.
seeing somebody like working as hard as she did, as long as she did while being pregnant, that's
Thank you.
that was amazing as well.
Awesome. All right.
But
Well,
when you
Carl-
love what you do, you never work a day in your life. You know that.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Carl,
Yes,
Hayden. He's like
Have-
ready to do a Zoom.
have your people call my people so we could do a follow-up podcast.
Oh, absolutely,
Awesome.
absolutely.
Yeah, because now it's SAG actor Carl.
Yeah,
Awesome. All right. Well, Carl, thank you
Love you,
so
Carl.
much for
Thank you.
being on set, answering and being on the hot seat with Alicia K.
Yeah.
That was amazing. But I'm just,
I wasn't hair and makeup ready. Oh, no,
well, you should always be hair and makeup.
that's
ready,
true.
but,
No, you're right. You're right. So,
but it's amazing. Like, you know what? Like, I'm so proud
How many
of
of you guys were inspired by that? And you see a lot of yourself in Carl. Like, my friends and family don't really believe I've been down this path before. Like, I'm not sure. I can't quite elevate. How many of you guys are ready to change your destiny? Because that's why you're here. You need help. You need to get in front of the right people. But most of all, you have to have the training.
Yep.
And that's what we're here for. There's a formula and it works. And Carl,
yes,
we
there is.
love you.
Paul, and you are going to make me cry now if you keep this up. So,
All right, so we're gonna end this
Okay.
because I worked really hard on my makeup and I'm not prepared to cry. So I am
He's
hair
an
and makeup
actor
ready,
now.
so-
Is it real tears, Carl?
no, I'm getting misty eyed. I really am. Yeah,
Okay, well,
you can't
have
tell
your
with the
people call my
glasses.
people. We'll cry
Yes,
together
ma'am.
on a podcast.
Absolutely.
Love you, Carl.
Love you too.
Congratulations, we're so
I'll text
proud
you
of you,
later.
Carl.
All right, and hey, give Mike a fist bump for me, please.
I will.
He's on here listening. Hi, Mikey. Okay.
You said hi. All right. Thanks, Carl.
Bye, Carl.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by our Zoom call.
Just stay till the end because we're going to talk about Atlanta.
Yeah,
We're
don't
doing
go
some
anywhere. Sorry, I muted you already.
real cool stuff out there.
Love you.
We know some people.
Yes.
Love you.
How cool is that? Like
So fun.
totally unscripted. That was some improv there, Alicia Kavak and
Well, that's
Carl.
what we
Like,
do.
so proud of you guys.
But I feel like sometimes like a doctor, and this is going to sound really cheesy, but I don't know how the hell to help you unless I know what you're ailing from. So
Yeah.
Carl, what are you ailing from? I've been on websites. I paid for pictures. I've been to these other companies. What is it that you want Tell me what you want. I want to get signed. I want to get real castings. I want to be, SAG. Well, let's do it.
Check, check.
Yeah. Like that's
Awesome.
what we do.
That's what we do.
That's what
Awesome.
we do.
Very cool.
Cool.
That was amazing. It's always good to catch up and kind of like do a day in the life of and see where people are and just especially see people making strides and like you said, achieving those goals that they set when they first met us. Okay. I'm not going to cry. What I'm going to do is
Totally
I'm going
crying
to
right now.
introduce our next guest. Okay. So are you guys ready for our next guest? This is like a power-packed day, y'all. You have no idea what you're in store for now. So our next guest was born in Flint, Michigan, where he graduated from Flint Northern High School. It was in Flint that Deontay began his entertainment career in 2006 as a writer, rapper, and producer. While pursuing his passion for music, he worked multiple jobs and created small businesses to support himself financially. Deontay collaborated with many artists in the city and was a solo artist as well as a member of the group KME, King Money Entertainment. Although he loved creating music, his ultimate goal was to use it as a gateway into the film industry, which was not prevalent in the area at the time. Inspired by rappers turned actors like Will Smith, Deontay aimed to make it in music and leverage that fame to break into the film world. In 2010, Deontay's career path took a detour when he started working in the telecommunications industry, taking contracts that led him to travel across the country. Despite putting his entertainment dreams on hold, he found success in the telecom industry. In 2014, he moved to California where he met his wife, Crystal. The couple later relocated to Las Vegas in 2018, where Deontay continued his telecom career as a field engineer and eventually transitioned to working remotely as a network engineer. Taking advantage of his newfound flexibility, Deontay also became a realtor and electrician. With more time on his hands, Deontay decided to pursue his acting aspirations in Las Vegas. In April of 2022, he completed a 6-week beginner's acting class, which led to his first paid acting opportunity. Since then, Deontay has participated in over 35 film projects and continued to hone his craft through taking classes. A significant milestone in Deontay's acting career came when he auditioned for BattleBots in December of 2022. Despite his initial hesitation due to his limited experience, he was hired after 2 auditions. Deontay has now appeared in over 200 episodes of BattleBots, which he considers his favorite project to date. In addition to his acting pursuits, Deontay also works full-time as a network engineer and serves as the campaign manager for his wife, Crystal, who is running for Justice of the Peace in Las Vegas. 2024 has been an exciting year for Deontay, with appearance in 2 Super Bowl commercials and 4 feature films. His ultimate goal is to transition into a full-time career in the film industry, and he remains dedicated to putting in the work to make his dreams a reality. Okay, so Mike and I had the opportunity to meet Deontay in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago, where he was the winning captain of the BattleBots team that we were cheering for. Everyone give it up for the one and only Deontay Finch.
All right. Thank you for the awesome introduction. Appreciate
Oh my
that.
gosh. Thank you so much for being here. I loved having the opportunity to get to know you because just so you guys know, when we went to the BattleBots, our good friend Raquel introduced us and you worked with Raquel on a film.
Yes.
And she was like, do you want to go to BattleBots? And Mike was like, yeah, I want to go. And I was like, okay, it sounds cool, I guess. But having the opportunity, first of all, to see the BattleBots, but that's not what we're here to talk about, of course. But seeing you in action and then hearing your stories of everyone on set was so inspiring. So, Deontay, can you, I guess I introduced you, but can you just give us a little bit of a background? Like, how did you know that this is something that you wanted to do?
Well, it started off very young, just watching TV, and I was very entertained by watching different movies, and especially when I used to see people around my age on TV. I was like, man, it looked like they're having so much fun. So I always wanted to be a part of that. But we had like 0 film in Flint going on at the time coming up. I did get one audition when maybe I was like 10. It was just for like a segment, like Kids on the News, where like you like wear a suit. And then, you know, when I was real young, I was able to go down to Universal Studios, Florida, and see the sets and where they filmed some of the shows I used to watch. So that inspired me even more. Like, wow, I'm here. I couldn't believe that. But, you know, I just grew up just working in Flint. And, you know, I had older people would tell me, like, man, if you wasn't in Flint, you would be a millionaire just from like my work ethic around the city. And, you know, I didn't really know what they meant until I left and seeing that there was a lot of opportunity outside the 30 square miles of the city I lived in. Because even at the time when I was in Michigan, even Detroit didn't have any film going on back when I was there. You know, they film a lot there now in Detroit. But yeah, I just kept pursuing engineering and I was out in the field. I was seeing different markets. I was all over the country, Hawaii, just like most of the states I would work in. And then out in Vegas, you know, I just proceeded being an electrician and an engineer. But then what really brought me back into the acting fold is a couple years ago, I visited Atlanta to support one of my friends. They was having a ball out there. Me and my wife was out there and we ran into, you were just, you know, just talking amongst the people in the bar. And we met a lady. She was like, yeah, I'm an actress. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then she was like, I actually know some directors that just moved from Atlanta to Las Vegas. And my wife was already friends with them as Bobby Peoples. So once we returned back to Vegas, I checked it out and I seen his wife was holding an acting class. I was like, you know what, let me see, you know, if I still have it. And that was one of the questions that came up in class, like, you know, what made you want to take this acting class? And I was like, well, you know, I wanted to be in film when I was young. I want to see if I still have it, you know, if it's still something I should think about. So we went to different type of exercises, doing monologues, delivery, and it was like everything was like new for me because I haven't been involved in it since like when I took theater, you know, back in school. And so after the class, it was like, yeah, we think you got potential, you still have it. So from then on, I took a lot of the things that I learned as far as getting auditions and pursuing it and just showing up. So I was just auditioning for everything that you know I felt I could do, and I kept getting booked. I didn't get everything I auditioned for, but I got enough to get the experience up. Most of the things was unpaid, or I was taking a pay cut from my actual career as an engineer, and like I would take off of work to go act for free. You know, I was just doing what I loved, you know, even if I was losing money, because it wasn't about the money, it was about the experience. And I didn't know, but I was building up a resume that got me the audition for BattleBots. You know, it was like you can't really plan on it. Like, you know what, this is going to get me somewhere. I was just doing, you know, what I want to do. And like all the acting I did was at a loss compared to my actual career, like up until BattleBots. Like nothing was profitable. But you know, for me, it wasn't about the money at all. It's just it was fun to be on set, to be creative, to study lines and deliver them on camera, and to take the cues from the directors. And then, you know, looking back on it, it was a good investment because the networking team that I met at BattleBots, because everybody had different backgrounds. I was like 6 months into acting when I got BattleBots, but I was working with people who've been acting for like 20 years. So they gave me a lot of great advice, different things I should look for, different avenues where I could apply for even more acting jobs. Like one of my co-workers, they even held an acting class that was based on auditioning. That was, you know, they did that recently, and that was informative. You know, I'm still learning stuff. So I was very grateful to be learning from so many great people. I even did a project with four of my other uh, co-workers. We co-wrote a short film and filmed it and produced it together. bought all new equipment, and it was great. And I was like, probably the best footage that I have is the one that I created amongst my new friends, my new coworkers, the project that we created. And I'm just looking forward to going even further in the journey. And like I had 2 auditions this week, and you just never know what to come from it. So just along for the ride. So now I've been at it. In June, it'll be 2 years since I took that initial acting class that opened up the door for more possibilities. And just having that faith and belief in myself, just making them sacrifices, the BattleBots was an extra income too. So all the equipment that I bought for auditioning, the backdrop, the lights, like it just instantly all paid for itself, that investment. I didn't even plan on it. Didn't go into it thinking that I would, be a professional paid actor, so quickly. It's just, you can't plan for it, just never know what the next day might bring. And it's just been fun. I'm glad I took that step out in faith and didn't become complacent because, have a comfortable career where I could have just just enjoy it. I'm not going to do any extra work. So I went from working 40 hours a week with my main career to now I'm doing like 70 hours a week, between BattleBots and that. And then I still film other projects in between. I started off taking my laptop to BattleBots because it's an overlap to where I'm working on both clocks at the same time. And then sometimes I also, starting off, I will call out BattleBots and Verizon on the same day to film a project that wasn't more profitable, but it was building up my real footage to get an agent and get on even bigger projects. And I met, and then that's why I'm here now, because of BattleBots also, because I wouldn't have met Deanna if she wouldn't have came to the show.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just-
it was so cool. And the thing I loved that you talked about was like how you network on the show, because when we were on the behind the scenes tour, you were saying, oh yeah, this one's here. They're going to be leaving to go be, they're going to sing on the gondolas. And like, you were literally like laying everything out. And for me, that was fascinating. And I think for the people on here too, because everyone thinks, okay, you know what? Like, I'm going to become an actor. I'm going to be on film. They don't think about honestly, I never thought about actors being the captains of the BattleBots teams. I thought, okay, obviously, like these are a bunch of nerds who like the only thing they want to do is build robots and they'll fight. Excuse me. But
yeah, that's because I do the live show. So the TV show, they're personalities, but they're not actors.
Mhm.
They be entertaining, but they're real engineers and real bot builders.
Yeah.
And I'm on the show as an actor because I do the live show, which is kind of a different entity. And I came on after they stopped filming the TV show, which they might start filming again maybe in July, but it's not any concrete dates yet. And I'll see what my involvement is in that once that begins.
That's cool. So you're also in 2 Super Bowl commercials. Can you talk a little bit about that? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I was a part of Grunt Kick of Destiny
What?
and part of that commercial. And it was one of them things where I seen it was during the time that would work when they would be filming. And I was like, should I apply for this? But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make it work. So I ended up, because it shot during the week. The rehearsals was during the week. We had 2 rehearsals before, because that was a live Super Bowl commercial. And so I had to take my laptop, had it charged up, and was there all day during the rehearsals because it was like 2 8-hour day rehearsals.
Wow.
So that was pretty fun. It was a nice
That was
day
a
out
great
that day.
commercial, the one with Gronk. I'm a
Yeah,
huge Patriots fan, so.
yeah, it was funny. He was like all during rehearsals and during practice, he was making the kick every time. And then when we went live, he missed it. I'm like, huh? And then the other one was for Nickelodeon, which I was like very excited for that because that was like one of the first things I wanted to be on was Nickelodeon. So for that, they didn't let us know till we got there that it was Nickelodeon and that it was also Super Bowl, so it was because it was shot back in October.
Okay.
So it was at Allegiant Stadium, which that was the first place I worked as an electrician was Allegiant Stadium. I
Oh,
hooked
cool.
up all the speakers and the VIP lounges, the
Oh.
suite,
Yeah.
and they also did the big speakers all outside, put those up, and the big, huge speakers that's above the seats. Also put all those up, and I had to put them up by myself because it was during COVID, so couldn't have like two people next to each other.
Yeah.
So that was fun. So I had to return back to Allegiant Stadium, and then once we was there, like the director met us like this is going to be for Nickelodeon, and we were filming stuff. So what it was they the NFL did their first ever simulcast of the Super Bowl. So it played on Nickelodeon at the same time, but they put in slime and other effects during the show. And I was able to leave the live Super Bowl commercial and get back home to watch that broadcast. And it was great because they actually showed me more than they showed Taylor Swift doing different stuff during the Super Bowl. So
Did you
that
get
was pretty cool. I
slimed?
didn't expect that. I did get slimed at the end.
Oh.
It was supposed to be Plankton's blimp. He was supposed to be flying around and drop slime on us. And it was optional. We didn't have to do it. And I was like, well, next time I'm gonna get Nickelodeon slime on me. So I went forward and it was just all over, all over my hair, all in my ears. It was cool though.
Is
'Cause
it
was
as gross as I
non-toxic, so
imagine?
yeah, it got in my eyes and stuff. I thought it was gonna be
Oh.
burning, but it was like non-toxic, so it wasn't that bad.
Well,
It was pretty cool.
thank God for that.
Yeah.
That's really cool because one way we screen people is we ask about like being a part of a Super Bowl commercial. So what do you think, how do you think that's going to impact your career being on those two commercials? Like you got a lot of exposure. Are they still running the commercials or was it just the one time during the Super Bowl?
No, this one time. So leading up days before the Super Bowl, they was running the Nickelodeon commercial, with me in the audience, high-fiving people. And, people was seeing it and tagging me, hey, I see you in this commercial, and I didn't even know it was running yet. Because I thought I was only going to be played during the Super Bowl. So that was cool leading up to it. And then the Kick of Destiny, that was a live commercial. I know it's on YouTube, but as far as television, it was just live.
We'll have to look up your commercials. That's so cool. That's so cool. I don't know. It's amazing. So let's talk about, okay, so you live in Las Vegas,
Yes.
which is arguably the entertainment capital of the world. It may not be like the TV and film capital of the world, but like you have to try to be bored in Vegas, right? Like
Yes,
I
you
think
do.
you're right. You like literally have to be like, okay, you know what? Tonight I want to be bored. I'm not going to go do anything. So what is it like for you being there? There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, for me, there's no funner city. Like I did used to live in LA before I moved out here. And it was stuff to do. A lot of concerts happen there, a lot of comedy shows. But here it's like more variety of options. And since I am in theater currently, a lot of my coworkers do other shows and they're like, hey, anybody want tickets to this? They would comedy tickets to different shows around the city. And also I have like one of my coworkers is a DJ. So she's like, hey, I'm DJing tonight here. If y'all want to be on the guest list, I'll let y'all in. So, we go out and do that sometimes. It's just like you said, it's hard to be bored here in Vegas.
But also like from a actor's perspective, there are so many opportunities. So if like BattleBots, you're like, okay, it's been really cool, but it's had its run. There are so many opportunities for you at so many different shows in Las Vegas to be an actor. So are you auditioning actively for other opportunities or are you focusing more on film?
I also auditioned for film and TV. I would like to do another theater show, but because of because I'm doing at least like 4 or 5 shows a week with BattleBots, I can't fit in my schedule to do another theater show. But also being close to LA, I have flown out there to do like a court TV show that hasn't aired yet. And so I'm still open to the film and TV out there, when if it's a big enough opportunity.
Yeah.
But because of my flexibility, like last month, I flew to Dallas to do an audition for a major film. And, sometimes they do let me do like a video audition.
Mhm.
But they also filming a lot of stuff here. They're also supposed to be building like some $1 billion studios, like
Yep, in
Hollywood
Henderson.
type studios. Yes. So I'm looking forward to that. And I kind of got in it at the right time to where I met a lot of people who will let me know about auditions going on, or because of my professionalism or how I showed up on set on different projects, also got on other projects off referrals. Like, hey, this guy'd be great for this film also. And I also give out a lot of referrals to actors that I meet on set. Now I'm like, hey, we're filming here, if you want to come audition. Or I sent people auditions that they got the parts of and end up being in films, even in films that I didn't even plan on being a part of. I would just give to somebody I know, like, hey, you should audition for this film. It don't fit in my schedule, but I know you will be great at it. So it's just been a network of, friends helping friends.
That's awesome. So let's go back to BattleBots for a moment. So you said you do like 4 or 5 shows a week. So
Yes.
yesterday we talked a little bit. We had someone who was a part of the Blue Man Group in Vegas, and he talked about like his process for being prepared every day. How do you have to give your best performance every time you're there, right? Because the audience doesn't know that you've done this like 17 times over the last 2 weeks. You're like, oh my God, woo, go BattleBots. So how do you give the best performance like, how do you tell us a little bit about your process? Like, how do you prepare? Like, how do you like get yourself into character? And like, how do you do that day after day after day?
Well, fortunately for me, I've been able to be a lot of different characters on BattleBots. So depending which captain I'm gonna be that night, I prepare a little different. So I used to be this character on a Diablo team where he got like a vest where his arms are out. So for that, before I went out on stage, I would push out like 50 push-ups to have my biceps bulging to go out. And then there's a couple of teams where I'll come out doing a dance. So I do like get limber up so I can do a dance number. It just depends which captain I'm gonna be that night. But fortunately for us, since everybody are so active outside of BattleBots, a lot of times the main captain will be out. So they had to switch us around to feel that. So that keeps us on their toes. Like
Yeah.
because of that, like even though it might seem the same to somebody who's seen it before, it came back, it'd be very different for us. We having to play different characters.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll be a captain of a team you've never been a captain of before. So it wouldn't come off authentic if you try to say the same lines that the other captain would say.
Mhm.
So you make it your own, use a different accent, and you get to be creative again. And then also the crowd that comes is also different. So it changes up the energy with the crowd. Because I think when you came as a half show, like 2 times this week, it was 1,000 people there instead of 500.
Wow.
So it's it changed the dynamic because you're coming out on different sides of the stage.
Mhm.
You're just doing a different choreography depending on the show size too. So it's like fresh, and for us, well, for me, it's just always fun.
Yeah. That's cool. Now, did you ever dream that like one day like you'd be a captain of the BattleBots, or is this like, because I know you talked a little bit about how like you were into engineering, and also how cool is it that you're kind of you're almost marrying your two careers together by doing this.
Yes, I am, because we do get a script when especially when we get a new robot, new captain, they give us new wardrobe. But I did see like audition in December 2022. But I did see like BattleBots auditioning in October, and I was new, and I was like, "Oh, this is BattleBots." And I just in my mind, I was like, "It's no way I would even be considered for an audition." So I didn't even apply for it. But then I kept applying for other things, and then I seen it later in December. I was like, you know what? Let me just apply. There's no harm in applying. So I was surprised to even get called in for an audition. And then I seen all these great experienced theater people in season. I was like, oh man. I was like, well, at least I showed up for this audition. So then I was surprised to even get a second audition. So I was like, okay, let me really bring it, because with every live audition, you leave and you're like, oh, I should have did this different. I should have said this like that,
Yeah.
but I guess they saw what I didn't see at first, because I was really able to blossom, because when I first came into the show, I wasn't even a captain. I was just going to be like, come out with the captain.
Hmm.
But then, you know, when the captain was out, they know I knew the lines, and they was like, oh, they said, like, okay, you should have been a captain from the beginning, when I delivered. So it just led to more opportunities to be more captains.
What was the audition process like? Like how do you audition for BattleBots?
Well, that's the thing. When we went there, it was improv. There was no scripts. They said, so what would you say if your team just lost? And they gave us like some stats about the robots, like how fast the spinners is, what kind of weapon they have. So they wanted us to talk as that. And then it was like, well, what would you say if you lost? So it was just complete improv, because during the fights, you don't know if you're going to win or lose. So you do have to pay attention to the fights and recap the fight, live. So it is improv, post fight.
Now, did you take improv classes, or is it something you were just naturally kind of good on your feet?
I never took an improv class before. I haven't been to get into that. But at the point when I first got the BattleBots job, I just took like a regular acting class. And I continue to take acting classes. Like I would go to BattleBots, and on a Saturday, and after work, I would go and sit in acting class. Well, perform an acting class like 2 hours after I got out of BattleBots
Oh,
on either Saturday or Sunday. I just recently stopped like the last 2 months because of my schedule. But I plan on keep taking classes, and also taking improv class, because I know like that's important. But I just developed the improv from just actually having the improv live on the set of BattleBots.
that's awesome. Yeah, no, I mean, improv is something that all actors need. And do you find that also helps you in your 9 to 5 job too? Being a little quicker on your feet when you're talking to people, if you have to talk to customers, different things like that?
Well, it didn't really translate to that, but it does help me translate into other social like events, like in person. Just because my engineering job is mostly over like a chat room, like
Okay.
Slack. It's a Slack channel. Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, so and then it's just sticking to the facts. If somebody's not answering me in the chat, then I just have to call them like, hey, are you still on site?
yeah.
Yeah, nothing too much in my live job.
Okay. So you're still actively taking acting classes. So I think a lot of people might want, like, is this okay? Hold on. Let me formulate my question better. So Carl's laughing at me. How about this? Does anyone have would you be okay if we open up for questions?
No, I'm open for it.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask Deontay? But here's my question for you. So like, your goal is to act full time. Okay, that's awesome. So where you are now compared to where you were when you first started auditioning, can you kind of describe like the progress that you've made? Because I mean, you've been in multiple films also. Can you talk about some of the films that you've been a part of?
Yes. So
That was a lot of questions in one question. I'm
no, it's
sorry.
fine. So because I kind of got into it on the tail end of the pandemic, a lot of producers stopped having in-person auditions, and they just wanted to do self-tapes. So for me, I knew I needed to be quicker at producing these self-tapes.
Mhm.
So I was trying to audition a lot for anything that also wanted self-tapes. And because of that practice, I was able to streamline it and be quicker at getting it, because I know when you're selecting somebody, the first person that does a great audition, you're going to pick. So I had to get better at not turning it in right before the deadline.
Well,
So
that's
because
good.
all the practice, so they helped me out. And then, so I did a lot of films that I had short parts because I figured like you got to start somewhere. And those supporting roles, I figured would get me to the lead role. So I haven't
Mhm.
got cast for the lead character yet for a film, but I still audition for them. But I have got speaking roles for supporting roles. Uh, so I should have about 4 films coming out this year, the streaming with speaking roles. Just looking forward to them. I know a lot of them still in post production. Uh, one of them is called Mammon, where I was like a crazy guy, like a mob boss. I had a huge beard. It was my real beard that I grew out, but it was fun. I was able to wear a suit, and we actually shot live guns. They just had dummy rounds in them, so that was a little scary, after the Russ situation. But it was real professional about it, and loaded them in front of us with the blanks. So I really look forward to that. I think that was the only film where I was like a bad guy. There's a couple of films that's coming out. One of them, where I'm a cook. Let's go Omakase. That's coming out at the film festival in April. So looking forward to that. Let's see,
Very cool.
I did a lot of different type of projects. Yeah, so I was looking forward to stuff finally coming out so I can share.
Nice. Well, I definitely need you to like in our WhatsApp group, I need to know like when your films come out so I can watch them. So your friends in telecom, they probably have this perception of what you do for as an actor. So tell us a little bit like what do your friends think that you do as an actor versus like what is it like to be an actor working like 4 to 5, 6 times a week?
So my friends back home, they're like very like happy for me. They're very supportive. They're very proud, and I hear it all the time. And they could ask me like, okay, where can I see this film? Like if I post a trailer, for one of the films I was in, and most of them just haven't been released yet. Like I did do recently a comedy series called Vegas Pizza, and it was with Marky Moore, and that was like the biggest actor I worked with so far, because it was like The Walking Dead, and BMF, and
Oh wow.
Snowfall, and everything. So I'm looking forward to that, but they just haven't put the episode out yet. I'm episode 2 of that Vegas Pizza, but they'll keep doing the work because just never know what it's going to lead to.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, we have someone who lives in Vegas who has a question for you. Here we go. All right, so when I unmute you, introduce yourself and then ask your question.
All right.
Hey, Deontay, my name is Jamie Block. Greetings to and from Las Vegas, dude. What's up?
Hey,
Good
Jamie.
morning.
Good morning.
It is early for us, huh? Thank you for being thank you for being on the call this early this morning. I appreciate you. So I just moved to Vegas on New Year's Day. I was curious, where would you recommend getting started for acting around here? Because I'd love to get my SAG after card.
So I'm not SAG yet. I'm not sure
Or
if
do
I'm
you even
SAG.
need to be SAG here to work?
No,
Okay.
not to work locally. You don't have to be SAG. I have worked with a few SAG people who actually, because of the rules of SAG and what to pay,
Huh.
they weren't supposed to be on the project. So what they did was they
Right,
used
right,
like
right.
different names. They changed their name to be in the
That's
film.
awesome.
Yeah,
Right.
literally. And you know, some people would air on big shows and network television, and they would use a different name just to help out the local producers here and being these local films. Maybe SAG eligible now.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I know I did get like you know, I can get in the theater union because of how many shows I did with BattleBots. But starting off
Huh.
being new to Vegas, I got most of my projects off of Las Vegas Actors Group off of Facebook. A lot of
Oh, okay,
auditions are
cool.
posted there. And
That's what's up.
also got the second amount of jobs would come from Backstage.
Backstage?
So,
Okay, true.
yes. Yeah, so number one, most of my gigs came from Facebook, Actors Group, and then Backstage, and then Actors Access. But Actors
Okay.
Access
Very
don't
cool.
post as many Vegas jobs. They're mostly LA. I use
Right.
Actors Access to do
Right.
I did Equal Justice with Ebony K. Williams. That was in LA, but that came from Actors Access. But Facebook
True.
definitely get you the most jobs for Vegas.
Cool,
For
man. Thank you so much for
nine-
the
9
insider
years.
knowledge. I
All right,
appreciate you.
thank you. And I'll see you on set somewhere, I'm sure.
I hope so. I hope so.
Thank you for your question, Jamie.
All right,
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I love the advice about going on your local boards on Facebook, because that's a great way for people who in their local markets to get work. With Backstage, a lot of I know you've definitely gotten some projects off of that, but with Backstage, a lot of times, especially in larger markets, it's very difficult to get jobs through there. So kudos to you for finding some jobs. But if you're watching this and you don't know, if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, you definitely have to be careful with Backstage, because there are a lot of you can find some opportunities, but there are also a lot of things in there that really people shouldn't be applying for. So
Yeah, I
But
did
but
get
it-
burned one time on Backstage
yeah,
where
you
they
did.
advertised the price. Yes, it was about, I think, 100 or 150. It was like, it's a short scene, no lines, but it turned into, instead of that one day, ended up being like 3 days. And after I wrapped, I'm like, yeah, so, you know, how am I going to receive payment? And the director that I was working with was like, well, what did such and such show you? So I sent some screenshots from Backstage where it was $100,
Yeah.
or maybe it was 150. Yeah, it was $100. And it was like, oh, well, you know, that was an extra, it's supposed to be no pay. And they're like, you know, he was trying to blame his assistant for putting the wrong price. But so I was going back and forth with him, like, yeah, but you knew she posted that. It wasn't a secret. Like for me, you can't take away someone's option, because that project I would have did for free.
Yeah.
But you can't say I'm gonna pay you and then act like, oh, it wasn't supposed to put a price on it. It's supposed to be no pay. Like, yeah, but you gotta own up to it. It's your assistant. You knew it was up there for 100. It wasn't a secret. You know, so I didn't sign the release. I'm like, I would have did it for free, but you know, since you was playing this game of saying that you didn't know that I expected payment, and I was like, so I just didn't sign the release. I'm like, I'm cool. But if you would have let me know when I first got there, when I first met you, like, hey, it was a mistake on Backstage.
Mm.
You know, I'm like, more than likely, oh, well, I'm here. I'll just shoot it for free, because most of the work of those for free anyway. So that was the only bad experience I had with backstage, but I'm sure it was a lot more. Like I was supposed to be in a music video as a bodyguard for a big artist, and with my schedule, I was actually filming for Venom 3 like all through the night, and I didn't want to. I needed some rest because I was also doing a show,
Mhm.
so I gave to one of my coworkers at BattleBots, and it was like the lady was like, "Okay, I'm gonna pay y'all the next day," but it ended up being like 2 weeks. She finally paid them. It was only $150, but I'm like, "Sheesh," you know. I know she was paid. I don't know why she took so long to pay them.
Yeah, well, I think a
But
lot of times too, like that's where, like right now you're kind of, you're doing all of this on your own. That's where having an agent is really helpful because
yes,
your agent, you wouldn't have to worry about that. Like if you, your agent would be like, "Nope, this is what we're doing." And so like, it's great that you're doing so many amazing things on your own, which is great. You're building up your reel, you're building up your experience. You can get, like you said, you can get into the union for for theater, but a lot of times like having an agent will like, you don't have to worry about all of that. So that's definitely one of the benefits of having an agent. Alicia, do you have a question? You look like you have a question.
No, I'm just typing. Hi,
Oh,
nice to
okay.
meet you.
This is
hi, nice
Alicia.
to meet
This is Alicia, the
Hello.
co-founder of VIP Ignite. She didn't have
Hello.
the opportunity to come with us to BattleBots, but
No, but I heard all about it. Um, I can't even believe you do battle bots. I'm just thinking in my head, like that is such a special skill. Do you find that doing battle bots helps you like when you're out there networking? Do you feel like that's a good segue or icebreaker for you? Or what kind of doors did it open for you?
it opened a lot of doors. And then also it was great with networking, because a lot
Yeah.
of people haven't heard about BattleBots. So I'm able to comp them tickets and bring them to the show so they can see um and actually be a part of it. You know, especially like I met like a few celebrities that I brought to the show, you know, so they could see, you know, just because it was in Vegas.
Yeah.
It's like the gift that keeps giving, being a part of it. And
Yeah.
they have a big platform.
That's real.
So I think it come in handy to you know, if I need to promote something in the future, they would they're real nice, the owners, the
Yeah.
co-founders. I'm pretty sure they'll support me on the platform also.
So what's your schedule like with battle bots? And then how do you kind of rearrange when you're getting on set? Do they have extra people to help out or
Yeah, I'll try not to miss any BattleBot shows, but typical week, I usually work Wednesday through Sunday every day, usually one show a day. Like during the week, on weekdays, we have a show at 6:30, and then on the weekends, like Saturday and Sunday, like today I have a show at 2:30 on the weekend.
okay.
So it like last week I was out of town, I was on vacation. So we had somebody that could cover me because we have some extra members that do bot squad, but they also used to be captains. So depending who's out, you're able to step in and be the captain for me. But I usually try to do projects that's before or after the show.
Okay. And so right now you're doing a lot of self-submissions, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
most casting projects, they usually are just doing self tapes.
Yeah, self-tapes. Did you ever get a chance to go in for the live auditions like pre-pandemic where you physically had to be in New York, LA, going into the offices?
I didn't have to do any in-person auditions pre-pandemic because I think I came in like after the pandemic into the acting.
After.
Uh, I did in-person audition in Dallas, and I did maybe about 6 in-person auditions in Vegas.
That's really cool. What is the one thing looking back at your career now? What is the one thing you wish somebody told you about getting into acting? Is it everything you thought it would be and more? Or are you just kind of getting on set, hurry up, wait, and you're just there? Like, are you enjoying the process?
Well, yes, I am, but because of my schedule now, I don't apply for the non-paid projects anymore, just because it's not because it's like a low budget. It's just because I think I got enough experience to where if I am using my extra time to be on the set, I can be getting compensated for it. That's the one thing that changed. But my strategy going into it is like, I need footage for my reel. So that's why I used to do so many projects, even if they was free. I wasn't even looking at Phil's
You
paid or
just
not.
want content. Yeah.
Yeah, if money did come with it, that's great. That was like extra bonus for me, but
Yeah.
that was my big strategy. And, it did work out, because it did build up my resume to get me to get auditions for other projects.
Yeah. And you're up on websites. So again, Deneen, I heard you talking about Backstage. Backstage before it went to digital form, when it used to be like a newspaper, 100% legit. Like that was the end all be all, especially New York, LA. You would kind of see it like in the older movies with like the red pen circling auditions. You physically had to go to the offices. It's a digital format, which is online. It's no longer the original owners. It's overseas. It's owned by a foreign company. So the castings that you all get on Backstage, and I have no problem with Backstage, indie films, extra work, student films, web series, an agent, like a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, and Carl is SAG now, you couldn't do those things on your own. Does that make sense? Like those breakdowns for the major roles, they're never going to be on Backstage. But it's good for the smaller markets because, like you said, you can get content, fill up the reel, because you kind of need that. Like back in the day when you lived in New York or LA, you were physically going in with a headshot. You were going in with, your monologue prepared. You were walking into the audition room 100% ready. Now that, think about it. Now that we're on Zoom, do we love it or hate it? Well, I'm personally in Florida. You're in Vegas. You're in Pennsylvania, right? We're all over the country, which is awesome. But the competition is more fierce now than ever. For one role, guys, 5,000 to 6,000 submissions for one role now for a major part in a TV or a film. Do you guys understand that? So now that you're physically not having to live in New York or LA and audition live, back then your only competition was local. But now that everything like Backstage and indie films and student films, sometimes you just want to get your feet wet. And like you said, little to no pay. Well, that's why you need an agent. That's why you need an agent to submit you out for the bigger projects, because that would eliminate that. That would alleviate that. Now, are you going to stay? That's where BattleBots is. But if your acting career gets to the point where you need to move, any interest in going to LA, New York, or Atlanta? Because obviously, Vegas is subpar compared to the other markets.
Yeah, I definitely would move.
Yeah,
Vegas being an entertainment capital, I'll probably still have a home here.
yeah,
But I do have heard about actors on the studios in like Atlanta. Like on those studio sets, I know that they still fly people in from LA to Atlanta. Like it seemed like every market don't really hire local like that. So like the big stars on the sets in Atlanta, they're going to be from LA for the most part.
yeah. Typically, the extras, which just so you guys know, if you're ever an extra on TV or film, that doesn't go on a resume. It's considered
Right.
scenery. The reason why you do it is obviously to earn your SAG vouchers or waivers, and hopefully one day you get some little speaking roles that you can kind of incorporate into your reel. And somebody asked, is Backstage real? Yes and no. Anybody can post on Backstage. Anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Right.
But it's also very dangerous now. And I'm going to say that about most websites. When you don't have somebody vetting, anybody could say that. Like if you ever see Marvel, Netflix, Amazon, any of like major television show advertising on Backstage, I call bullshit all day, every day, because you can't get real breakdowns on a website where you're self-submitting. So
Yes.
is it real? Yeah. If you like indie films, student films, web series, and little to no pay, if that's what you want, go on with your bad self. But if you're looking for real speaking roles, you don't have access to those. Those are an agent. So even like Actors Access, yeah, you could join Actors Access. You can get, extra work, but only agents can get the breakdowns for the major roles. Does that make sense for everybody? So I just really want to kind of,
Yes. And that's true. I know I'm not going to land myself any major roles.
yeah,
So I did need that practice, and I did.
You want to get on set. You want to kind of
Yeah.
get your feet wet. No one's going to pay you $1 million to memorize 20 pages of a script, and they want actors. So like, I have no problem with backstage. Get on set, build that reel, because you need it. You need the marketing tools.
Yeah, and then when I first used to audition for these lead roles,
Yeah.
I was bummed that I didn't get it. But once I did get to supporting roles and I got my script, I memorized the lines, and I got better as I did each supporting role that I got. But then after I did the first couple of supporting roles, I was like, you know what? I'm glad I didn't get that lead role on the first thing I auditioned for because I wasn't
Yeah.
ready, and I think my performance wouldn't have been as good. So
No.
I was glad I got those supporting roles, and with that footage, I wanted to get an agent so that way the agent would give me these major roles
Yeah.
because it's hard to find good parts on your own,
Well, no,
especially
you
when
can't.
I don't have
Or-
access to them either.
Yeah, you don't have access to them. And that's, so
Yeah.
somebody's asking, is backstage good? No. Yes and no. If you're happy doing extra work, indie films, student films in your local market, great. Does anybody here just want to do that? Or do you want actual speaking roles in major TV shows and movies? Which one? Do you want to be extra or do you want real roles? Because that's the choice you have to ask, you know, like if you're really trying to do this, you can't book major motion pictures or TV shows without an agent. But agents don't want liability. Agents want real actors. So like a real theatrical agent that's SAG-AFTRA, you have to have photos, you have to have a resume, you have to have training. So like you're doing all the proper, you know, you're doing everything you need to do, A plus B equals C. But when you finally get an agent in New York or LA, and BattleBots is great, but they do one thing, they make commission. And so when you get an agent of that type of caliber and you have a major audition, you may not find out till the day before. And I want you guys to understand that. Be careful what you wish for, because if you're doing BattleBots in Vegas and they're dependent on you and you're like, hey guys, I have a huge audition, you know, tomorrow. Yeah, thank goodness a lot of it self-tapes, but if there's a callback or a go see, or they want you to go into the studios, that's it. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yes, because when
Yeah.
I flew out to Texas, it was for a major role. So I called off of for my engineering job and BattleBots to go out there just for that audition. Because I was like, okay, now I'll be in there. You know, if I get this
Guys,
major role.
don't post websites, please, on my chat, because I don't endorse either one of those websites, so don't do that. Because now you're just taking advice from each other. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're here because you want to learn.
Yeah.
So, and it
now-
just shows that Vegas isn't a huge market. It is for, you know, the shows because of the hotels and the tourists. But if you're really trying to do this, and Mark Wahlberg, you know, he's opening a huge studio, right? In Summerlin.
Right.
But that's going to
Yeah.
take a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
He wants to be
Even
the
the
next
major
Tyler Perry,
stuff-
and he could. Yeah.
Even the major stuff that's filmed out here in Vegas, you know, they fly the major stars in from LA. They're not using the local major stars.
Well, it's
I
like
would be in the
Atlanta.
act-
Yeah.
Right.
And Michael
And
B.
I would
Jordan
be-
isn't homegrown in Atlanta, working in Atlanta. They're flying him in from LA, from New Zealand, from New York. They're classically trained actors, guys.
Yeah, and the training also takes devotion because I'll be in acting class. I'll see somebody, they'll come show up for 1 or 2 classes and they never come back because they gotta pay. They gotta be there every day. It's not, you know, they're not being on film. And some people, all they do is just go film, but you gotta do the work. You gotta get the training. You gotta.
Well, if they're not
continue
in
to take the
class, and I'm going to be honest with you, no agent will ever sign them. You have to be in class in order to get an agent. So I want you all to type training, because that's the number one thing a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent is going to ask is, are you in class? And if the answer is no, they're not going to trust you to memorize 20 pages of dialogue because there's rewrites. There's a lot of pressure, not to mention like self-tapes. You guys can see like behind me, I have lights. There's a whole lot going on now that you're not physically going into the studios to audition any longer. So I want you to think about this. Do we love Zoom? Yeah, it's convenient, right? But the competition is more fierce now more than ever, which is why a lot of these like fake casting sites pop up. And, you know, again, I don't have a problem with backstage, but if you're a freelance and you think you're going to star in a major motion picture because you went on a website, anytime they're using the names, the logos, celebrity names. It's called clickbait. That's it. They're looking for gullible, aspiring actors, not people willing to put in the work. Because unless you have a top agent submitting you, you can't get those breakdowns for actual real speaking roles. Does that make sense? And as an actor, you have to pay for your own headshots. You pay for your own photos. You pay for your own training. You pay for
Yes.
your own licensing. You pay for all of that. It is an investment. Make sense?
Yes, and in television.
So there
you
are
have
no
to make-
cutting corners, not in show business. Because your competition is somebody who went to Yale School of Drama, 70 grand a year. That's now your competition for a leading role. If I were a casting director, would I hire somebody off of Craigslist who is self-taught, or would I rather hire somebody that has legitimate real training? I know that they're still in training. I could see a reel of their work. Because think about it, and I do this a lot on my calls, and Deneen, I didn't mean to take over, but like here's my little boy. But like if I just saw a picture of my son, oh, he's cute. Oh, well, he's a terror. You know, like you wouldn't know that from his photo. So that's why a reel is so important. That's why you do the indie films, the student films, the web series, just to kind of build content. Because now that you're physically not walking in chance, looking at the casting directors in the eye, auditioning for them live, the only things that they have to go on, a headshot, which gets you in the door, but then your acting ability is what could or could not get that opportunity for you. Does that make sense? So because you're not
Yeah.
getting the script, that's not how it works. You don't even know what you're auditioning for. Your reel is typically sent over with your headshot and your reel to the casting director, because if they like your headshot, they're like, okay, good. Let's see if this person can actually act. And that's where the reel comes into place, which is why you want to do like, you know, the smaller projects, just so that you have some type of clout. Because without any of these marketing materials, like, hi, Lewis could be like, oh, I'm a great actor. Oh, well, do you have anything to show? Well, here's a headshot, which is why backstage, I'll call their bluff all day, every day. Because you can't book major roles without real marketing materials, without training, without a reel. And most of all, you have to have a real agent if you're looking to make bank. Because if not, it's a hobby.
Right.
It's a hobby. And that's the
Yeah.
truth. It's a hobby.
And the training is so important because
Yeah, it's
people
non-negotiable.
can act and if you want to be in television, unlike independent films, you have to know the script front and back. You have to be word perfect in television.
Oh yeah, they
Yes.
sit there. Like I've
Yeah.
been on television scripts. They sit there. There is no improv. Movies you
right.
can improv sometimes, but television it is per syllable, like literally down to the beats, down to the rhythms, down to like it's almost like a dance of words, and it has to be exact. Do you guys understand that?
Yeah,
So
'cause
they're
the
looking
scripts
to
go
hire
through-
professionals. Yeah.
because scripts go through approval process because they
Yep.
had to be on network television. And if one word is different, they're not going to let it go by. And the writer is sitting there on set for television. It has to be the has to be the and the has to be exact.
Yeah. And it's a lot of pressure, which is why training comes in handy.
Yep.
You gotta have it done. She is telling the truth. I'm in training. We have 6 Tony Awards. So I think we know what we're doing. Yeah.
Well, Deontay, thank you
Thank you,
so
Deontay.
much for being
Hey,
here.
thanks for having
Next
me.
time I come out to
It's
Vegas,
great.
I'm definitely coming to see you again. Let me ask you one quick question and then I'll
Yeah.
let you go. Which is your favorite bot to be the captain of?
Ooh, definitely Bronco.
Bronco.
So I'm a cowboy and I use a Southern Texas accent and I talk, and I come out and I do a dance too, with my partner, do a
Nice.
little do-si-do dance. I spin her around.
Oh,
Yeah, it's definitely the funnest and most entertaining.
awesome.
But that kind of goes into voiceover work, right? Now that you think about like a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do have that
Yeah.
skill, and that's actually something I really look forward to getting into is getting a studio again just to do voiceover because I got like a crazy range of voice, Elmo to Mickey Mouse to like a Darth
And you need to be able
Vader.
to show it. Yeah. In a reel.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, a lot
That's
of
awesome.
accents. Yes.
That's really cool.
Alright.
Well, I hope your resume is always up to date because especially in this business, time kills all deals.
Yes. Yeah, I do need to
Well,
keep
thank
adding
you.
on to it.
Thank you
Thank y'all
so
so
much for
much, guys.
being here and you have an amazing day. Good luck. I hope your bot wins tonight and I will see you soon in Vegas.
All right, looking forward to it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Deontay.
All right,
Bye.
see you there, everybody. Bye.
Okay, how cool was that? How many of you guys are like, okay, you know what? That's pretty cool. Like the reason, like Deontay is putting in the work,
Yeah.
and you know what? In a couple of years, you're going to see him. And you're like, wow, I remember when he spoke on that VIP Ignite call. That's pretty amazing. Awesome. All right, how are you guys doing? Are we doing well? Do we need to stretch it out a little bit? Or are you good? Are you good? Okay. Awesome. All right. So what I would love to do now is we have our next guest in line ready to go. Are you guys ready for this? All right. So our next guest is Misty James. So in 1990, Misty started in the fashion industry as a model in New York. After spending a few months in New York building her portfolio, she left for Europe. She has lived and modeled in 7 countries and says she feels very lucky for her experience. After returning to New York and modeling for several more years, inspired by her photographer friends, Misty started to experiment with photography. This decision turned into a busy career as a full-time testing photographer for the new faces at Elite Model Management. Still wanting to learn more about the industry, Misty started working as a model manager at the largest talent agency in Washington, D.C., where she advised young models on their careers and worked with established models on placement with agencies around the world. Most recently, Misty has started her own talent agency and continues to be inspired by the creative people she gets to work with every day. Everyone, join me in welcoming the one, the only, Misty James. Hello.
There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. First of all, because let me tell you, anybody that's interested in being in this industry are people that I like. So I already like all of you just for wanting to do this. You know, I think that's really cool. I see all your faces. I've clicked through everybody, and really, some of you have some great looks, and yeah, I think it's awesome that you're here and trying to get into this industry. I've been doing it for 32 years. So yeah.
Awesome. So, Misty, can you start by telling us about your experience? So you started out as a model, you traveled the world,
I
and then
did.
so can you start
Well,
by telling us a little bit about that?
You know, I have this industry to thank for such a wonderful education. I'm from a really small town in Georgia. I entered a contest, one of those contests in the back of a magazine. Some of you ladies might have remembered them from Teen Magazine. You could like send your little photo in. And I won one of those. And when I won it, the radio station did an interview with me because I thought, oh, that's a big deal. And someone heard me on the radio, an agency in New York heard me on the radio and asked me to come up. And, you know, honestly, I was in college for a year and I made the decision to drop out of college to pursue this. I don't recommend it to everyone, but it's what worked for me. And, you know, I had a wonderful education. I would have never traveled to 7 countries. You know, I think I was one of the first people in my family to leave the country. So, you know, I've met all kinds of people. I have this industry to thank for so many wonderful experiences that I've had. Yeah.
Awesome.
And then, so really I traveled all over. And then as she said, I came back and was, you know, working in New York and then became a photographer. And that was a whole other wonderful experience. I became really interested in, which is why I like talking to you guys, in helping people get started in this industry and kind of guiding in which direction that you might fit. You know, and I'm sure, you know, just as actors and models, everyone has their different areas and different kinds of things. So that just kind of became something I really enjoyed doing. And, you know, here I am. I really can't believe I'm still doing this, probably longer than some of you have been alive. Some of you look really young out there. So, but yeah, I'm, I don't know, what else, Deneen?
No, just I guess talk about being an agent. Like, so tell us what an agent does.
Okay, well, different agents do different things. When I started my agency, what I wanted to do, I'm not the cookie cutter model agent. I really look for people that are interesting, cool people more than your typical 5'9", you know, blonde, blue-eyed model. I just took on a girl that's got a full body of tattoos, like only her face is not tattooed, you know, and I know that's not every agent's cup of tea, but I love it. I have one female model who's 6'4", and she's bald, and people were like, Misty, that girl's never going to work. Well, she was my first booking, you know, with a top really cool, you know, boutique in DC. It was like a $1,200 day for her, you know. So, and then I have a model who's 5'2", red hair, freckles. People are like, Misty, you can't sign a model who's 5'2". Well, I just got her signed in New York, and she just did like a $4,000 day. You can see her on a makeup website right now. You know, so I think the industry has changed a lot. No one can put you in a box, that sort of thing. I mean, but you're going to meet different agents that'll tell you all kind of different stuff. I just kind of I don't follow the norm, you know, which is probably like what you're going to have to kind of learn to like to make your own way in this business. And one thing I always like to tell my models, because I know with Instagram and that kind of thing, now you can compare yourself to everybody, right? This person's doing that. This person's doing that. No, they're not. You got to stay on your own. You just got to follow your path. You got to have like laser vision, follow your path. Don't look what everybody else is doing, you know, and listen to the people that are training you. You know, when I came on, I heard the guy, what's his name? Deontay.
Yes.
I was like, this guy knows like exactly what he's doing. I didn't realize that you guys had trained him or whatever. I'm like, I got to come on and compliment that guy, because he understood so much about the work that you have to put into it. You know, you can't say my agent didn't do this for me. My agent didn't do that for me. You do have to be a certain amount of proactive, you know, with your careers. You know, I don't like lazy models or lazy talent at all. It's a real turnoff, you know. And it's probably more work than ever to be a model or an actor now. You know, like with all the self-tapes that you guys are talking about, it's a full-time job to get those self-tapes. Like I'll get casting things that come in. It's a full page of directions, you know, for self-tapes. And I had one guy, he signed in New York and he wasn't doing his self-tapes. He goes, oh, you know, Misty, I don't know. I don't know what's up with this agency. I'm like, it's not the agency. That's the industry now. It's, you know, you have to do all these things, and it's a lot of work. It's not like easy, like you just go in and get your job. And, you know, it's a lot of work to be in this business now. You have to really, you know, put yourself out there. Yeah. So what else? I don't know. So let's see. Does anybody have any questions? I don't know. Can you ask questions, or is that?
No, I'm going to bring Alicia on, who's the co-founder of VIP Ignite with Mike. And I'm going to have her kind of put you a little bit on the hot seat. Is that
I like
okay?
that. I like that a lot. I'm good
Okay.
with that.
All right. So you've been in the industry for over 30 years.
Yes.
Do you prefer the whole digital submission now versus the in-person live audition process?
Well, I can understand.
Pros and cons.
I can, okay, the pros and cons. I can understand, like, this is what I was saying too, from a digital point of view. Like if I were interviewing actors for movies and things, I can see how it makes so much more sense to see what the person looks like on a screen and that sort of thing versus, you know, in person, and how they can interact and what they can do. You know, I think there's pros and cons. I think the pros are that you can audition from anywhere. So as a model or an actor, you're not limited to where you have to be. And I think that is really probably the biggest pro for it. You know, I guess the cons are there is that sort of loss of, you know, intimate or whatever face-to-face connection, but that's the way the industry is now. In general, we're all relating, you know, not face-to-face anymore. I think it's just the way it's going to be. You know, even, you know, back in the day, models would go to, like, for instance, I did when I would live in Germany, you know, for a certain amount of time and model there. You know, he's like, Misty, models don't even come here and live here anymore. It's all self-tapes. Even in the modeling industry, it's changed in that way. So, you know, whether it is pros or cons, there's nothing that you can really do about it.
Yeah,
I think
it's definitely a lot easier to get onto it.
Probably more pros. I think there's
Yeah.
more pros to it.
But
Yeah.
with that, I mean, they opened the floodgates now. It's your competition is the entire world now. So you're like, oh
It's
shit, I didn't even
the
think about that.
competition. I don't even know. The competition is insane. I mean, I can't, I have to, that's why even for myself, I have to say with that laser vision, because when I start looking at every agent, every model, I'm like, it's overwhelming. So I just try to really just focus on myself, what I'm doing, moving forward with my personal people that I'm advising and in my little circle. And I think that's the only thing you can do now. It's so overwhelming, really.
Now let's talk about, as an agent, some of the red flags as to why you wouldn't be interested in working with somebody. Personal drama, maybe friends and family, financial
Okay.
abilities to be able to invest in themselves.
Right, right. Well, for me, really, it's more about a personal thing. I don't worry so much about people's like if I really believe in someone, I can figure out a way. As an agent, I'm not talking about as anybody else, but just from my point of view, when I really believe in a model, I'm not going to let their financial situation stop me from helping advance their career. But that's just because I have a lot of connections that I can call up to do favors. You know, photographers that might, you know, that charge $1,000 will be like, okay, I'll do a favor for you. But what really turns me off is I don't like people. I like people that are proactive with their career and understand they have to work for it. I'm not going to do it for you. I don't like, you know, there's a lot of attitude like that in this industry. And I always, you guys, I don't know if you talk about Instagram or social media, but you have to like look at your social media and keep that. Someone's social media can really turn me off as well. That really shows you a lot. Every single client I have, the first thing they want to see is the model's social media. So if I see sometimes, I mean, I don't usually like, I don't want to judge, but you know, I've seen some things that kind of like look scary and I'm like, okay, I can't
Well, especially if you're going to submit them out, let's say for
I can't
a
send them to my
Lancome ad.
client. Exactly.
And then now Lancome is affiliated with everything that like the
Well,
models.
that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. You know, and with, you know, and with my agency too, I do take on people's, you know, certain personalities, but it does allow clients, you know, like the girl with a full body of tattoos. Okay, she's not for every client, but I'm not going to change her for the one or two clients she might be for, do you know? But it's still, her Instagram was clean and it wasn't like offensive, you know, but those are the kind of things that are really, that I wouldn't work with someone, you know?
And you're not just signing high fashion.
No.
So let's go over some of the, because I think there's a lot of people, and this is usually where people get taken advantage of. They live in a smaller market, they live anywhere throughout the country, and they run out, they get photos done based on what they imagine themselves wanting to look like. That's not something that an agent wants to see or something you would submit. So let's go, can you break down some of the different types of models that you work with, and like maybe some of the statistics or like the height requirement?
Right. Well, that's what I was actually saying before, is that, you know, I don't have a height requirement. I work different than other agents. I mean, there are agents that will be like, don't submit unless you're 5'9", but that's just not the agents. That's not who I am. I have girls that are 5'2". I have girls that are 6'4". You know, it's like, it's different. But I would say that, you know, a lot of models do spin their wheels and waste a lot of time and money doing photos and things like that they don't necessarily need to, where if you just can get your agent and that kind of thing, and really listen to what they're directing you to do. Because also, certain photographers can kind of ruin your image. They're going to take a picture of you and then like post it and tag, and I mean, all over the place. I mean, I've had it happen, and it's like, I left town once and I was really taking really good care of this model, and someone's like, oh yeah, we had her on set with so-and-so and so-and-so. I'm like, great. They made her look terrible, tagged every single person in the agency for like years. We were just like, couldn't get rid of those pictures.
You can't, there's nothing you could do.
Couldn't get rid of them. There's no, I can still find them. You know, it's like.
But so sometimes when the model doesn't invest in them and they don't own the licensing for it, the photographer technically owns it. And then the photographer from here till eternity can, and you see that a lot, like on like Model Mayhem. Oh, I'm going to work with a photographer. I don't want to spend any money. Well, why would a photographer work for free? They're not your agent. They don't make commission off of your work. There has to be something of interest. Maybe it's nudity. Maybe it's something super artsy for their book, you know, that it could bite them in the butt, because now, like, let's say you submit them for a project, like, you know, family oriented. And next thing you know, they're in some kind of like weird lingerie, you know,
100%. It's happened.
It's just trying to get free photos, trying to work with anybody, and you're like, this shit's ruining the trajectory of what I was trying to build for you.
Yes, exactly. It's happened. It's happened. So, yeah, so I try to be very careful with that. But yes, you do have to, at a certain point, if I know a model's making like, if I just booked you on like a $5,000 job and you can't give me like a $700 investment for a photographer that's going to like make you another $5,000 job, that's a turnoff.
They know the photos that the casting directors want to see. They're not just putting photos like to impress your friends and family.
Exactly.
Those photographers
Exactly.
you're going to recommend, those are the photos that could yield Chanel.
Exactly. Exactly. And I'm always very careful about if I know, like, especially in like New York and other markets, if I'm like, okay, this photographer works with all the top agencies in New York. So if you shoot with him, he's going to post your picture on his Instagram, and then all the top agencies in New York are going to see it, So I just want to be very strategic.
Proximity.
Exactly. About the career and things like that, and what you do with your career,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And oh no, you're good. I'm also looking to see if there's any questions coming up.
I'm looking at everybody too. It's like everybody looks so cool.
So for you now, you sign people throughout the country. So can you go over a little bit about what a model is responsible for, like the actual marketing materials? Because here's the thing, like 20, 30 years ago, pre like internet, everybody was out buying photos and comp cards. Well, what are you going to do with them? Where are you posting them? Like they're going to go in the trash. Like one of my best friends is like the head of Wilhelmina, and she would.
Oh, so
yeah. They shred them, they burn them. Like that's what they do. Like it's paper,
Yeah, exactly.
So can you go over like now that we're in the digital world, like you can live anywhere throughout the country, but do you ever find that maybe talent, like you said, like they don't want to invest the $700 to help them get further in their career? I mean, you can't just cover fees for everybody with a dream and a pulse. Like I want to be rich and famous. Well, and
well, I mean, I think it's like, when I meet a talent and I start working with them, I give like 200%. And then as my percentage starts falling off, sometimes it takes me years. I've been working with some people for like 7-8 years. I mean, I really stick by talent. That's like one thing I do. Like they'll go with a different agency. I'll be like, okay, and then I have to get them out of that contract. I mean, it's like crazy, like what things that people do. But I forgot what you were saying now. I lost track on that conversation.
Well, as far as, I mean, this is 2024. What does a model tech?
Okay. So now like what we
need to have these
I actually was working recently also in New York with an agency in New York. So what we were asking for, we did have the models do comp cards when they were going to come into the city, only if they had a specific, but not hundreds like they used to. We have the models get tablets now, like little iPads or whatever that they would take. And just like that, because it's impossible now. There's no way that you can keep up with the amount of photos, how fast it is. I mean, like back in the day, you wait for your pictures, then you have the prints, and you're like, it's so fast.
Back in the day, your agent had like your pictures on a wall.
Oh my God.
About this yesterday. And the model had to pay for all the prints, and then like, oh my gosh, like
exactly. Okay, so there is so the expenses do break down. Like there are like expenses, for instance, it's not exorbitant, but you would pay to be on the website,
of course, licensing.
The agency pays that. Yes,
it's real estate on a website to get submitted out on the website. Digitally.
Right. And like the agencies, we have to pay to join casting agencies and things like that. So you reimburse for that sort of thing. And the comp cards, but really your biggest expense in this industry now, I would say would be your training, depending on like what you're, acting or modeling or whatever, and then really keeping up with your photographs. And, depending on, some people need, if you're a model, I guess you have a modeling agency, but I guess some actors would have managers and things like that. So I guess that's an expense. I don't know, to be very careful with that. I just worked with the model. I don't know why she would do this. Like over the weekend, I had a shoot with a model, and her mom was paying a manager $3,000 a month.
I'm sorry, a month?
Yes.
That's a New York City studio. That's a lot.
I was like, I would be having lunch with you every single day if you're paying me $3,000 a month. I mean, it's like you'd be living with me in my extra bedroom. It's like I don't.
Yeah.
So so you have to be really careful that you can get really still ripped off in this business, and the guy's like really well known. I was kind of like really shocked, but she's like, "What's your fee?" I'm like, "What's my fee?" It's a percentage when I get you work. I don't.
But as a model, they have to cover all their own basics in order for you to submit them. Yeah.
I do not pay for anything for them. No.
Yeah.
I don't.
So I really want to stress this out to everybody here so you guys can listen. But if an agent is submitting you out for castings, it's true. They only get compensated when you book the job. So like a
Mhm.
lot of people will ask, "Oh, can you guarantee me work?" I'm like, "Are you slow? Like, how can anybody guarantee you
Yeah,
work? If
yeah,
we're submitting you out for a casting, it's not up
yeah,
to us. We're not the
yeah,
ones making it rain.
yeah,
Like, it's up to
yeah,
the casting director to choose you. They
yeah,
work for the client. The
right,
client has a breakdown of what they're
right,
looking for,
mhm,
and they're going to find the model or actor that fits best into
right,
what it is
right,
that they need. So you
right,
essentially work for free
right.
until the model
Exactly. And
books,
that's one thing that
and then you make
everybody needs to,
commission. Yeah,
everybody needs to hear that again. We
yeah.
work for free, because I've had people like give me attitude sometimes. And I'm like, do you understand that I've been working for you for free for like X amount of years? Like, maybe I should just, like you want, you know what I mean? Like, it's very,
And
very,
then the question is, how much time have you lost
well,
and all
that's
the
what I'm
phone
saying.
calls you've had? And maybe they're the reason why they're not booking
Exactly.
opportunities. But
Exactly.
they don't ever see it that way because
No,
they'll
no.
always throw the blame on, you
100,
know?
100%.
Yeah.
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 Exactly.
I understand. I speak the language.
You
Okay.
know, you know.
And
Yes.
it's hard, like when somebody's not in the business, and I always get this, am I going to have to spend money? And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, of course
Yeah.
you are.
Just
Because
like,
if there was a casting today, and I always ask this, and I
Mhm.
know Michael's probably going to yell at me, but would you pick you? Like
Yeah,
if you've
right,
done nothing, you don't have photos, but yet you're holding your hand out. You want to get paid, but you've
right,
done nothing. Can I see your photos? I don't have any. Do you have any training?
right,
No. Have you worked with anybody? Why would anybody hire you?
right,
Not
right,
going to.
right,
We're not going to.
right,
It does take money to make money. Hi, Brandy. Brandy's a
right.
good example. Brandy's
Well,
adorable. You should meet Brandy.
and
Yeah.
sometimes too, you kind of have to be smart, and you kind of have to go like the back around way. Like, when I was building my book as a model, okay, when back in the day, when you would work for magazines, you would call them tear sheets, and you
Right.
would get the tear sheets, and that's how you would build your book.
We talked about it yesterday. Yeah.
I wasn't necessarily going to get tear sheets working in New York as a model, because I was a brand new model. So that's the reason that models go and they travel to all these places. So sometimes you have to do a little extra wild work to like build your book.
But it's not about the money. It's about the
It's
experience.
about the experience. Exactly. Like, you're not going to
You're
make
building your resume for a greater tomorrow. So I want you guys to understand, plant the seeds today for a greater tomorrow. If you're here
Exactly.
because you want immediate results,
Uh-huh.
this is not the right business for you.
No.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of, there's a lot of sharpening crayons. And for you went to Germany, just
Yeah.
the international experience, the
Mhm.
tear sheets, even if it was in Vogue,
Right,
just
right.
add it. So
Yeah.
when you came back to the States, they're like,
Right.
holy shit.
Or for instance, like, I went to Brazil, which is like Sao Paulo, like, let me tell you, like 30 years ago was like, I was the only foreign model there, not the only American model, the only
Yeah.
foreign model in Sao Paulo. But you know what? I did the cover of Elle magazine. You think I would have done that in like anywhere else in the world? No. But I brought that back, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're on the cover of Elle." I was like, "Yeah, but only because I was like the only foreign model there." And of course
Yeah.
you're going to do all the stuff. And like, for instance, right now I'm working, and this is a wild opportunity, but with an agency in Mumbai, okay, Bollywood.
Yeah,
Okay.
I scout for an agent over there. Yeah.
Right? Okay, so it might have been, I don't know if it's the same one, but it's a great opportunity for, you have to be you have to, it's Mumbai, you have to understand
I
travel.
want brunette.
But
Yeah.
but you can make a reel there that you can take back and have in New York or LA, that you might not ever be able to make that kind of reel actually here. So I think it's
Yeah.
like, that's also sometimes too, you have to think out of the box, which
Yeah.
is, I mean, I think that was my biggest thing in my career, was like traveling to a lot of these places that no one went. I went to like Athens, Greece. Well, you made like $50 a day, but the pictures were like outrageous. They would keep you on set like 12, 13 hours also, but that's just the way it was. I didn't complain, because I knew when I went to, Paris, I was going to be on set for 3 hours and like make bank, it didn't matter. It's
Right.
just like, everywhere's different. You have to be very, accommodating and like go with the flow kind of. I think you have to really.
I think people have like a premeditated, like if I want to be a model, it's all caviar and champagne and get rich quick and
Mhm.
people throwing clothes. When did this actually, so you got signed, when
Mhm.
did you actually start bringing in money? Because I think people need to hear like this.
Yeah, I would say
experience.
honestly,
I mean, I kind of would make little jobs, pay my way around, but I would say when I really started to make money was when I came back to New York after all those years, like traveling. And that's when I started to make,
After all of the years.
Well,
So
yeah.
I want you guys to hear this.
yeah,
After all of
Yeah.
the years traveling. So back then, if
Yeah.
you had a Facebook before, you know,
Yeah.
Facebook or
Yeah.
Instagram, whoa,
Yeah.
look at her. She's booking so much work.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
it's
mean-
not really putting money in
Yeah.
your pocket.
no,
So
no.
how did you sustain? Did the agency?
No, I would do like little jobs. My parents helped me out a lot. I was young, you know, my mom's like, okay, if you're not going to go to college, and I guess we can help you out. So I was lucky in that way they helped me, but I would do little things. I did pay my way, but it wasn't easy, you know, but then I started doing when I came back to New York. And after like I was traveling for like years, probably 4 years throughout those 7 countries and building
Wait,
my.
how old were you when you started?
How old?
How old were you when you started traveling?
I was 20. Yeah.
So, but how many of you guys could say between 20 and like 24, like the fact that you traveled all over the world working, but yet I get with 40-year-olds, I'm not allowed to model. My wife doesn't want me to. Grow a pair of balls. No one's going to work with you ever.
Yeah. Yeah. It was the best experience of my life. I mean,
You just got thrown into it. Yeah.
it was, I became who I am because of that. You know, I'm so thankful. Just it's like I said, I was like the first person in my family to leave the country. You know, it's huge. It was a huge education that gave me not just a wonderful experience, but an education. And then all the people that you meet, like everybody on this panel are dreamers. You guys are dreamers. You're cool people. You're interesting. You're already out of the box just by wanting to do this. So I think just being inspired and being around people in this industry it just gives you a whole different perspective on life, you know.
And a lot of times they ask their friends and family for advice versus someone like you that's been in the industry for 30 years and agent traveled around the world, and you understand what an agent wants, but also what a model is responsible for. So like you understand both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one of my models tell me something about that her manager, she was a waitress at a restaurant, that her manager was like telling her something he was doing. I think he was like kind of talking down to her, like telling her it was a pipe dream. I'm like, okay, first of all, why are you listening to him?
He's a manager
He works in a restaurant.
He's managing you at your restaurant. It's like, and that's not even the point of it. I don't care if he's the manager of the restaurant, but he shouldn't be. Don't let someone else's like limits limit you. Do you know? Like that's the thing. I was like, listen to me, not him. You know, I have no reason to say anything good to you if I don't. I have no reason to lie, you know, and waste my time telling you can do something if you can't.
But if she's easily that dissuaded, you know, it's just like, I'm sorry, what?
I know.
Like,
I know.
we've opened the stock exchange. Like, we have 6 Tonys. We worked with Sigourney Weaver, and people, are you sure? No, I'm not sure. You're right.
No,
That award behind me, nothing. Means nothing.
Fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, just do what you want. Just do what you want.
Just tell me what the manager says. Let me know when they do the same thing. All right, Denise, you have a question?
I have a question for you, Misty.
Yeah.
Okay.
So imagine this, a model just starts with you.
Okay.
Can you walk us through the process of developing a model, like from going on test shoots, different things like that? Like, what does the process look like? Okay,
so I just meet the model. So I try to first of all, I like to find out like what else they're interested in. I try to kind of get other parts of them because with my agency, I like to represent people that do other things that have something about them. So I get kind of inside that, what you're looking for in this industry, what inspired you to get started. I kind of get to know them as a person, their personality, because then that affects the photographer that I send them to, like we were talking about, you know, like I sort of say, okay, they'll work good with this guy or this lady, you know, that sort of thing. So I try to get them a few test shoots. A lot of times most agents don't, but I'll try to go to the shoot so I can kind of be there with the model and like really direct them and just kind of see how they're posing, see how their personality is. Do
the photographers give you like any type of feedback? Like, oh, this model was really difficult. They showed up late. They couldn't listen.
All the time.
Because when you're not there, I mean, it's great that you go in.
When I ask for it too. Oh, I ask for it. Yeah. Oh, I have to have it. And if they say, you know, this or that or this or that, oh, it's a big deal to me. Yeah.
You are always on stage. Always.
Yeah.
Social media. The second you get out of your car.
The second you get out of your car.
You are on stage.
You absolutely are. And also, you know, how they treat everybody on set. You know, I've had models they leave and like every piece of clothing is left on the floor. I'm like, are you joking? Like that's not, those kind of things. But yeah, so basically just to continue on, like then I would put their books together. And just depending on how old they are and what they want to do, there's all kind of different paths that models can go. If she's a certain type of model, I would try to build her career first, like maybe send her to Europe to build the career and maybe then come back. If it's not a different high fashion model, there's other markets. There's Philadelphia, that's different markets. There's Miami for certain models. And really just depending on, there's all kind of different agencies now, depending on what the person wants to do. So I would just go like that. And then, I've got some girls, just, it's not like you're going to work every day. It just doesn't happen, or people that I really, really, really care about and want to get them placed. I'm not a magician still. Do you know what I mean? Even if I believe in you 100%, 1,000%, even sometimes I'll tell you what's really hard is when the person does every single thing they're supposed to do right. And they're doing it and they're doing the castings and they're getting the pictures and they're being professional. And it's still not happening, that's what I find hard. And that's what I always try to say, people, if you really love this industry, you can be in it. Okay. Period. Like when my modeling career was slowing down, I was like, okay, I love this industry. I'm going to be a testing photographer. So I was still in it, I was loving it. Then when I wasn't really doing that, I was like, I want to learn more about this industry. So I'm going to be working in an agency and learn that part. So I think that, that's always what I've advised people that, I have like one girl and it's just not happening for her. And I was like, what else do you like to do? Do you like to do makeup? Do you like to do styling? Do you like photography? Because then that way you can still get the love of this industry, whether you're lighting, whether you're, production assistant, anything, you can be in this industry if you want to, no matter what, doing something, that's just kind of what I like to, tell people, because it doesn't always happen either. And that's what's hard. It's hard. It's a lot of heartbreak. I had a model. She was really successful here. I got her signed in New York, got her signed. She went to Mexico City. She worked. Then she was in Australia working and the pandemic hit and they sent all the models back and she never regained from that. She quit modeling. She became very depressed during the pandemic. And there was nothing that could ever get her back in the industry. I mean, she's in school now and she's doing her thing, but yeah, sometimes just life just goes that way and it doesn't, work the way you think it's going to. So, I don't know why I talked about that, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, basically it can be it's a long, long career. All kind of things can happen, but there's all kind of, I'm sure anybody who's here is probably interested in other aspects of the industry besides just acting or modeling, right? I would think, you must love movies or the something about it, right?
Well, I would say so. Yeah. One of the people that we work with, his name is Mark Christopher Lawrence.
Uh-huh.
He always talks about how he loves the industry so much that even if he was unable to speak, like as an actor, he would go into costuming, he would go into this, he would go into that. So I think that's something that's pretty fundamental. Like if you love this industry, you're going to find a way. Like Alicia was a double major. Like she wanted to be
a filmmaker.
Filmmaker.
Six. I told my parents when I grow up, I want to make movies.
Oh, I love that.
For Christmas one year, Santa brought me a Fisher-Price movie camera and I thought I was the shit. I was so excited. I was making all these little home movies and I would have everybody in the neighborhood. My mom would like sew costumes and it was like a big thing. And then when I realized at the age of 17 how much film school really was, I was like, oh God. And trying to convince my parents, my dad's like, are you on drugs? Like, this isn't like, my dad went to West Point. He was a corporate lawyer.
But this is not a job.
Like, why are you doing this to me? No, you're too smart for this. And
right.
You're taught your whole life you could do anything you want to. And then when you realize that you can't essentially do it, you can't, I want to be a model. Okay, well, there's different types,
Right.
You're not always going to walk Paris Fashion Week. Maybe
Right.
there's something in your local market you can do. Like, when is enough enough? Do you have to be the cover girl? Because like Vogue, we went over this yesterday with Ryan Colby, who's one of our agents. Like the cover of Vogue pays like $200. Or would you be okay being in a catalog, maybe making thousands of dollars, but nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows your name. How many of you guys would be okay with that? Because it's really not about fame or fortune, it's about success.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and so I think a lot of times people have this idea or notion, and it's not. And yeah, I wanted to make movies. And that's why we started the company, because when I graduated from college, I was so just crazy. I was sitting up on websites like, pick me. But no one was vetting for me.
Mhm,
And I
mhm,
knew for a fact if I met somebody face to face, they would want to work with me. But my resume wasn't strong enough to get me in the door.
mhm.
And that's the truth. And that's why, like, we even do a production assistant training here, because we want to show people like what photographers do, cameras, lighting, backdrops, because it would help you be a better model, or maybe open up the door going, you know what? I could do that in between, some gigs. That would be kind of cool. So like,
I want to be a PA. I really want to be a
Okay.
production assistant. just for a couple of I really
we're doing a training. Yeah. But we do that, and we
Awesome.
work with such amazing photographers from Vogue, Rolling Stone. They work with, and they're literally like giving 20, 30 years of the industry in a full day.
love
And
it.
you're learning like everything about cameras and angles. How much, scale 1 to 10, how much would that help you if you were an aspiring model or an actor, to learn what the photographers are doing and why they're doing it, and the lighting, and just because
So cool.
you don't want to just stay in your lane.
Mhm,
And that's why here at VIP Ignite, we want casting directors to come on. We want agents, actors, Tony winners, voiceover,
mhm,
battle bots. We want so many different types, because we
mhm.
want to show you that this is a full world. Don't just think that I can only model. It's not black and white. There's so much more out there.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
it's inspiring. Your story inspires me, man. 4 years of traveling around the world, and
Yeah. Well, it's just I felt very lucky. And it's funny. I've known Ryan Colby since the 90s.
okay.
So
He's the one who
I
introduced
remember
us.
him. And he was
Benetton, one of the original faces back then.
yeah, and he was a stylist also when I met
Yeah,
him.
for Vogue. Yeah.
Stylist. So it's like,
It's
it's
a
like
small business.
and then
Yeah.
now he's an agent. So see,
Yeah.
it's the same thing for him. He did the same kind of, uh thing I did. And so who knows? And then recently I was in New York, and I even have opportunities to get back into the modeling industry, which is crazy at 52 years old, whatever. So you just never know what's going to happen. You never know where it's going to take you, right? So
Yeah. But the life lessons alone, there are people that, and they say, Deneen, what is the saying, the richest place is the graveyard, right?
Yeah,
Everybody takes their
Yeah.
dreams to the grave.
yeah.
yeah. I know. I feel very, I saw, it's like I didn't learn about Mona Lisa sitting in the class. I saw her in the museum right there,
It's world experience. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
There are people that dream about it and people that do it. And
Well, and I think it really traveling to some of the places, like Sao Paulo, Brazil, it's not like it's not an easy place to get around. I mean, it makes you more of an adaptable person too. Like, you don't have everything that you're gonna need or want, and especially being Americans, we can be kind of spoiled, so, and we're used to having everything, the way we want it. So I think that was just really good for me as a young person to kind of have to develop my personality like that, be put in places where I didn't have, like when I was in Brazil, we didn't even have a phone in the house. I had to go stand on the corner and call my mom on the phone,
Oh my
in front of my room, when I was, home. So, just all
and all of those weird stories kind of
Uh-huh.
like compounded to make you who you are.
yeah.
So like you
yeah.
understand, and
Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing about me too, is if I know you now, I'm going to know you probably in like 20 years, because like those people that I met in Brazil, like the agents and stuff, I'm still friends with them now on social media, or some of the models
it's
that I
easier to
lived
stay connected. Yeah.
Yeah, the models that I lived with, who didn't even speak English back then, I ran into one of them in New York like years later, and then she was speaking English, and we were like talking together, and it was just like I lived in an apartment with like 9 Brazilian girls. No one spoke English, but they just took me everywhere, and
Did you
awesome.
ever, like before you went traveling, did you ever have to deal with any type of jealousy or anybody trying to tell you not to go, or?
Not really. I was kind of lucky. I had supportive friends, and my parents were really supportive. I think they knew I wasn't. I think my mom saw it as a real opportunity.
Well, you had won the contest, right, from the magazine.
Yeah, yeah.
That kind of planted the seed, so everybody
Yeah.
around you knew that you were starting. But like for
she
somebody on this
pushed
call
me.
that's like 40, I want to act, and I saw this ad on Instagram, like here I am.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, no. But no, you're right. Well, there are people that will try to kill your dream. That is true. Like I'm sure there's people on here right now, your friends of yours that are like, what are you doing? That's why you can't listen to those people. I mean, you just kind of have to do what you want. It's like art. This is art. It's like, when you're a painter or you're an artist, you don't paint. You're not supposed to really paint for like everybody else, right? You do it for yourself. You do what comes from you. So you're not doing this. You're not trying to act or model for anybody else. This is what bringing you happiness. And if people don't get it, they don't get it. I even have one of my most successful male models. I mean, the guy's like in the Gap window right now. I'm talking to him, and he's even had like girls that he's dating recently that try to like kind of, maybe shouldn't model anymore because they're like jealous or whatever of like, you can't, it just doesn't work like that. I mean, that's like, that's
Yeah.
like, but it's going to happen. I mean, people are going to try to kill
Yeah.
your dream. 100%.
And if it's not friends and family, it could be other aspiring models and actors jealous of your success.
Oh my gosh, of course. And even agents, when I was trying to start my agency, people were like, oh, it's so hard. I'm like, I'm sure it is. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's hard. That's fine. And, but yeah, I had people say, oh, you should do this instead of that. Oh, you should do this instead of that. I'm like, I'm going to do this.
My choice.
I do that too. I don't know.
My choice. I'm good.
Yeah.
Thank you though.
Yeah. So, and this is your life. This is it. You got one chance. What are you going to do? What else are you going to do? Just do it, right?
Yeah. Can you go over a little bit about like when a model's going on a casting, like do's and don'ts? Like you said they bring a tablet now or they bring their book. What should a model wear? Like what is the best way? Jewelry, no jewelry, makeup, like
okay, listen, this one is like really, the makeup thing is like a big deal. Okay, so you really need the makeup needs to be toned down. I guess some of it is for guys and girls. So the basic wardrobe, very, very simple clothing, not, totally tight fitting, but where you can see your figure. I think and ladies, it doesn't matter if you want, some ladies like to wear dresses, some people don't, but if you're not going to wear a dress, maybe wear some tight fitting pants that at least you can see your body shape, that kind of thing. When you're going on a casting, it's hard because this is your one chance. Like if it's in person, this is your one chance to meet people. And it can be disheartening because you're there and you're all excited and they're just like, yeah, thank you. Hi, bye. So I think you just really have to go in, really take the deep breath and don't let it kill your confidence. First of all, if they're not making too much excitement about you, because they might just kind of just like pass you on. And shaking hands is kind of like annoying. Like I don't like when people like do that, unless I put my hand out, like don't make me shake your hand really, like
especially since COVID and
no
one wants to.
It's a nice way to meet people, like if you're at a party or whatever, but like I've been places with like 100 people, like I want to shake my hand.
To meet you. Yeah.
It's like especially if I'm sitting around, it's like so awkward,
Heels or no heels? Heels or no heels for the ladies?
Well, I think whatever you're comfortable in, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know what do you guys tell them to do? I don't want to like tell them different than what you say, but I tell people to be very comfortable. I
mean, living in New York City, I wore flip-flops and sneakers throughout town and then I changed in the elevator. That's how I
put on your so you look professional. Yeah. I would say I'm not a fan of open-toed shoes really, unless your feet are like, I don't know. I'm not
no hammer toes.
Yeah. I'm not thrilled with that. But yeah, that's not, I don't really, I like closed-toed shoes. That's one thing I would say. And, not sneakers, but, that's
now, when you sign a model, what if they decide to change their hair, their weight fluctuates, they get a new tattoo?
The hair change.
Okay.
If you're going to do it, like I've had people be like, oh, I'm so glad we got our book just where it is. And then they go and they cut their hair. Or they'll get like a bunch of tattoos. I got this one girl, she just got a bunch of tattoos. And I like tattoos. I'm fine if I take you on with your tattoos. But now that you got the tattoos, what am I going to do? And the hair change. Then you have to redo all your pictures. It's exhausting. You have to really contact your agent.
It's misrepresentation. It's kind of like Cheesecake Factory. This is what I ordered. This is what's coming to the door. Like you can't go from looking like Halle Berry to Halle Berry in Fantastic Four with like the blonde. Like you can't do it.
And the weight fluctuation isn't as much of a big deal to me. I mean that still does affect things. But if your weight is what fluctuated and your hair and everything's the same,
but if somebody booked something and then they gained weight,
well, that's depending on how much time, how much it can go. but I would just always try to, yeah, I mean, just depending on how much weight they could gain by the time they booked something and whatever, you know. I
Now,
try-
what about talent going and getting like photos done with other photographers? Do they need to get consent from you before they run or book their own project?
I love to be that controlling. I love it so much, but oftentimes they run off and do their own thing. But I prefer that. I like when they do that, you know, when they would ask me. But most of my people now understand that, but some of them get that little bit of desperation and they just want to shoot with somebody. But yeah, I like when they get consent. I think it's good. And also, like, I don't like when if photographers see, well, this is another thing, like, this also protects you. If you have an agent or a manager, put in your bio, contact any inquiries, please contact my manager. We're here to protect you also.
When the photographer is not going through your agent, they have some kind of alternative motives.
I don't like when they do that. I don't like when they reach
Trying to
directly
go.
out to the model. They will do it. And I'll be like, didn't they see in your bio, it directly says my name right there? You know, like, why are they doing that? They still will do it. So that's why you have to be
Oh,
very
there's Colby himself looking
Where
here.
is he? Hey, Ryan.
Woo!
I brought you a surprise, Misty.
Hi.
Oh my God. You know what? Look at this. I mean, I was just saying, like, honestly, okay, this is what year? We're 2024, and you're in the 90s, like 92. Is that like 30? Is that how many years ago? Like 10?
We were both really gorgeous
Well, you're both still
Are.
gorgeous.
Duh.
I
and
mean,
modeling.
you know, I
Yeah.
think I met you on a shoot with, did you work with that model, Elizabeth? She was actually an ex-model. She was a model who became a photographer, Elizabeth, somebody. She was some like photographer's girlfriend. I feel like you were a stylist. And you
Oh,
were-
Elizabeth. Yeah. Doug
Yeah.
Bizzarro.
Yes, I was actually gonna find that
They're
photo.
married. They have like 5 kids.
What's the husband's name?
Doug Bizzarro.
Wow. And they got married.
Bizarro.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So that's how long I've known you. And that's what I was saying. I think that's so cool because, you know, in this industry, if you love it, you can be in it for as long as you want. You just got to find a way to stay in it, right?
Yeah.
You're an agent, photographer, whatever you want to do, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's nice. And here we are, all these years later. It blows my mind. It really does. I mean,
Yes,
it makes me
yes.
actually really, 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 really happy. It makes me so happy, actually.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Yeah, Janine texted that you were going to be on. So I figured I'd chime in a few minutes earlier.
I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's just
I have to go to an event later, so that's why I'm all whatever done up because I have to leave right from here. I'm going to an event
You're in New
downtown at like
Colby's in
12:30.
LA right now,
Oh,
right?
you're in LA. Okay. All right. Awesome. I wish I was going to an event.
Misty, let me
I
ask
think
you
I'm
a question. Can you tell us a good story about Ryan Colby from back in the day?
Non-disclosure agreements going out to everybody on this call.
And the thing I remember about Ryan that I always loved back in the day, I don't know if it's necessarily a good story, but I remember he was always like ahead of the game, you know, like no, like, you know, like really like the ones who kind of knew what looked good, who were like doing good stuff and was always like a wonderful like vibe and a wonderful buildup of the model. And like on set, you know, he was so wonderful with his direction and so positive, and he just had this like vibe that just everything was cool. You know, if Ryan was there, it was going to be hot, it was going to be editorial, it was going to be edgy, it was going to look good. You know, that's what I remember about you.
Ryan styles all of our shoots. Ryan is like, yeah,
He's very creative, and I always was really drawn to like the extra creatives, you know. And he was always one of those faces that you were happy to see. I remember that. Yeah, for sure, and still is, obviously.
Oh, thanks.
Great smile and a great laugh, and he had big hair back then, though.
what? I'm sorry. What?
Hold on, can you repeat
sorry.
that? Do you have a
What?
photo?
Big hair, right?
I will pay you any amount of money to see this.
You gotta have some pictures from back in
did.
the day, don't you?
Where?
Yeah, I had different kinds of hair. I had long blonde hair, I had long orange hair, I had braids, I had all different things.
I met you during like it was a big fluffy hair. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Like
Um,
breaking news.
Yeah, this was great. I really enjoyed talking to everybody.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you for going in the hot seat.
Yes,
I
thank you.
loved it. I loved it. I know. I'm sorry. I kind of like went cold. I was like, what am I going to say now?
Oh, you're good.
I got stage- I
How
got
important
stage-
is networking for both of you? How important is it? Like Zoom is cute, but how important is like live face to
Oh,
face
networking,
networking for both?
it's everything.
It's everything, yeah. I say that all the time. It's everything. I'm going to do a party tonight that
I can't, I mean,
totally-
it's everything. The only reason I'm here right now is because I networked with Ryan 32 years ago. I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't be right here where I was if I didn't if I didn't network, because networking meant that Ryan and I put me back in touch with Ryan within the past few years that we actually got back in touch. But it was because I was networking and looking through Instagram and realized that, oh, that's Ryan. I remember Ryan from back in the day. And now what I'm trying to do as an agent, if one of my models gets booked, I'm on set. I'm on set meeting everybody. The PA, the lighting guy, the makeup, the hair.
And you treat everybody the same. And I really want you guys to understand that. Treat everybody with respect.
Yeah.
'Cause you never
because
know.
You know
In
what?
the, in the beginning, I used to do that. I used to go on set. I only do it now if it's like a big client who requests to meet me. But in the beginning, I used to go on set a lot because it's important, because if you're a new agency, you want them to physically see you.
Right.
It makes things easier with the next booking. It makes things easier with payments.
Right.
It makes things easier. It's harder to ignore someone that you actually know.
Exactly.
So sometimes when they don't know your face, it's easy for them to just not answer your email, not pick up their phone. But when they know you, it's harder to do that.
No, the clients, I've been doing it and they really, they appreciate it. And I find that I've gotten more people that want to book models again from me because I do that too. So yeah, and you have to treat everybody the same. Listen, that PA could be like, like Quack, who like works at Ford now. He's like,
Quack. I remember Quack.
Listen, 30 years ago, he was his first job was a booker at Metropolitan, and I was working with him at his first booking job. And you know what? I take models up to meet Quack now. It's like, that's networking, that's staying in the industry.
Quack was an assistant at Metropolitan when Claudia Schiffer was still pumping.
See, exactly, all that stuff. But you know what? If also, and also you have to be good with your reputation. If I wasn't an authentic person, I would be already ousted of this business.
You wouldn't be in this business for 30 years.
You would already be like moved out if you're not authentic and true and honest and a good person. I think you can't last. So I think that's another thing too. It's a small world. Like, look, here we are. This was a great time. I guess Ryan's gonna go now. Can I listen down and listen to Ryan, or are you guys going to cut me off?
You can totally listen to Ryan, see what he does. It's awesome.
I'm going to listen to Ryan.
Sparkle.
I'll sound for a minute and listen to Ryan.
All right. Well, Misty, thank you so much for speaking today.
Thank
We
you,
really
guys.
appreciate this.
Awesome. Thank you all. Good luck to everybody.
Brandon just walked in.
Hi, Brandon. All right. So now we're moving on to everyone's favorite segment, Model Garage. So we've been building up for this for the last 2 days. So I'm going to leave this to Alicia and Ryan because this is their area of specialty. Are you guys ready to be evaluated by LA Ryan?
LA Ryan is a lot different than New York Ryan. You have a little bit of sheen, a little bit of sparkle.
I told them that you were heading back to New York soon. So
Yeah, where are you going?
So maybe
I don't know, but soon.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was
Actually, I
soon,
think I'm
really
going to
soon.
decide that tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, I told everyone that maybe New York Ryan would show up instead of LA Ryan, but
Well,
I
he
told
looks
them
like
I have
New York Ryan right now. He's wearing the black, and this is like New York nightlife.
I have to go to this event, so I have to get ready now because as soon as I'm done with this call, I have to be in a car.
Okay. All right. So this is Model Garage. And how many of you guys are brand new? You've never been on our calls before. If you are, type brand new. So Model Garage, for those of you that don't know, is where Ryan Colby will call on somebody. So don't like raise your hand. I'll just call on somebody that has their camera on, who's been present. And Ryan is going to pretty much kind of diagnose where it is that you fit in, as far as marketability, the types of characters you could play, which coast, maybe New York, LA, Atlanta, where you might best fit in. You don't just move to LA because you like the weather. You go where your blue ocean is. How he would style you for a photo shoot, because remember, these photos aren't about impressing you or your friends or family. It's about impressing the casting directors, giving them what they want to see. So I need everybody to grow some thick skin. Everybody go like this, even if you've been on the calls before. So this is a learning experience for everybody, and it should be fun. So when I call on you, I just want you to say your name, your age, and the city and state where you currently reside. I want to know, like, oh, Alicia Kback. But I'm not going to tell you my age, but I want to know where you are in this world. That way Ryan could best assess. Is that fair? Are you guys ready to play? If you are, type game on. Let's do it. So I'm going to go to view. So when I call on you, I'm going to ask you to, I'll give you a cue to unmute and just introduce yourself. Please don't give us a whole Oprah Winfrey story about your background. It's got to be short and sweet. All right, let's see. I'm trying to call on somebody that I've never called on before. Let's see, Rhonda Ryan. All right, so I'm going to ask to unmute. I'm going to add you to the spotlight. Hello, Rhonda. Introduce yourself very quickly.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Ryan. I'm from Lufkin, Texas. I'm also a nurse, and I'm glad to be here today to meet you all.
Okay, and your age?
I'm 36 years old.
Okay, and how tall?
36. And what city are you in?
I'm in Lufkin, Texas. I'm 2 hours from Houston.
What major city is that near?
I'm 2 hours from Houston, Texas.
2 hours from Houston. Okay. 2 hours from Houston. Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 5 foot.
5 foot. Okay, so automatically you're good for television, commercial print, lifestyle. Your background is Spanish, or
I'm mixed. I'm actually Spanish and Black.
Spanish and Black. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you look more Spanish, so I would probably start that as a narrative with shooting you, and make sure that that kind of comes across strongly, because Texas, especially Houston, Dallas, Austin, very, 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 very heavy with the Spanish market. Lots of things are bilingual. Do you speak Spanish?
Just a little, poquito.
Okay. Okay. Well, you may want to brush up on that.
Brush up.
But for
Sure.
print, it doesn't matter. For print, it doesn't matter. But Texas is heavy with the Spaniards, so I would push that market. As far as your look, you have a nice commercial face. I would darken the hair. It's a little too light for your skin.
Okay.
And I would
Sure.
make sure the eyebrows grow in a little bit more. They're a little too thin. And then I would start shooting you. I wouldn't shoot you like this. I would wait maybe, it takes one day to change your hair, and it takes maybe a week to lay off the eyebrows, and then you'd be shoot ready. So I would definitely recommend that, because the pictures would just turn out better. It would make you look more marketable, and that's what you want. You don't want to waste time shooting and then the pictures are not usable because your hair's not right, or whatever's not right. So
and this is usually a big problem, right? When people go and try to get photos done, I need photos, because if they don't know, they don't know. So eyebrows and hair.
Oh no, I'm sure she didn't know, but her hair texture is nice. The curls are nice. It's just the color is
How
not
long is
working.
it? How long is your hair?
It's it's the middle of my back, straight.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's in the middle of your back, you may want to consider trimming or cutting a bit. That's a little long for someone who's 5 foot tall, because it makes your hair is medium heavy. I can tell by looking at you, and it can make you look shorter. When you're standing across a room, heavy hair makes people look shorter that already have a height challenge. So you may want to bring that up to the shoulder blades. That could work, but to the middle of your back, that's probably 3-4 inches too long.
Oh, wow. Okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Don't get attached to hair, because that's all it is. It grows back.
Right. I'm not attached. I'm willing to change it. No problem.
But yeah, just a couple inches up if it's to the middle of your back, maybe to the middle of your shoulder blades, and a nice chocolate brown, and just leave the eyebrows alone for a week or two. They can still be groomed. There's nothing wrong with grooming them, but I think they're over groomed. There's a way to keep that arch without going so thin. But as far as your look, you're good for commercial print. I would definitely, because you're a nurse, I would definitely throw you in some scrubs and do a photo like that. That's very lifestyle. I would definitely keep you in the pharma industry, lifestyle shoots, a patient or a nurse.
Okay.
I would work on that. I would work on you being a young businesswoman, put you in a nice black or brown or navy suit, with, some sort of folder, lifestyle. Sometimes a prop or two doesn't hurt as long as you know
Okay.
what to do with them. And if you're on a shoot with us, and I could help you with that, because if you hold the prop wrong, then you look amateurish and silly. So props are difficult to use if you don't know how to hold them. But yeah, I would market you just 100% lifestyle because of your height. I would just
Okay.
market you to hotels, medical, schools, tech industry, and the like, all of that.
Awesome.
And
Thank you
as
so
far as
much.
market, New York, LA, Atlanta, because we do the market, because again, a lot of people, oh,
I
like
mean,
New
if
York,
she's
I would
too,
do
I mean,
this.
I would probably do Atlanta and Texas. I mean, there is a good lifestyle market in Texas, and she's already
Okay.
there. She would just have to do some driving, into Houston and Austin and stuff like that. But Austin has it's getting bigger with the lifestyle market. There's a lot of castings coming out of Austin. I get them, and I can't even send people to them because I don't have anybody in Austin. But I get a lot of the hotel things, and they want children for the amusement park ad, or the ad for the pizza parlor, or the ad for the mall, or the ad for the, all of these things. And they're shot in Houston, they're shot in Austin, and they want real life people who have nice smiles, who are pleasant, who, can take a nice picture. They don't really want high fashion models per se, because it's not believable. So they want lifestyle people, 5 foot, 5'1", 5'4", 5'6". They want men, women, children, to sell these products and to sell these experiences,
People that look
whether it be
really,
a college or a cell phone.
Awesome.
Okay.
Can I ask you one question about the eyebrows? Because I'm curious. I used to have really thin ones, and I got these tattooed on. Are you saying thicker or just?
Oh, they're
You see what
tattooed
I'm, yes, they're
on.
like they're like a
Oh,
fill-in. That's
okay.
why I
Well,
was
then
asking.
obviously
I
if
mean,
they're
I can
tattooed on,
thicken
they're
them.
tattooed on.
Yeah.
No. I mean, keep them. It's too late now. But what you can
Okay.
do is when you're shooting, if you're shooting with us, then I would instruct the makeup artist to just thicken them a little bit with a
Thicken them,
pencil
okay.
or with a brush with a brown powder to make them look a
Okay.
little thicker.
Okay.
Since they're
Thank you for
tattooed.
that. Yeah.
I
Thank
mean, the
you.
color is good.
Rhonda.
I mean, thank
Go
God
ahead.
you got the color right, because that's what color your
Okay.
hair should be. So,
Okay.
the color of your eyebrows is the color your hair should be.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Now,
Thank you so
Rhonda,
much for all your honesty.
what steps have you taken in the past to try to get into this industry? Any steps, or is this your very first attempt?
This is my very first attempt. I actually did I sent in my picture, an agency called me, I did a photo shoot, but the situation with the photo shoot was I got the free photos. They wanted to sign me up to an agent, but they wanted like $5,000 up top that I didn't have. I mean, I'm a nurse, I wasn't prepared for that, but they didn't want for me to pay it out. So that's why I was like, okay, maybe I lost my opportunity. And then I seen you on
No,
Instagram.
that wasn't an agency. Yeah, that's not,
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Did you learn a lot this weekend?
Yes, I did. I learned a lot.
Okay, good.
Good.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Good.
you.
Yay. Okay, perfect. Thank you for coming. Let's see, remove. Let's see, that was a good one. Let's see, I'm gonna go back to view gallery. Let's see. Misty, are you loving this?
Loving it. I'm actually loving it.
Right? This is so fun. All right, Francina Gray. You asked, I answered. All right, just because I know you.
Listen, it took me 25 years to grow my eyebrows back in the 90s, so I understand. I'm not kidding. I've been growing them back for 25 years.
I actually remember you had Linda's eyebrows in the
I had
90s.
like that.
But at the time, it was perfectly warranted,
They were like,
and
yeah.
it called for it at that time. And plus, you were a high fashion model.
was.
You have more rope. You can play games. When
Yeah.
you're a lifestyle, you have no rope to play
No.
games.
No. But it takes a long time. Let's just say that.
And you've yelled at guys before, Ryan, because you're like, stop plucking. You look a little too Marlena Dietrich.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where the thick skin comes into play. All right, so this is Francina. Hi, Francina. So introduce yourself real quick. Wait, can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Go
Oh, okay.
ahead.
I'm Francina Gray. I'm 39 years old.
I can't hear
39.
you, dear. I can't hear her.
Yeah, I can't hear you either. All right, try to fix that. I'll call on you again if I can. Okay. All right. Let's see. John Connolly. Hello. Hello, sir. Okay, go ahead.
My name is John Connolly. I am 46 years old, and I'm from East Providence, Rhode Island.
East Providence. Okay. Yeah, you have a nice, executive kind of look. How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". Okay. So yeah, I would definitely market you in the commercial print lifestyle realm. You have like, a nice executive look about you. I could see you in suits. I could see you, as a scientist, as a doctor, as a lawyer, as an executive, all of those white collar kind of gigs. And I would market you that way. I would trim the beard a bit. I would keep it, but I would trim it. I like the color. The auburnness is good, but it's just a little too long for your face. But I would just trim it a bit and you'd be shoot ready. There would be no need to grow your hair in. You look good like that. I would just trim the beard so it isn't so bottom heavy. Because you have no hair on top and then you have all this hair underneath. It looks a little bottom heavy. I would just trim it so it was more of a scruff and less of a beard.
Great, thank you.
And it would probably make you look a couple of years younger, and then that opens up a little more doors as well for other things.
My portfolio currently has much shorter cropped beard. Yes.
Okay, so you've been shooting. Okay.
And he's also on track to get more shoots with us, so you'll be working with him.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, you have a good look definitely for commercial print lifestyle, and your height is good. You look like you have a medium-sized frame, which is good, and you just need to trim the beard, and that's all.
Thank you.
Your skin is good. Everything else is good.
And as far as location, I mean, my opinion,
I would keep it on the East Coast, New York. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Where
you.
is it that you live now, John?
East Providence,
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Okay.
3 hours from New York.
Okay. All right. Good.
Yeah, I would definitely keep it in New York. There's a lot of commercial print and commercials there, and he would fit plenty of gigs.
Yeah. And John, in the past, you've gotten photos done. What other experience have you had?
I'm a voice actor.
Voice actor. That's right.
Yes, I've done a lot of stuff behind the camera, and trying to get some more on-camera stuff. I've done a student film. That's pretty much it. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Glad you're here. Okay. Perfect.
Glad to be here.
Okay. Awesome. Francina had her earbuds in before, so let's see. Francina, hopefully you figured it out. Has to unmute, bring you back. Where are you? There you are.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's what was going on. I had this thing on.
Go ahead, girl.
I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm 39 years old. And I'm a hairstylist.
And how tall are you?
Okay.
I'm 5'7".
5'7". Okay, you're 39 and 5'7". Okay, great. I can, definitely good for commercial print and lifestyle. As far as your look, you have a good look, but you're wearing a little bit too much makeup for a meeting. And the lashes are a little too long for a meeting, and they're a little too long to shoot in. For your personal life, I know it's a trend and it's a thing right now. But for shooting, unless you're on The Real Housewives of Atlanta, it doesn't work. So you would need to have a whole new set that are like just normal. There's nothing wrong with lashes. They just have to be believable. But I would start there, and your hair is fine. I'm sure you have multiple wigs. Do you have more than one, or how many do you have?
So many.
I'm sure, as a hairstylist, I'm sure you do. But this one is good, and anything in the brown family is good. I wouldn't do any weird colors or anything. The length is good. I would just freshen it up a bit for a sheet, maybe a little bouncy or curl. As far as your look, what dress size are you?
I think I'm like a 12.
A 12. Okay, 5'7" and 12. Okay, that's good. So you definitely on the curvy side, which is fine for lifestyle and commercial print. They don't care anymore. They're actively seeking women like that on a regular basis. So you're in a good spot. You're not too short, you're not too tall. So that's a good thing as long as you're proportioned. And as long as your pictures are pleasant, you're smiling, as long as you look approachable, there's plenty of gigs for you out there. And you said you're in Cincinnati, Ohio. I know one or two commercial agencies there that do an okay job, but I would definitely try and get into Chicago and stuff like that, because Chicago is obviously bigger and there's just more opportunities there. But you have a good look. You just need photos that reflect that, and then you can make decisions on whether to get an agency in Ohio or go back and forth into Chicago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and Atlanta would be a good market for you as well, obviously.
Yeah, Atlanta is just a little farther than Chicago, but yeah, Atlanta.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. And as far as roles, Ryan, what types of castings would you submit her for like TV and film?
Well, until she gets photos, like roles, I would
Or
probably
like any type Vixen?
I would probably stick to print for now.
Okay.
I would stick to the print and then work on that as time goes by. I would stick to just print work for her for now.
Okay, perfect. All right, Francina, I'm glad you figured out the headset situation. Awesome. Great job. All right, because as we said before, time kills all deals. All right. Let's see. Everybody smile. Let me go through. Brandy. All right. Hi, Brandy. I've never seen you with glasses before.
Yeah, I usually do not wear my glasses. My contacts were just bothering me today, and
That's where I am right now. I'm like
it's a glasses kind of day. So, but yeah, I'm Brandy. I am 27 years old. I'll be 28 in a couple of months. And I am currently residing in Richmond, Virginia.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
5'8". Okay, Richmond is kind of near where Misty is in Washington, D.C.
I was about to say, you mentioned that last time we spoke. I even wrote it down in DC. Misty Jane.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we spoke before on Model Garage, or where?
No, this was on your call last week.
Oh, my call. Okay, very good. So yeah, I mean, you have a nice, great collegiate look. How old are you again?
27.
27. Okay, well, you look 20, 21, so that's a good thing. And I'm sure without the glasses and maybe just your hair back, you could probably look 20 easy. And that's a good thing because, the younger you look, the, more you can look older, you can look younger. I can put a little makeup on you and make you look 30, take the makeup away and make you look 20. So that's a good thing. That's a great age range. Looks like you have nice hair. It may be a little brassy, but it's pretty good and pretty long. I would definitely probably trim it a little bit, but the length is pretty good. Maybe make it a little less blonde, maybe a blonde brown, not so much blonde, maybe more brown than blonde. Right now it's more blonde than brown.
Right.
Like the color in your crown is a better color than the color on your shoulders.
I dyed it. Okay, because I did dye it. It was silver at one point, and then it kind of just faded into this.
That's fine. And it's fun to play with your hair, but when you're trying to get in this industry, you gotta conform, and you can't play games. You can't really let them play games with you. You don't play the games. Let them do it. If they want to dye your hair silver for a big job, let them do it. But don't you do it. So. But you have a good look. You look very collegiate. You look very pleasant. You have a nice smile. I would definitely keep you in colors and make it fun and make you as young as possible. 20, 21, 22. I would definitely play that up and keep you in that vein for a couple of years until you're in your 30s. And, then change you again and make you look more sophisticated, older woman, executive, young mom, but you've got a few years for that.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
You can probably squeak out another early 20s for another 2 to 5 years.
Yeah.
If you take care of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Skincare.
And as far as markets, even though she is close to DC.
Markets, I would definitely keep her on the East Coast. I would definitely do New York. Yeah. She's not edgy enough for New York, but she's in the middle, and she's not commercial enough. She's like smack in the middle.
So like some of
you
the
could
brands,
probably edge her. You could probably edge her up, but I would probably not do that until there was like 2 or 3 shoots, because it would just be no point in doing that in the beginning when that isn't 100% your market. I would keep you super commercial and then do an edgier shoot, maybe do
I
a
think we're
third
doing
shoot.
a couple of shoots. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would definitely keep it commercial the first 2, just because that is 80 to 90% of your market, and then the occasional job where it's a little more edgy, it's great, but that's not going to be your market. So
Right. I do have a portfolio already. And it's kind of like a, variety of edgy and classy and just like a little bit of everything. So it kind of just depends, but I see what you're saying in a sense.
yeah, I mean, I would have to see it. Unfortunately, unless the portfolio is shot in New York by working photographers, I kind of dismiss portfolios. I'm a little bougie that way, where I just don't. There are select photographers in smaller cities, Boston or Miami or Dallas or whatever, that are amazing, but they're so far and few between that I'd have to see this portfolio in order to see if there's any value there and if there's anything to use in a big market like New York or LA. And there's always something. Like, I just took on a boy. He had like a portfolio he shot all over the place, and he did like 10 shoots, and none of them were in New York. And there's like 3 pictures I can use for now. The rest is deleted.
Thick skin. Okay, great. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
All right. James Warren.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm James Warren. I'm 53, and I'm from a little town called Cove, Arizona, on the Navajo Reservation.
Okay. And how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
6 foot. And you live on a Navajo reservation. Are you American Indian?
Yes, I'm a mix.
Okay, you're a mix. Okay. Well, your look is speaking to me as American Indian, so I would definitely go that route. It is a growing industry because of certain movies and print jobs that have come out recently. So there is, and a few models have gotten big being fully 100% Native American. So it is a little bit of a booming market. It's not hugely booming, but it's booming enough where I've seen castings come in that say Native American, we're looking for Native Americans for this or that. So that's something I never really saw a couple of years ago. Now when you start seeing certain demographics in a casting, that means that they're actively pursuing that narrative for their own purposes. So therefore, that's a good thing for Native Americans. Now, as far as shooting you, I wouldn't be so cliche and shoot you 100% looking so Native American. I would kind of mix it a little bit, where I would keep your culture in your shot, but it would also be very commercialized in order to make sure that you didn't turn into a cartoon. And sometimes when people are Asian or Native American, some photographers can cartoon it, and it doesn't sell. It doesn't work. I'm sure you know what I mean. Like when you put an Asian girl in some sort of weird geisha dress with, it just doesn't work. You can keep an element of someone's culture without being so literal and making them into a caricature. So I would definitely keep your flavor of your Native American look. You already look like that sitting there. So I would definitely work with that, but I would just commercial it up with more traditional commercial clothing to get you in the door to see advertisers and people like that. So, but good strong look,
Okay,
good
well,
strong face, very manly. You kind of have a more handsome Danny Trejo look about you, and he works every day, pretty much.
thank you.
And James, what are some of your special skills? Because that might also help separate you from.
Oh boy, I'm a musician as well. I play guitar, so I'm usually like if I'm not, I really love the Native American industry, is what really got me into it. But I'm a musician, and I'm mostly heavy metal outside of here, like
Can you ride
the
a
rocker type.
motorcycle, shoot a gun? Can you?
I hunt. I was an instructor for many years for UNM, so I did a police academy, and I'm a phys ed instructor for 5 years with them. So I'm used to talking to a lot of people, and I was a coach for 14 years. So, but I decided watch. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah,
And
I
he
mean, I
also
would
has a
definitely,
lens, Ryan. Would you
make
pull it
sure
back?
all that is incorporated somehow. If you had a guitar with you, bring it. Stuff like that. I would keep that going, because it seems like if it's a strong part of you, why not use it?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your opinions and
I see
your
him being like
direction.
Sons of Anarchy. What? Let me ask everybody on here. What could you see James playing? Let's
Yeah,
open
the
it up.
Mayans or Sons of Anarchy, or there's lots of gritty shows out
Biker
there on
Guy.
Netflix and Hulu, and there's lots of gritty shows out there that he would fit
I do have
physically.
really long.
You what?
The hair is long. It goes down to about here. Done, but
I mean, for you, it works because that's your
the
look.
hair is
I would market you more as a personality and less as a model, because you do have a specific look that if you altered it, you'd literally have to get rid of your entire wardrobe and everything. And that's not necessary sometimes. Sometimes you can take things from people who have this very, very specific look and use it to your advantage. And you happen to be one of those people. I would take the long hair, even though I'm not a fan of long hair on men. There are rare cases where it just works, and if it works, then leave it alone.
Okay, good. Perfect. And I'm glad you have internet today, because the other day I interviewed him in the internet because he's on a reservation and they all share the internet. It's a whole thing. So thank you for being here. And
I'm not I've been on during this whole thing today, so I've been reconnecting. So
good.
I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it.
Good. Good. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna remove his spotlight. Mallory McIntyre. Hi, Mallory.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm Mallory McIntyre. I'm 33 years old and I'm in Sacramento, California.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
5'7", and you're 33, and you're in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Okay, you have a nice face. How tall? 5'7". Okay, like the other one then. Okay, so 33.
And
Wait,
I
how
have
tall are you?
tattoos, so 5'7".
I mean, a few tattoos, unfortunately, they're there, so there's nothing you can do about it. But you definitely want to get a makeup that covers them.
Yes.
And because you have a commercial face, and there are jobs that you could get that wouldn't allow for a tattoo. But there's so many good makeup lines out there that have cover up that didn't exist 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So they're very, very, they cover the skin really nicely. So I would definitely look into that. as far as your look is great. You have very little makeup on today, and that's a good thing. You look really natural. You look good like this. I would definitely get a different wig. It's a little too big for your head. It's a little too bushy. I mean, I'm just saying, if that's your wig for today, that's fine. But if you have different ones, I would probably need to see them. But as far as marketing wise, for real life, you can do what you want. But if I was to send you to an appointment, I would need to know what's up. You know, I would need to send you correct.
No surprises. Yeah.
Yeah, I would need to know. I would need consistency, and I would need to know what's up. This specific one is a little too big for your head. It's overpowering you. I would find something that was a little less full, a little more. Yeah, a little less full.
Got it.
But you have a good look, and that's you have the good foundation. A wig is removable in 90 seconds, so it's not that big of a deal. Okay.
Yeah.
So I would definitely shoot you younger, because you look younger than 33. I would definitely go young executive vibes, 24 to 28. I would go that route, maybe a young mom, 27, 28. I would go that route with you.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Like a young lawyer, like, you kind of look like that girl that was, I don't know her name. She was like the cohort of Viola Davis on How to Get Away with Murder.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
The young black girl.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know her name, but she kind of resemble her. And I would go that route with look. In fact, actually, now that I'm saying it, I'm visualizing her. Her hair is what you need.
Okay.
Her hairstyle and look and color, that's what you need, and it would work on your face. You have the same coloring, you have the same facial structure, et cetera, et cetera. That hair would work much, much better on you than this.
Okay, cool.
And
Yeah,
that was,
I go lighter.
that's a lace front. Huh?
Yes, I go a little bit lighter, and it's usually straight.
It's not the straightness, that's incidental. It's just the shape of it isn't working.
Okay.
But that girl's hair, whatever her name is, that's
I think
the
she's
hair.
like
you need.
Kayla or something.
I know. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. So I'll go look at the pictures.
Yeah. Okay.
Shonda Rhimes approved. Okay. And as far as location, any coast, any?
She's in Sacramento. She can try LA. I mean, she'd be fine for LA because she's got a commercial face, pleasant look, even skin. She's not too edgy. So LA could be a good first try. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Or
Thank
San
you.
Francisco or San Diego, either one.
Okay. I've never heard you say San Diego. Look at that. We have an event.
I mean,
in
there's
San
just
Diego.
there's commercial jobs there. They're not in abundance, but they're there.
All right. Let me see. Hold on. Just looking. Hold on. Let me go back to gallery so I can see everybody. Let's see. Ruth Bocci. There you go, Ruth.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
introduce
I can.
yourself.
Oh my goodness, I actually can see you guys and you guys can see me. Okay. That's kind of scary. I didn't get prepared for this.
It's like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm Ruth Bocci. I live up in Northern California in the boondocks up here. And I'm 52 years old and have 4 kids. I have a 12-year-old at home still though. So yeah, that's
And
me.
how tall are you?
How tall are you?
I'm about I think 5'4" or 5'5".
Okay, and what's your dress size?
Oh, I don't even know. I haven't gotten new clothes in a long time.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't know. I didn't even check.
Okay, I'm gonna say a 10. An 8,
Yeah,
10.
probably.
Okay. I'm gonna say an 8, 10.
I lost a lot of weight, so.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so what I'm thinking is you have a very retro look to you, which don't take this the wrong way. It can be used in the beginning and then it would have to change.
I know.
Meaning your look is very retro, and I could actually use that in the beginning to get interest, because women of your age usually look weird when they try and look retro. And when you do it right, it can actually be cool and clients can take notice and be like, oh, that's cool looking for someone of her age to do that. You have a very 80s look to your face and hair. And that's can also be a disaster if you don't do it right.
I know.
It could be a disaster if it's not done right, and then you can just look like you're trying to be 16 going to the mall, and that's just not cute. But for some reason on you, it works. And I would actually use that temporarily to get interest, and then I would change it and make it a little more commercial as time went on. But yeah, that's what I would do with you.
Thank you. That's kind of what I
And
think.
even though normally the color of your hair I hate, for some reason it just works on you. And that's why I say there are exceptions to all of my rules. I usually don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like hats. I don't like prints. I don't like that. I don't like this. But if you do it right and you come to me right, then I'm like, okay, I like that. You know, there are times that I can change my mind. You know, a lady's allowed to change her mind. So I can change my mind whenever I want.
Yeah. Thank God for makeup. Thank God for makeup. You know?
In general, I'm not a fan of this color, but if for some reason it works on you and it fits your vibe, and sometimes vibe plus physicality matters. Because if you have the look, but you don't have the vibe, then it's like a bad marriage. It doesn't work. You know, so you have the vibe and you have the look. So why not utilize that temporarily until it becomes too monotonous, and then you got to move on to be more commercial.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I always thought of the diamond in the rough, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's marketability there. It just has to be photographed properly. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, perfect. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna remove spotlight. So Ryan, while I'm waiting to pick on the next person, what's going on tonight? What kind of party are you going to?
My old boss at Condé Nast, Richard Klein, he's having a party tonight. So I'm going with 4 of my guys. Brandon's getting ready right now. So all of the old Vogue people will be there, and some new people, and it's a sit-down dinner at some restaurant. I have no idea. I mean, I have it in my notes. I just, I don't know. It starts with a G. But we got to be there early because Richard called me yesterday or the day before, and he was like, what boys are you bringing? And I sent him the names, and he looked on my website, and he was like, well, what are they going to wear? And I said, honestly, I don't know. The only one that's physically near me is Brandon. The other 3, live on their own. He's like, look, I don't want these boys coming here looking like ragamuffins. So I'm going to do something. So he calls me back like later in the day. He got Prada, Paul Smith, and John Richmond to give them suits. So we got to get there. We got to get there so they can be dressed and groomed at 2:00 or 2:30. Sorry, 2:30, and then the first guests come at like 4:30.
So what type of rules do you give the boys? I mean, are they allowed to take photos? Are they allowed to post? Are they allowed to get a drink?
I mean, they could probably take photos. Okay, there's going to be he already told me there's going to be a bunch of paparazzi there, and they're going to follow.
They have to dress the part. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to follow some of the guests around and document the night. And they just want to make sure the boys fit in, because the people coming are older. They're 40s, 50s, 60s, and they've been in fashion pretty much their whole lives. So they're gonna look the part. When you're taking a male model who's been modeling for no time at all, they have no clothes. So he got a Paul Smith suit for Brandon. He got a Prada suit for Aaron, and he got a John Richmond suit for Jack. and he got another Paul Smith for Isaiah's. So they'll be dressed and groomed there, and that'll take like 2 hours, he said, and then the party will start at like 4:30.
And when the boys go, I mean, you have like
I
conversation
haven't
skills,
told them the
any
rules yet.
tips?
I picked the boys that I knew wouldn't embarrass me because I
Because it's
know
your
them.
reputation. Yeah.
Yeah, I know them, and I don't really have to tell them not to do anything. They already have proven that they're not weird and flaky. So therefore, I didn't say anything to them actually.
So they're
not
not
one word.
going to start doing shots and
No,
yeah.
there is an open bar though. I do know that. He said there's an open bar from 4:30 to 5:30, and then the sit
That
down is
makes
at
you
5:30.
happy. And that makes me
So
happy.
that's fine. But these aren't boys that don't do anything. I've been to a half dozen events with them. I've been to 20 events with Brandon. They're not going to do anything.
So let's
Now,
talk
some of my
about
other
like,
boys in LA, I'm not even telling them I'm going to this thing because I know I'd have to have a 30-minute conversation with them, and I don't
so,
have the
but
time.
give me some of that, like, what do you tell them to do? And because you've had parties with Ryan Murphy, Creative American Horror Story, Mark Cherry,
Mhm.
Desperate Housewives. So tell me some do's and don'ts.
Well, here's the thing. I don't bring. Okay, there are certain. Okay, like Mark's.
Like, let's say you have
parties.
somebody brand new to
Okay,
the
like
mix.
Mark's parties, he actually likes extra chit-chatty boys who don't shut up. He actually likes that. He takes notes in his head for his future shows. So he actually
Desperate
likes
Housewives. Yeah.
he actually likes listening to over chatty people. So when he does have a party, sometimes I'll bring questionable boys who who may or may not do something to embarrass me. But at the end of the day, who cares? Because he actually likes that. So it's fine. Like one time I brought Patrick Hale to a pool party. He fell into jacuzzi with his whiskey bottle in hand. Like it was just, he's that type of boy. I would never bring him to a Richard Klein party because Richard would strangle me in the hallway somewhere for bringing him. So I would never bring him, like, you know what I mean? So I know my clients' demeanors and I know what they will and will not tolerate. So I custom make the list according to who I'm going to see. Like Ryan doesn't like too chatty of a boy. So
Ryan
I have to bring,
Okay.
yeah, I have to bring guys that are more just docile and just, will listen. They don't touch anything. They're not walking around being weird. They're not doing stupid Instagram stories. Like he doesn't like that. So therefore I bring boys like that. Like, so I just depends. I just custom make it according to where I'm going.
And
I know these boys' personalities. I know what they will and will not do. So.
And as far as the boys going, like Brandon, who was discovered on one of our calls, the fact he's in LA, what is the purpose of him going to this dinner? Like, yeah, wearing a nice suit, getting a nice meal.
Networking.
But what
Everyone
could
from
this lead
Vogue
to?
and different Vogues are going to be there, and different magazines and different art gallery people will be there. Producers will be there. Richard knows everybody in LA, so God knows who he's invited. So we'll just see when we get there.
How
So
many
it's
of
just
you
a
guys
networking.
would love to have an agent
It's
invite
a
you to a dinner
networking
party,
thing
knowing
because I
everybody's
don't
gonna
know
be there?
who's going to be
Yeah.
there. Richard hasn't told me one person that's going to be there, but that's not his job to tell me, and I would be rude to ask him. So I know Richard. I've worked with him for years, so I
Yeah.
know his pedigree, and I know when he invites me to something, it's going to be juicy. So why would I ask him who's going to be there? I don't care who's going to be there. It's going to be good.
And you said the boys can or cannot post from there.
They might be able to. I'll see, because he's had other parties before in New York and in LA. I've gone to his parties on both coasts, and he used to have parties a lot at the Soho Hotel in New York, and I've gone to many of them, and people have posted. So it just depends. I'm not quite sure. I didn't ask him. It wasn't on my mind. I'll ask him when I get there.
Okay. But I mean, like you're saying, you have to be very picky about who you pick because you've been like, and I
Yeah,
know
he
Miss
only
is
wanted
still
like 3 or
listening.
4
Yeah.
guys. He doesn't like a
Been in this
lot of
business
crowd.
30 years. You're not going to risk it for, I want to be famous and somebody who's,
Yeah, no. I've known Richard, since, I don't know, the late 90s. I don't remember when I met him.
You're going to bring people that will help elevate. I mean, you have a brand to protect, even if they are super attractive, but it could ruin the integrity of what you built 30 years,
Yeah,
40
there are
years.
certain boys that just are too much. And for me, they're fine because I deal with them privately. They're fine with me. But in crowds, they're just too much. And I just don't feel like dealing with that. So,
Yeah. How many of you guys understand that an agent, and I know Misty's on here listening, an agent, as much as an agent wants to sign talent, but it's also their brand. How many of you guys understand now it's exclusive? It's not for everybody. And that's why, like, when you do join websites, and we talked about like Backstage and stuff like that, it's not an agency. An agency, the reason why an agency gets such coveted castings and because they built the network, it's a vetting process, right? When you get these opportunities, they know anybody you submit, it's your stamp of approval. It's not somebody
yeah,
like
I mean, Richard knows me well
Yeah.
enough. He didn't even ask me about the boys. He basically was like, tell me who's coming and they can come. Like, he trusts
because
me
he
enough
trusts
where
you. Yeah.
he's not going to ask me like, what's this boy like? What's that boy like? He knows I'm not stupid and I'm not going to bring a boy to embarrass him. He's very proper. The forks are in a specific spot. The plates are in a specific spot. He's that kind of person. So I know what type of boy to bring, you know. He's got a water glass. He's got a wine glass. He's got he's that type of person. He's very extra. And so if you bring the wrong type of person, he just won't invite you again.
I think you need a reality show where it's like Princess Diaries, where you're showing the boys how to eat with the forks and proper etiquette. How many of you guys would watch that? Because I think, over the years, Mike and I at our very first event, like 18 years ago, we had a woman by the name of Gail Madison. And anybody that was elected or running for president or even like celebrities, when they get thrust into the public eye, a lot of times how to sit, how to stand, how to chew, how to eat, would you agree? Red carpet?
Yeah,
it's like
oh my
finishing,
God,
it's
red
polishing
carpet
for
is
sure.
crucial. I mean, if you do it wrong, you look stupid. And the eating part is a little more forgiven because we are in America and nobody really eats properly here anyway. But the red carpet, if you do it wrong, you just look silly. So I don't really teach the guys how to do that. It's kind of like they just learn by watching. And if they're doing such a bad job where I feel it's detrimental, then maybe yes, I'll step in. Normally I just like people to figure it out on their own.
But like you just had a party because Arbor was on yesterday and it was a magazine release party.
I obviously didn't go because it was in New York, but I sent them in my place because I couldn't go.
Is that Brandon?
Yeah.
What's happening? Okay.
No, that's O'Connor.
Oh, hello, O'Connor. Ryan, as far as like the different coasts, New York and LA, what do you see as some of the biggest differences right now? Like why models sometimes fit better into the New York market versus LA?
Well, New York is edgier and more chances are given. It's a little more creative. It's a little different. You can have a bigger nose, big ears. You can have freckles, flaming red hair. Like it's a little more forgiving for certain faces and looks and bodies. Where LA is more healthy, and you got to have the abs and the curves, and the nice teeth and the smiling. And not to say that New York doesn't have that too. It's just not a prerequisite to be represented in New York. New York will take someone who you'll kind of frown and be like, "That's a model," but they're working. So in LA, it's harder to do that. The clients here they're not into it.
All right.
They're into cookie cutter, really nice looking faces, nice hair, nice skin, nice teeth, symmetrical features. With the occasional editorial job, of course, it does happen. But for the most part, there is a specific look here that they want.
Now, I'm
going
to put you in the hot seat a little bit because Misty, when she was on, we were talking about expenses, what to expect as a model or as an actor. Now, I get asked a lot, is this going to cost me money? Does an agent ever cover upfront fees for any talent? Because there's a lot of people, Ryan, there's new people on here. Well, if you want me, you should pay for me. And do you ever cover expenses for models?
No, not anymore. I used to, but those days were over a decade ago. If not, a long time ago.
So what are models responsible for?
Everything. You got to get yourself
Such
to New York
as?
or LA or Paris or wherever you're going. You got to make sure you have printed images in your book. You got to make sure you have a book. You have to make sure you have a card. You have to make sure you have cute casting clothes. You have to make sure you're staying somewhere, whether it's hopefully a relative or a friend or an Airbnb or a sublet. Back in the day, I guess, in the 80s and 90s, agencies would cover these fees because they were so invested in you. They felt you would make that money back for them quickly. So they didn't mind shelling out 4, 5, 6 grand to get you going, because within a month you'll get that money back. Now, agencies are not going to do that because models have proven to be unreliable. This new generation, no offense to anyone who's under 30 on this call, but there's a lot of people that are very entitled. They're very lazy. They're not like the models I grew up with when I was modeling. They're not the 80s and 90s models that broke their back and got on planes every other day, shooting here, shooting there, running around. These models, these people,
And
these young
Misty,
people
Misty
now.
totally agrees with that. Misty,
These young
what
people
are your
now are a little
thoughts?
bit lazy, and they think, why can't this be shot in my hometown? Or why do I have to go to Paris? Why do I have to go to New York?
You don't have
Because
to.
you do. So unfortunately, the agencies have caught wind of this. Plus, social media is probably the bigger reason. Once Facebook and Instagram became our lives, models started becoming more ungrateful. They started reaching out to photographers, doing their
Misty's
own
like you're
thing.
speaking the language.
Doing
all
their own
day.
thing. So therefore, agencies are like, why am I paying for your model apartment when I just found out you've been talking to Tom, Dick, and Harry about shooting? Like, we're not paying for you anymore. So you want to come to New York? Figure it out. Call us
But
when you
you
get
owe
here.
money. Yeah. You
Call
always
us when you get
paid.
here. And it's actually good for the agencies because then you don't have to deal with tracking them down for money because they don't owe you any money because they paid for everything up
But
front.
not only that, but somebody who invests in their photos, they're going to show up on set because, well, shit, they want to
Law of
make their money
averages.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, law of averages is that, yes, you'll show up. If you have to struggle to pay for X, Y, and Z, you're going to take advantage of any opportunity you get. So the agencies are correct in that, where there's less strife on our part. We don't have to track someone down for something because you don't owe us anything because you paid for everything up front.
Misty, anything you want to add since I just threw you into the mix?
Oh no, I just totally agree with everything he was saying. More, it's about just the models. I found that some of them are kind of lazy. They're not as proactive, in the careers. Like, we would have
Entitled.
You get a new picture. You'd have to go to the laser copy place, make 10 copies, then go to the post office, mail them out to all your agencies everywhere. I can't get them to email me some photos now. I just got to click a button.
Exactly.
If I have to see
Back
your
in the day,
photo,
I
if
used to
I
have
see your
to.
photo on Instagram before I see it in my email, I'm not happy about it.
Oh my God, I get that too. Well, I have a new kid. He's in San Diego, and the other day he posted a bunch of these pictures. Where'd these come from? Because I've never seen them. Like, why are you posting about photos that I've never seen? So it really annoys me. And when I was coming up, I had to go to my post offices in Park Slope and mail an envelope to Milan, mail an envelope to Paris, mail an envelope to Germany. And it's my responsibility to do so. The agency in New York wasn't going to do that because guess what? They get nothing from it. So they're like, I'm not doing that for you.
Well, yeah. And the truth is we were good models even back then, but that is even back then there were models that didn't keep the agencies updated. That was still our responsibility, still being a proactive model to get those pictures to your agent, that we did that to where probably I know some people didn't, So you still have to be active for yourself,
Yeah.
So crazy. So Ryan, so now you're in LA. When you're signing talent, and Misty, we had talked about this a little bit too, you're signing talent throughout the country, correct? So what happens if can you take me through like the casting process, like how it actually works for somebody that lives out of town?
I mean, the last kid I just took was a couple days ago. His name is Alex. He's from Philly, and he just emailed selfies he took in his bedroom. He looked great, and he has a place to stay in New York. So he's like, I can go to New York whenever I want. He has a mobile job. He does IT work. So if someone's freaking out about something, he calls them and talks them through it. He can do that from anywhere.
Okay.
So he will be going to New York this week and start shooting. And so I'm just going to see what's up with him. I mean, usually I set them up with a photographer that's kind of a B or C level, just because I don't want to waste my A level favors
You
on
don't wanna burn
someone
a
that
bridge, yeah.
I don't know. If he turns out to be useful and you know, interesting, then yeah, of course, I have to break out the bigger guns in order to get him going. But I just want to see what he does, and we'll see what happens from there. It's a very slow burn. I don't break out big guns on new people because there's no point. Because next week he could want to be a circus clown for all I know, you know, and I don't have time for that. So
Now,
I don't want to.
you both have, do you know how cool this is? So, so almost all of us have walked Fashion Week overseas, except for me, obviously. But being the two of you guys, can a freelancer book New York Fashion Week?
No.
No.
Okay, because there's a lot of people that think that they're going to book their
No,
own
they're
New York
not.
Fashion Week. They're going to sell tickets. They're going to buy an
No, they're
experience to
not.
walk
It's
Paris
not
Fashion
possible.
Week.
No.
I mean, there's these stupid spin-offs that
Yes.
unfortunately exist, and there's nothing you can do about it because Fashion Week is not copywritten. You can use it any way you want. You can.
They think they did New York Fashion Week, but they didn't. I will say they did, but they didn't.
Yeah. No,
New York
exactly.
State, yeah.
Hold on a
Whatever.
second. What is that?
Just hold on, it has.
Whatever it is.
What is it?
Strings.
Sorry,
Like we
there's something going on with this cat.
CFDA.
Anyway.
and-
Yeah,
Go
all
ahead.
of
Yes,
that. I mean,
they
it's a
think they
fun
did.
experience,
They
but it's
think
not.
they did Fashion Week, and it's not really Fashion Week.
They're
It's
inviting
a
their
offshoot.
friends and
Fashion Week is sponsored by
families selling
IMG and the
tickets.
CFDA,
Mhm.
and if that stamp isn't on the situation, then you didn't do Fashion Week.
Now, could that ever hurt somebody? Like walking like a fake Fashion Week?
Yeah, if you
have
do
to
it
bite
too
them in the butt?
much, and if you do it too much, and if you advertise it too much, then yes. I mean, if you're sitting in Dallas and there's a cute little fashion show and you want to do it, and you have an agency and they think you should do it, like, you know who does these really cute fashion shows in malls is the Limited, Express, Zara, Club Monaco. They'll do these mall fashion shows in Dallas, in Chicago, in Seattle, in you know, medium-sized cities. There's nothing wrong with doing those, because if you live there, you might as well keep your time active. The problem is if that becomes your life and you're constantly doing it, you're turning down New York Fashion Week so you can do Michigan Fashion Week or whatever. Like that's when it can hurt you, because it's not real, and it's not real for your career. I mean, and you're turning down opportunities to do something that can catapult you instead of sitting at home doing C-level mediocre work. So that's when it can hurt you.
Okay. And how long would one have to be in New York to do Fashion Week? Do they get a direct booking where they just go do the show
No,
and go
nobody
back
gets
home?
direct booked anymore. Even the top guys and girls don't get direct booked. They still want to see you. You can gain weight in 6 months easy. Basically, it's like 3
In a
weeks.
day, easy.
It's like 3 weeks, 3 weeks minimum, you know, because you got to be there at least 8 to 10 days before, and then you got to stay the 8 to 10 days of it. So it's like 20 days.
Okay. Misty, anything you want to add here?
No, not really. I'm just,
Did you love this?
I just love it. It's all great information. Yeah, I would do this all the time, all day long, every day. I'd be on a set or listen to you guys or talk about fashion or talk about the business all the time. So that's why I'm just still
When you're
sitting
here, your family. Yeah.
I can't stop. You know?
But I think a lot of people, and I get this a lot on my calls because I deal with the aspiring talent, and you know, they watch shows like Top Model, and they're under the impression if somebody really wants them, they shouldn't never have to pay for anything. Guys, you always paid, whether you paid upfront or out of your back end. You always paid the fee. If an agency expensed anything for you, comp cards, licensing, photo shoots, test shoots, your book, anything, every dollar got recouped. It's like Shark Tank, you know? But Mike and I are working with Kevin Harrington from the show Shark Tank, and he jokes around all the time. You don't get that money because you're broke, you're poor, you're skeptical. We're investing in businesses that are worthy of. because they now own part of you. So like both of you have models, you know, you're signing people that you know are trustworthy, and not everybody's going to be a winner. And that's something you really have to understand. Not everybody, even on this call, not everybody's going to get chosen to work with us, because like Ryan said, like if you're going to go and sit down face to face with top people, yeah, this is a vetting process. This was a free call, open to the public. And you know, like as much as I want to help people, a lot of times no matter what you do, they will always make excuses. And if that's what you want to do, you go on with your bad selves. But for us, like we have businesses to protect. And I think that's important. Like I haven't been in the business for, you know, 30 or 40 years, but 18. And, you know, I could tell you, we bust our ass to meet these people. And if it takes one person to ruin it, why would we do that? And I think it's really important. Like if you guys are on this call and you're listening, you have to show up. You have to show up on time. You have to be able to follow directions. This isn't open for like, you know, your impersonation. This business is tough, guys. It's really tough. And just because you have a credit card doesn't mean you could buy your way in. Make
Very
sense? Very true. Well, Ryan, I'm really happy that the party you're going to has an open bar. That is very exciting. You look flawless. Hopefully your boys do their part.
I'm
Make you
about to
look
go
like-
check and make sure Brandon's ready to go because we got to leave in like next 20 minutes.
It was
and you
good
know
to
LA
see you, Ryan.
traffic.
What'd you say?
It was great to see you.
Oh, you too. You too. I'll text you and email you, and yeah, I'll be in
Awesome.
touch.
Awesome. Yes.
Misty, we'll bring you out for one of our production assistant trainings.
Okie
You'll love
doke.
it.
I
Yeah,
would
New York
so
isn't
fun.
far, obviously.
Yeah. I don't know
Awesome.
when we're going to New York soon, but we've got a lot of events on the horizon. So we'll get in touch
Awesome.
with you.
Good luck,
All right. It was
everybody.
nice meeting
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, cool.
All
Thank
right.
you, everyone. Have a good rest of the
Thanks.
call, and make sure
Bye,
you sign
Brian.
up. And I guess I'll see you when I see you at whatever shoot.
Bye, Deneen. Bye, Deneen.
Bye,
Thank
Misty.
you.
Thank you so much. It was great
Thank
to
you,
see you.
guys. Thanks, thanks,
Ryan.
everybody. Good luck, everybody.
you.
Keep the dream
Thank
alive.
you.
Bye.
So
Bye.
fun. Guys, how many of you feel like you're no longer alone? This is great. You have access to real agents, real high fashion models. Man, Blue Man Group. You know, there's so many different levels of show business, and that I think so often people just dream about being on the covers of magazines or walking Fashion Week. How many of you guys would be okay being in the magazine but not being on the cover? Right? We kind of went over this in the past. Like, yeah, that might be the end result, but it's really about success, and most of all, surrounding yourself with the right people. That's everything in this business.
And not only surrounding yourself with the right people, but meeting the right people face to face.
And being ready.
And being
'Cause you can
ready.
meet people face to face, but like time kills all deals. If you're not ready and agent, oh, can you send me over your digitals? What's that? Hey, I'm going to send you over a script. Can you send me over a self-tape? You know, do you know how to do sides? Huh? That's like, I want to beat Bobby Flay. And he's like, go get the skillet. And you're like, what? Where? What's a
You
skillet?
come back with the cast iron pan.
That would be me. I did make lasagna last night. I don't know if you saw that. We were talking about the
I
lasagna
did.
effect. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to make lasagna. It was gluten-free, of course. But you know, like when people are trying to get into show business, like an agent's job, they do make commission. That's how they earn a living. But you have to do your part. You have to have the training and you have to have the marketing materials. Do you guys understand that? How many of you guys are willing to put in the work? Because it's you. You're the only reason that you could either succeed or fail in this industry. But you have to have the tools. So if you're willing to put in the work, type, put me to work. Because I think that's important that you know that.
And every speaker that we've had over the course of the whole weekend has all talked about that. Not one of them was like, oh my God, I woke up and it just happened. There's work. And the thing is that if this is something that you're passionate about, when you're putting in the work, it doesn't feel like work. You know, like when you're doing that thing that you love, it doesn't feel like there. I mean, there are
Oh, I
certain
have to
days-
go to acting class. That
Yeah.
acting class right there,
I get
totally changed your
to.
trajectory. Because now when you get a script, thank God you took that acting class.
Yeah.
It's yes, I get to do it. See, I'm Denise White now. I get to go to acting class. I get to get another
Wait.
photo shoot done.
But you know what? The thing is Mike talked about this in his presentation yesterday. Mindset is everything. Because you know what the thing is? This success in general is 80% mindset, 20% tools and tactics. there are a lot of people that are qualified. There are a lot of people that have the materials. There are a lot of people that are like, okay, put me in coach ready to go. I'm ready to go, but they don't believe it. So you have to have the right mindset, and the words that you speak over yourself and what you're doing, they matter. So do you want to say, what Alicia was alluding to, which I didn't do this over this weekend. I'll do this actually in the boot camp group this week, but it's, do you have a to-do list or an I get to do list? Because like, if I'm like, okay, I have to go to the gym today. It's like, but oh my gosh, I get to go to the gym, right? Two totally different feelings, right? Just say something like, okay, I have to do laundry or I get to do laundry. And it sounds really crazy, but the thing is it's not. The way that you speak about the tasks that you have on your plate matter. And when you understand that you get to do things, that means that you're going to come with gratitude. I get to spend time with my family. I get to do this. I get to be here on this call with you amazing people. Or, oh, I have to go do that Zoom call. Which one? Like, do you want to be with I have to do that Zoom call, or, oh my gosh, I get to do this call with you guys. Which person do you want to work with? So your words really matter. And we're going to talk about that right now. You're going to get the opportunity to meet us face to face, to actually come out and get those marketing materials, get everything that you need. How many of you
and
would
have
love the
Ryan Colby personally working with you,
Yeah.
creating your look based
Yes.
on what you qualify for, not based on how you see yourself, but based on what agents want to see, casting directors want to see. Because that's scale 1 to 10. How much would that change your life? Scale 1 to 10. Follow the formula. You heard from Carl. It works. You have to follow the formula.
How many of you want that formula? How many of you want that key to everything that you want? If you want that key, type key in the comments. Because that's what we're offering. This weekend is awesome. Like this has been such a packed weekend of amazingness. And now it's time for, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Michael Famkin on in just a moment. And he's going to speak to you about a way that you can come out and meet us face to face. Because you know what? For some of you, this is going to be it. Okay, I was on the Zoom call. It was awesome. But for some of you, you're going to say yes to yourself. You're going to make that decision where you're going to have the opportunity to take this to the next level. Zoom is cool. In person is better, because then you're going to have the opportunity to actually do the thing that you say you want to do. How many of you are excited for that opportunity? How many of you are excited to say, you know what? I want to stop talking about this and I want to start doing this. If that sounds like you, say, I want to do this in the comments. If that sounds like you, I want to do this. Let's stop talking about it. That talk is cheap. Everyone can talk. I want to do this. I'm going to do this. That's the opportunity that you're going to have in just a moment. So are you guys ready for that? Are you guys ready to take this to the next level?
The future is yours.
The future is yours.
It's
literally in your hand.
Yeah. Literally.
It's literally in your hands.
Michael Famkin's going to tell you how to make that future a reality. I mean, that's the truth.
Well, Brandy, I love you. I get to have this opportunity. That was awesome. Look at her. She's Deneen White. I love it. Awesome. All right. So are you guys ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Famkin again? If you are, let me see your excitement. Not golf clap. Come on now. Let's be excited. Hold on. Mallory's like, yes, golf clap. All right, everyone. Give it up for Michael Famkin.
Hey guys, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, let me go over this. This will be really quick. Like I said, there's not a lot of spots available for this. So I just wanted to share this with you guys. So let me share my screen. Make it big. Okay, there we go. So this is going to be at the end of September. This will be in Atlanta. So it's called the VIP Atlanta New You Experience, right? And these are put together. Our events are like experiences. You get the opportunity to not only get your photos done, you get to meet people from the community. We have agents there and casting directors. It's like an entire 3-day experience. And it's meant for you to grow, to learn, to meet the right people in the industry. Obviously, Atlanta is a huge market for TV, for film, for commercials, and so forth. And the programs are designed because, like, even though this is, we obviously over deliver, right? This weekend was a great weekend. And as we're coming, starting to get ready to wrap it up, there's only so much we can go over in 2 days. So in order for you to be able to have the full experience, we put something together, and that way you can continue the journey. And obviously, as you guys see, we have tremendous success stories. We work with incredible people and so forth. So if I have your permission, I'd like to go through the offer and I'll walk you through each one of the things that are included in it, and I'll explain to you why it's there, and why it's important, right? Obviously I know everyone's always excited about the photos and meeting the casting directors, and that's like the meat and potatoes of it. But at the same time, there's like foundational stuff that you also need. So that way you're really prepared, right? We just kind of talked about that hard work. So just to kind of reiterate that, and we try to make it as easy as possible, right? We like to say it's like, 80% hard work, but 20% fun, right? So while we're there, we're going to still have fun, and we're still going to get to enjoy, a lot of things. If you've never been to Atlanta, Atlanta's a really great market, ton of great food there, great people. It's a beautiful city and so forth. So let me show you what we got. So this is called the VIP Atlanta New Year Experience. It's September 27th to the 29th, 2024. It's a 3-day event. So you'll get to be there for 3 days. So we always recommend that you would come in on the 26th, and then you would stay until the 30th, right? So that way you have the full experience. Plus, coming in a day early, it allows you the chance to relax, to get to know the area. You're not like running last minute. And then obviously you always want to stay an extra day, because that way you have the full experience at the end of the day. And there's always something going on. Our events run, from morning till night. They're long days, but they're fun days. So you'll get the 3-day event. You'll have the opportunity to meet with casting directors and agents from the Atlanta market. We always bring in surprise celebrity guests and so forth. Ryan Colby will be coming in there. Actually, I might have Deneen reach out to Misty. I see she's still on the call. I would love for Misty to come out to Atlanta. If you guys would love to have Misty, for us to fly Misty out to Atlanta so you can meet with her in person, type of one-on-one in the comment. Let's see if you guys would like something like that. Let me check the comments and see if you guys would love Misty to come out. All right. Everybody love to meet Misty. All right, that's good. So I'll see if Deneen, I can't make any promises because I don't know her schedule, but I would love to be able to have her come out, because I think she's absolutely phenomenal. And it'll be a great reunion to bring Misty and Ryan back together again. So that would be really fun. Misty, can we get you to Atlanta?
Yes. That's my hometown. I'm from Atlanta.
All right. So there we go. Got Misty
No,
from
I'm
Atlanta.
there.
You guys got to
Yeah.
hear it live in person.
That's
All
awesome.
right. So Deneen will make that happen.
I'd love to.
So you'll get the 3-day event, right? Obviously, you'll get to meet with various casting directors from the Atlanta market. We'll have Misty there. We'll have Ryan there. And then you'll also get a 3-look photo shoot. I'm actually going to change that. Everybody who's on the call for this, you guys are all going to get a 4-look photo shoot. So even if you're already scheduled for Atlanta, congratulations, you now have a 4-look photo shoot. So we'll bring in, Ryan handles that. He's the art director for the photo shoot. So he'll handle everything from the hiring of the photographers, the makeup artists, and so forth. We always get like a really cool studio to shoot. You're given different call times. There's an entire process for preparing, for getting prepared for the shoot. So Ryan will go through all that with you. He helps pick out the clothing and the styling and so forth. You're going to get the best caliber photos. And like I said earlier on the training, you're going to get the types of photos that casting directors need, that agencies need. Obviously our goal is not only to get you out there working, meeting the right people, but then also getting you signed to a strong agency, and having all the tools and the resources so the agent can hit the ground running with you. So that way you have everything you need. There's no hiccups. There's no obstacles in the road. And obviously for all our photo shoots, so not only are you going to get the 3-day modeling, acting, networking event, you'll get the 4-look celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling. And then we have what's called a mother agency. So it's called Truth Management. So you'll be a part of our commercial TV division if you qualify for fashion. The importance of having representation is just, it shows that you're qualified, and it makes the process a lot easier when placing you with another agency. And then also at the same time, and you guys can go to truthmanagement.com, TruthMGMT. Maybe Deneen will walk you through it after this so you guys can see it. But what's really cool is on a go-forward basis, anytime somebody reaches out to you, somebody wants to work with you, instead of having like that weird, icky feeling, is this person real? Is this person not real? We just have everyone update there. We go through a whole process like to kind of reiterate your social media, so your social media is done correctly. But your link, we use like Linktree And we also just have your link on your bio, just go directly to us. So that way, anytime somebody wants to reach out to you, you're just like, hey, you know what? Reach out to my agency. They'll handle everything. So that way you don't have to think twice about it. And it has serious two purposes. One is it pushes away the bad actors, the bad guys, because once they see they're represented, there's no reason for them to even engage with you. So that like knocks down that by 99.9%. But then actual real clients start getting attracted. So, and when I say real clients, sometimes like smaller designers, smaller magazines, smaller productions that may have a more limited budget, and they're kind of scouting for talent online and so forth. As you see, so many times people will reach out to Ryan and so forth. Hey, I noticed this model that you have. You'll be up on our website. You'll be up on our social media. So we're always consistently promoting. We're always consistently getting you out there and so forth. And this is why we put all this together, because then now this allows you to have that strong resume and so forth. Then we do a full model preparation, actor training. It'll be a virtual weekend. So kind of like this, it won't be open to the public. It's just for our talent. And Ryan's going to be overseeing that. So you'll get like the entire prep that you need. There's multiple prep calls for the photo shoot, but then Ryan also is going to be spending time on preparing you for getting signed to a larger agency, or even like the process of interested in working with Colby Models directly, or interested in even working with like a Misty James. Her agency is really strong because she represents a wide variety of talent. Ryan may specialize more in editorial and more towards men, while Misty has a larger selection because she works with a different talent, right? She's open to different styles, different looks. She's interested in what makes you unique, which is really great. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a ChatGPT training and social domination weekend. AI is really important to understand how to use it. And it's for those of you, I told you to follow SAG-AFTRA. They had a really good podcast on that a couple of days ago that you should listen to. If you click on the link in their bio, they have like all their little podcasts and news articles from SAG-AFTRA. But really, ChatGPT is really great for writing responses. Like if you're following up with a casting director, you're following up with an agency, you're following up with a client, it really writes great emails. And I can't stress enough, like being professional in your emails, being professional in how you describe yourself is really so important. So I kind of go through everything you want to know about ChatGPT, how to write prompts, how to create prompts for yourself, how to help enhance your resume, enhance the copy that you're using when you're sending out emails and so forth. And then I go through like social media, really explaining to you guys like how the algorithms work, going through like, how to set up your Instagram the correct way, how to set up LinkedIn, how to connect everything. How to shoot videos, how to shoot reels, what kind of content that you should be putting out there. And I actually tie it together with ChatGPT, because the second thing, not only is ChatGPT really great at writing emails, but it's really great at giving you ideas. So you can actually utilize, we have like a whole process, there's like a questionnaire that you fill out, and it'll create like a profile for you. And then based upon your profile, based upon your interest, the program will actually create like a 30-day social media calendar for you. So literally now, instead of having to think, what should I post, or how should I post it? What should I, talk about? This will actually help you with that. And it's really important because honestly, as you start moving up in the industry, social media plays a key role, right? People are checking out your social media. Agencies are looking at it. Clients are looking at it. They want to see who you're interacting with. They want to see the type of postings. So this gives you like a really clean start to start doing it the right way. And you can always set up a secondary account, one that's, just for your career versus one that's more personal, right? For your friends and family. But there's a lot to really understand about social media. And it doesn't have to be complex, but it has to be done right. So we're going to do a whole weekend on that. That's something I've invested a ton of time, energy, and money, and I work with some of the most smartest people in the world for that. So not only will you have the opportunity to work with me on that, but of course we'll bring in some special guests, some really amazing people. There, one of my close friends, Jeff Hunter, he's one of the top guys in the world for AI and how to use AI. He actually came out to San Diego and met with our talent, did an amazing training out there. He's really, really great guy. I've known him well for well over a decade. He's also He's also a consultant with Agora. Agora is like considered like the #1 copywriting company in the world. People spend tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars with them for writing copy for like brands and so forth. Remember, you guys are in the advertising industry, so there's a lot to understand how advertising works. He's actually a consultant for Agora for their AI technology and so forth. So the people that we'll introduce you through are like amazing. They're the best of the best of the best. Then in addition to that, you'll get access to our 21-day challenge. 21-day challenges, for the past 3 years, we've been doing a lot of online trainings with some amazing people. These are the foundational trainings. So we have over 3,000 hours of content. We're always producing new content. You guys got to see yesterday, if you were here yesterday, I did the SAG-AFTRA training on how to become SAG-AFTRA and be a part of the union. So like that'll become a part of that foundational training. So we're always consistently adding new trainings. Currently, we have 3,000 hours. The 21-day challenge is the foundational training on understanding the industry. So it's everything from posing. So you can think of it like acting school and modeling school combined in industry school. So you'll learn the foundations, everything from how to write your own monologue to posing. You'll have a complete understanding of how an agency works, contract negotiations, rights of usage. So it's a really intense program, but it's designed so when you come out of it on the other side, and you can take longer than 21 days, it's just called the 21-day challenge because each other pieces of content have a challenge that's attached to it. But what's really important is you can take longer than 21 days. It can be done in 21 days, but everyone who goes through it, you will have a deep understanding of the industry. You'll understand the technology, you'll understand the verbiage, you'll understand the language, you'll understand the expectations. So it's 100% preparing you for success with working with a high-end legitimate agency and also being able to work with clients. And then in addition to that, once you complete the 31-day challenge, it unlocks what's called the 30-30 challenge. And Deneen, I know, spoke about this a little bit yesterday. That's a program that's designed to like help you be able to start booking work and literally booking 30 jobs in 30 days. You know, there's nothing better than getting signed with a huge agency, but what's even better for the agency is being able to sign somebody who already has like a resume. They already have like a war chest of things that they've done that are actually beneficial. And it could be anything. It could be small jobs, right? It doesn't have to be the cover of Vogue. It doesn't have to be a Super Bowl ad or an ad for the World Series and so forth that you see a lot of our talent have done. But it's being able to do something, just getting yourself on set, getting yourself involved in projects, whether it's student films, whether it's local advertising agencies, but just getting your feet wet so you have a resume that they can work with, and it shows that you've actually done stuff, that this is something you're seriously moving forward with. Because honestly, when we've worked with some of the biggest agencies in the world, and they kind of like school, right? When you think about school, you have those A students, right? Those are the teacher's favorite, right? Their homework's done on time. They're going to show up. They raise their hands. They ask great questions. They always study. Then you have like the next set of students. They're good, but they just don't put 100%. Then you got like that third level, and that's like, I don't even know why they're here. And those are the ones where the agency's questioning themselves. Well, do I really want to keep them on my board? Do I really want to put time into this person? Maybe I'm better off dropping them from the agency and concentrating on somebody who's really taking this more serious. All of these are designed so no one's ever going to question you on that. You're always going to be in that top tier level because you have a deep understanding. At the end of the day, it's about knowledge, it's about mindsets, it's about having the right tools, the right resources. And then as an added bonus for everybody here, we have what's called Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career Challenge. That's going to be also a virtual weekend. We work with amazing people like Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown. We work with people who are super successful in finance and real estate and investing. People who talk about health and wellness, right? Biohacking. How do you get your body to be at the best that it could possibly be? So we're going to do a special weekend where you're going to meet some incredible people that literally will change your life in so many ways, from mindset to health to wealth to really having a full understanding. Those of you who've been on multiple boot camps, we bring some incredible people. Just a few weeks ago, we had somebody who talked about finance and really went through it. I know it was a super popular topic. And I know she's now going to be a part of our coaching program. She's doing a special call. I know I believe, did a podcast with Deneen just this past week. So not only are you going to get the 3-day event, meeting with agents, casting directors, producers, you're going to get a 4-look for the celebrity photo shoot, celebrity hair, makeup, styling. You're going to get representation for Truth Management as your mother agency. So that way you have the opportunity to enhance your resume. You're going to get the preparation, model and acting training with virtual weekend with Ryan Colby. You're going to get the ChatGPT training, social media domination weekend with myself and with my team, the 21-day challenge, the 30-30 challenge, and of course, the Elevate Your Life, Wealth, and Career challenge. And I always like to put prices on everything because I want you guys to understand what the value of these things are. There are real world values. There are costs involved and investments that we're making and so forth. So just to kind of see, how I kind of put this together, you can see that a total value of this. So if you broke this down by the time we're renting the studio, by the time we're getting the photographers, all these special speakers, my time, Denine's time, Allie's time, everybody's time there, you're looking at like a real world value of like $14,479, right? And that's cool because that's obviously not what you're going to invest in this. But I want you to take to yourself, if this was something that I was willing to invest in, I was willing to put my money into this, would it be worth it if I spent $15,000 on this, right? If that one job, that one opportunity led to a career in this, right? You see some of the people, Denine's talking about you a year from now. She's going over your success story. You were in a Super Bowl ad. You were in a World Series ad. You're on the cover of a magazine. You landed a TV show. You started working and meeting with these people. And it was that first step to change your life, right? Now, all of a sudden, you're surrounding yourself with people who are positive. You're surrounding yourself with people who push you forward. If any one of those one things, if you could go back in time, right? If you could jump 5 years from now and then look back and say, this is where it all began. That one weekend, I was a little bit not sure. I jumped on it. Next thing I know, I'm going through training. Next thing I know, I got a new family, a new community. I'm doing all these things. Was it worth it? And if the answer is yes, great. Then this is for you. If the answer is like, well, I don't know. Hey, you know what? I thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed this weekend. We have plenty of weekends coming. You're always welcome to come back. But we want to move forward with people who are going to take this serious. People who really, this is going to be a passion. Even if you want to dip your toe in it and learn, then great. I cannot tell you how valuable it is to invest in something to find out this wasn't your life. This wasn't meant for you. I would pay any amount to learn how not to make mistakes and to figure out exactly what I should have done, how I should have lived my life, things like that. You can't put values on those, okay? So what we did is we kind of came up with a price structure. It's $49.97 to include everything. But of course, I always do something special for you guys. So we call it Fast Action Taker Bonus. It's $29.97. So for less than $3,000, you're getting the 3-day event. You're getting the meet with the casting directors, the producers. You're getting the 4-look celebrity photo shoot, the celebrity hair, the makeup, the styling. You're getting representation with Truth Management as your mother agency. You're getting the weekend, model preparation, acting training, virtual weekend with Ryan Colby. That alone is worth $19.97. The ChatGPT training, social media domination weekend, $29.97. And I'll show you guys ways to monetize that. Like, this is where the future is. I do these prices because I speak into your guys' listen. I know where you guys are at. I totally understand. But I'm going to tell you something. There are the trainings that we do. We spend tens of thousands of dollars to learn this information. We're consistently traveling. We're consistently on the move. There's a reason why we open up doors and we work with people like Brian Tracy and Mark Victor Hansen and Les Brown. These are people that charge tens of thousands of dollars to their clients. Okay, we work with them as partners. Okay, so the value that we give you on these trainings, on these weekends, on these photo shoots are worth 10 times the amount of the value that I even put here. I just put this just so you guys can understand and relate. So you'll get all of that, $29.97. You do have to schedule. I did check the availability. I said earlier it was 10 spots available. Denine updated that. There's only 8 spots available for this. So I know there's like 75 people on here. I know probably about at least half the people on the call are already scheduled for Atlanta. So if you're already scheduled for Atlanta, you don't have to schedule. We'll see you in Atlanta. We'll see you this week on the training. So that's cool. So this is designed for all the new people or anybody who's not scheduled to go to Atlanta. This will be the final offer for this. Atlanta is going to be closed down. All our events are completely booked for the entire year, guys. So, and you guys know when I tell you, well, I'm very serious about this, okay? And I don't, right now we have a lot of things going on. We're juggling 3 books. We have the television show. We have our big event in Hollywood, in Las Vegas, now in Atlanta. This is going to be a huge, great event. This is going to be a very powerful event. some of our biggest success stories, this is a very, very strong event to be at, right? So if you couldn't be in a Hollywood event or a New York event, this is the event I recommend, especially if you're trying to make a career out of this. This is the place that you want to be. So my assistant will drop the link in for you guys. So if you're not on the calendar schedule, you do go through an interview process. So it's not just because you're scheduled doesn't mean you're going. We just want to make sure they're going to ask you questions. They're going to check, what did you learn from the weekend? What were your notes? What did you take away? Did you participate? Did you have your camera on? Were you sitting in the dark hiding the whole entire weekend? Right. And I get it. You may be busy, maybe at work and so forth. So, just be honest with them. We're here to help people and so forth. And for anybody, who's just even still doesn't believe in the process, we offer what's called a no risk guarantee. We call it the $1 million guarantee. $1 million guarantee means there's zero risk to you. Go through the entire process. Okay. Go through the training, go through the virtual weekends, come out, get your photos done, meet with Ryan, meet with the casting directors. And if by day 2, by lunchtime of day 2, you feel that you haven't gotten $1 million worth of value, just raise your hand, pull somebody on the side, say, hey, Mike, I appreciate everything you've done, but I didn't get $1 million worth of value. Can I get my $29.97 back? We give you a refund right there. Okay. I can tell you something. There's nobody else in the entire planet who does this. Nobody, nobody. And people will always say, especially if you're brand new, it's the first time you're here, because you don't understand the process, right? You haven't been through the process. But people always say, well, Mike, that's crazy, right? Wouldn't people take advantage of you for doing that? Somebody could come, get all the trainings, get access to the back office, get access to everything, even come out to the event, get their photos done, and then be able to just say they didn't get $1 million, and then you just give them a refund. Wouldn't people take advantage of you? Yeah, people could. But I'm going to be honest with you. I believe if you've been here for 2 full days, you went through the process, you're a part of the community, you're part of the family. I don't believe that. I don't believe people are really that way. And if there is that one person on the call that is that way, you know what? I'd rather give them their money back and they're not in my life, right? I want to surround myself with great people. I want to surround myself with people who wouldn't do that. So for me, I've reached a level of success. It doesn't matter. I'm not losing anything, right? I'm only gaining because now I have that person. Their destiny is meant for somebody else, right? I can't save the whole world. I can only work with the people who want to work with us, people who believe, right? My goal is to make you guys able to, I don't ever want to teach. Here's a great way just to describe this. It's imagine you don't know how to tell time. I want to teach you how to tell time so you can do it on your own. I don't want to be the person, Mike, what time is it? Mike, what time is it? Mike, what time of it? I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person, hey, this is how you tell time. Grow. Now you can get it. Now you got it. I'm going to teach you how to understand how agencies work. I'm going to teach you the right questions. I'm going to teach you how to do the emails, the follow-ups, get the right, everything you need to do. And just following a simple, proven process that's worked for 18 years and only gets better and better. And Atlanta is one of my favorite markets to be in. The Atlanta event is that's if I was just starting out, that's the place I'd want to be because it's a very, very strong market. And the people that we'll have there are going to be absolutely incredible. So like I said, that is the link to schedule. They will drop the link in there for you. I'm going to turn this back over to Alicia and Deneen. They have some more information to go over with you guys, but we're going to get ready to kind of wrap this up soon. So make sure this isn't going to go on until 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock tonight. It's going to end up a little bit earlier. I got WrestleMania to go watch tonight. So I'm going to go watch that. And I want to have some fun and have some dinner, and I got to catch up on a ton of work. So we're going to wrap up a little bit earlier tonight. So for those of you who hesitate, make sure you schedule, because once this is gone, that's it. This will not be available. So once again, this is VIP Atlanta New Year, New You experience, September 27th to the 29th, 2024. Make sure they're going to give you guys some free gifts for being here all weekend. So we're going to drop in some free gifts. You'll get access to Finding Fame and some other cool links that they'll give you guys. So make sure you stay for that. And then if you have any questions or anything, if you need help with a payment plan or anything like that, they'll go over that with you if accepted. We're here to help people. We're here to work with people. And if you're accepted, you start this week. You literally start this week. We have a ton of cool things happening. ton of cool stuff that you'll be able to have access to. So we hit the ground running. Once again, from the bottom of my heart, guys, my name is Michael Fompkin. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see you guys in Atlanta. Bye, guys.
Guys, how excited are you to come to Atlanta? Now think about it. We've been on a Zoom call for what, the last 16 hours? It's been fun. But how many of you are ready to sit down face to face with top people? Now, when Michael said, if you get accepted, like if your interview is tomorrow, you start tomorrow, which means you start getting access to trainings immediately. Why? Because when you go to Atlanta, you heard Misty talk about it. You heard Ryan talk about it. You need to be ready. This is your Super Bowl, right? This is face to face. Time kills all deals. If you get a chance for an agent to say, like Carl, hey, I love your look. You have any headshots? No. Well, check. You got them done in Atlanta, right? I want everybody to type photos because you can't even get an agent or get submitted out for work unless you have proper marketing materials. Then it's, oh my God, do you have any training? We've already found out that you can't even get an agent without having proper training. How many of you guys are starting to see the blueprint as to why VIP Ignite works? Because when you get a chance to meet people face to face, they're going to ask you, oh, who are you training with? What have you done? How many of you guys understand? Like yesterday, we went over school, right? How to do a slate, how to do digitals, how to do a monologue. These things are so important. So if going to this event, if all this did was put you face to face with a top agent. Now, in the past, when we've done our Atlanta events, we've had casting directors from Stranger Things, Tyler Perry Productions, people that work with Marvel, The Walking Dead. How many of you guys are ready to sit down face to face with people that can snap their fingers and change your life? And if you are, type, I'm ready. Or how many of you guys, before you type I'm ready, how many of you are like, oh shit, I really want to do this. I thought I wanted to be in this business, but I now know I need to put in some work, right? I need to get exactly what I need to do in order to get in front of these people. So the work starts tomorrow. So our spots are extremely limited. For those of you that are scheduling, I'm going to be honest with you, you're on a boot camp for 16 hours. You're scheduling with intent to join the program. So at the time of the interview, you must either be able to pay for the ticket in full or hold the ticket with a deposit. Does that make sense? If you understand that, type understood. Because I won't hold a ticket in good faith, especially bringing you to Atlanta. You heard Ryan talk about a dinner party tonight. If there's anybody that's going to go to Atlanta, even if you had $3,000, I don't care. It's not about the money for us. I will never jeopardize the industry for someone who's going to jeopardize our credibility, right? Makes sense? So if you're scheduling to go to an event, you're scheduling, you want to see if you get accepted, number one. And if you do, the decision is made at the time of the event. Paperwork is done. You're getting access to school. Everything you need starts tomorrow, right? Make sense? But if you want one of those coveted tickets, do not waste our time if you are not financially able to invest in yourself, because you've heard from all the agents that were on this weekend, liability, right? If given a chance to go to a casting, to go to a fitting, a booking, there is no way we would ever sign somebody, even to our mother agency, for somebody who financially is struggling. I don't mind helping anybody with a payment plan, but I need to know at the time of the interview, great, you want a ticket? How much can you hold today? And what kind of payment plan do you need? Right? Is that fair? If that's fair, type fair. So financially, if you're struggling, how are you going to do this? Don't wait to see if you get accepted, then try to figure it out. Can I call you back? Because there's no way I would ever put the credibility of the company where I'm putting you face to face with a casting director or an agent who may want to book you and you're going to pull that with them. That's not fair to us, right? So for those of you scheduling your interview, you're scheduling based on your time zone. So there is a drop down. Just so you know, we do not reschedule. I'm going to say that again. If you were on a call for 16 hours and you scheduled for your live one-on-one, why would we reschedule somebody who couldn't show up, right? Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense. So I know I'm always, super blunt and, but I want winners. I don't want liability. I don't want dead weight. Okay. I want people that are going to show up and they're going to be able to be on stage. And I want people that are going to impress the casting directors, impress the agents. right? And I want people that are going to put in the work. If you're not going to put in the work, then you know what? Go enjoy your day, go catch up on Netflix, relax, because the people that are getting a chance to go to Atlanta, every major Netflix production right now is being filmed in Atlanta. There's so much opportunity out there. Now, we heard from Carl in Kentucky. It does not matter where you live, guys. By going to an event of this type of magnitude, you heard Carl got signed to a huge agent in Los Angeles. He didn't have to move. The best part is he got face-to-face. When given a chance, he was able to sign a contract. But most of all, that agent couldn't just base her decision on a picture. She wanted to meet Carl. She wanted to make sure that Carl was worthy of representation. She wanted to make sure that her career was not going to be jeopardized by somebody who was going to flake out, right? Does that make sense? So Carl currently lives in Kentucky. He is a working actor. Pictures, classes, and websites will not face in front of the industry's best, right? But we can. We're really good at what we do, right? And you guys heard a little bit about my story. Man, when I was 6, I told my friends I wanted to make movies when I grew up. At 17, I started applying to film schools, $60,000, $70,000 a year. Now, for those of you that want to be actors, there are tremendous talent right now in performing arts schools. They're literally majoring in theater. Yale's, Carnegie Mellon, Juilliard. Some of the most prestigious schools in the world, guys, $70,000 to $80,000 a year. Think about it. They go to school 4 years. They're spending what, 280 grand? Easy. Plus living expenses. Then what do they do when they graduate from school? They typically move to New York or LA. How great is it that for $2,997, you're going to get a chance to kind of circumnavigate all of that face to face with some of the biggest agents, live, in person, casting directors. You're going to get real training. Now, for those of you that are brand new to this company and never been on our calls before, we have some of the stars from High School Musical that are part of our company. Top agents, models from America's Next Top Model. Tyra Banks stylist is part of VIP Ignite. We have some of the biggest casting directors, producers, Grammy winners, screenwriters. Man, we have one of the top writers right now from Netflix who just sold her new screenplay with Don Cheadle and the writer-producer of Power. She's currently teaching for us in our network. How many of you guys want to be able to add to your resume, get the proper photos that casting directors want to see? And most of all, even after doing all that, you're ready to get face-to-face. Because I'll tell you what, and you heard it from Carl, there's a lot of companies, there's a lot of gimmicks, right? A lot of gimmicks. This is money back guarantee, not money back that you're going to get signed and book work, because it's up to you when we put you face-to-face to get signed and get opportunities. Make sense? But if you don't feel like we've given you $1 million worth of services and knowledge, we've invested millions in our brand, millions. You can't earn awards like this, earning over $20 million a year. This is not bragging by just doing it half-ass. When we invest in companies with like Tony Robbins, we invest in Broadway to help elevate our careers, to help elevate VIP Ignite. Broadway alone, we've invested over $1 million. We've worked with Sigourney Weaver, David Hyde Pierce. We've worked with Disney. We invest a lot of money and time to build networks with these top people so that you don't have to. How many of you guys are glad that we invested and also put in 20 years of our life, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, right? Doing free boot camps like this. I don't care if you join the company or not. I hope that this call was able to teach you about the scam artists in this world. Every single time you go on Facebook Backstage, I hope that the red flag goes off. Well, man, I just heard from top people in the industry that Marvel does not advertise this way. No, they don't. It actually goes against SAG-AFTRA, right? So there's so many companies out there, all they want to do, like Backstage, take your money, put you up on a website. We already know real castings are not posted that way. If you want to go and spend your money and go get photos done anywhere with your friends or throughout the country, I hope you know exactly what you qualify for. I hope you're working with photographers that work with major celebrities and brands, because if your photos are not up to par with what the industry standards are, how many of you guys know that not only did you waste time, you wasted money, not to mention You could potentially lose future clients that may be interested in you because you were too eager to learn the truth, right? There's no other company in the world that does what we do. How many of you guys have had a chance to read Finding Fame? If so, type, I read your book. I used to be a waitress. Michael used to work at a pizzeria. He was washing dishes. I mean, guys, we had a dream. And honestly, after 2 decades, man, the amount of knowledge that we've received, the circle of friends that we have, people in this industry that want to teach you the right way, you're not alone anymore. How would you really do this industry? Move to New York, sign what, a $4,000 a month lease, and do what? Join websites, go on open calls? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you want to sit down face to face with the biggest names? But most of all, how many of you actually want to be ready for that? Because it's a lot of work. Man, I'm going to be on a podcast. I'm flying out to Vegas on Wednesday. Thursday, I'm on a podcast with a gentleman who has 20 million subscribers. You don't think I'm freaking out? Like, I literally have questions that he may ask. And when I'm not on camera, I'm highlighting the questions and I'm trying to think about my answers. And I've been in this industry now for 18 years. And these are questions about myself, right? Make or break opportunities. I'm flying to Vegas literally for 2 days, flying right back. And then we have a boot camp that next morning. Then we're off to Tampa for a couple of days. And the next day we leave for La Jolla. Oh, you're so lucky. I'm lucky because we started a business from scratch and invested every single minute, hour, year, every dollar to even get to this point so that you don't have to. Think about it. I want to see very quickly, how much time have you wasted trying to do this your way? Because I love it when people email me, man, 2 days, that's so long. And my response always is, well, what is it that you're trying to get into? And how long have you been in this industry? Oh, 20 years. No shit. Really? So my call, 2 days, you didn't have time, but you've already wasted 20 years. JD Bowers, 40 years, right? So the second that you decide, you know what, this is something I really want to do, that's when the light goes off and you're like, well, shit, failure is not an option for me. And I see that quite a bit. Like John Connolly, you and I haven't ever met face to face, but I can already tell just from your demeanor and you being on Zoom, I'm proud to have you as part of this company. And I know, kind of like Ryan with the dinner party, I don't even have to worry about you sitting down face to face with these executives. I know you've got this, right? Carl Litt, same thing. I know you've been part of the company now for 6 years, but I'll tell you what, going to Hollywood, taking out a loan, man, all your friends and family thought you were nuts, which you have to be nuts to get into show business, guys. The odds are not in your favor. You understand this, right? This is not Starbucks. A plus B does not equal C. If given a chance to sit down with an agent or casting director that can literally snap their fingers and change the entire trajectory of your life, are you ready to do it? Think about all the minimum wage jobs you've had, all the shitty jobs, all the paychecks where you didn't even know how you were going to pay your bills the next day or the next month. How many of you guys have ever had a life like that, right? You get that paycheck, you're like, oh, my money next week is already spent. I know exactly where it's going. And you're not even living your dreams. You took a half-assed job because maybe it's about comfort. Maybe you were too afraid to give up everything to go for the gold. But think about it. In a weekend, you're going to accomplish more than some people that went to some of the most prestigious acting schools in the world. Think about it. In 3 days, you don't have to move to New York. You don't have to move to LA. You don't have to move to Atlanta. In 3 days, we're going to create the right place at the right time. And guess what? You're going to be ready. We're literally money back guarantee. You are going to be ready. People who pay attention. My inner circle, guys, starts at $30,000 sold out. And every single time I mention that, oh my God, that's so expensive. I'm sorry, we have the writer, producer of X-Men who has spoken with my inner circle. How many of you guys think that's well worth 30 grand, right? That's not even a semester at acting school. That's a multi-billion-dollar entity. Wolverine, Transformers, right? X-Men. When you invest your own money, guess what? You're going to show up to those damn trainings. You're going to show up to the event. You know, by going to Atlanta, you're not going out, you're not drinking, you're not doing it. You are going to bed early. You are practicing your craft. You have your clothes laid out the night before. Like, you are there to win. It is your chance to shine. Man, I spoke to James Warren this week. I told Deneen, you were like one of my favorite interviews I've had in a long time. Because he's like, listen, I live on like a Navajo reservation. I wanted to do this my whole life. Obviously, because of your location, it holds you back, yes. But you also aren't in front of the right people. I know for a fact, James, you come to Atlanta, done. Then my fear is going to be, is he going to be able to leave the reservation? Right? It's kind of like watching one of those shows with the Amish. Is he going to be able to leave? I don't know. But isn't that a good choice to have? Right? To be given opportunities. Some people go to Hollywood with a dream. We go with a plan. Atlanta is the new Hollywood. We saw this during the pandemic. We have some of the biggest names in the Georgia market that are going to be there. Casting directors, Glory, Selma, Fried Green Tomatoes, Academy Award-winning movies. We're going to meet the head of casting. What is that worth to you? Box office hits. If all this did was put you in a major motion picture that won an Academy Award, maybe get you on set with Tyler Perry. Some people dream it, which is why you'll continuously go on websites, because that's for the naive and gullible. People that are actors, people that are real models, they understand it's a business and they're ready to get to work. You are writing your own story right now. You really are. You're writing your story right now. The question is, what is the ending? You want me to tell you the answer? I freaking want. There is no ending. It is ongoing. So I'm excited for every single person that is on this call. Did you guys learn a lot? I hope.
Can I share a story about the first time we were in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Why do you look scared? So
I never know what this story is, but go.
So,
I'm like,
okay.
did I do something dumb? Did I get lost? Go ahead.
No, it has nothing to do with you and Ryan being caught in a rainstorm in Walmart or anything like that.
Ryan and I on a competition to find the best fried chicken in Atlanta, which we know, by the way.
Yes, we
Go to
found
the
that.
top 5.
Yep.
We had to try them all. Yeah.
At our first event in Atlanta, we did this, like, it was like 3 years ago, I think. And how many of you remember Candace that I talked about earlier today, one of our success stories? So we had an experience. So what we did when we were in Atlanta was we had the networking event and we did the firearms training that we were talking about. It was really cool. And then we did the photo shoot after that. And during the networking event, we had an agent there who casts so many huge projects in Atlanta, and she saw Candace and she was like, you know, I could cast you all day long. And Candace was like, oh, okay, kind of like in passing, and she walked back. And then Candace went back and spoke to the agent, and she was like, what are you doing tomorrow? She said, I have something for you to do. So like 9 o'clock at night, we were having an event with our inner circle, and I get a phone call from Candace, and she's like, Deneen, I have a problem. I was like, oh my God, like she has kids. I was like, what's your problem? She's like, well, I have to go take a COVID test tomorrow because I'm going to be on set. I was like, what? And she was like, yeah, but Deneen, I have my photo shoot. I was like, being on set trumps your photo shoot.
We used to use photos to submit for castings. You got before you even got your photos done.
Yeah. So I was like, Candace, go. And like the agent's sitting there, like they're like both in my ear. What do we do? I'm like, you go for the opportunity. And it was awesome. Like she had the opportunity she was on set for one day.
Yeah, it was a Hulu project. Jessica Biel, Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, with Jessica Biel. But the point that I'm trying to make is, like earlier I told you, I want you to see yourself in that story. So what if you had the opportunity to go to Atlanta You sat down with a casting director and she's like, I have a project for you tomorrow. What would that mean for your life? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So here's my question for you. You've been on this call for 2 days. It's been awesome. My gosh. We heard from the Blue Man Group. We heard from the guy from BattleBots. You heard from multiple agents. You heard Mike. Oh my God, Mike's presentations on how to book a SAG project, what type of modeling you qualify. This morning when he was telling you everything that we have going on, you heard Alicia put people on the hot seat and ask those questions that you wouldn't even think to ask. So my question for you is this. You've been on this call for 2 days. Why not take a shot on yourself? You gave 2 days, which is awesome. 2 days is a blink of an eye. But my question for you is this. Why, take action. Everything you want is on the other side of you taking action. Yesterday, we talked about this. What is your best investment? What is your best investment? Type it in the comments. What is your best investment? It's not crypto. It's not Bitcoin. It's not Dogecoin or Ethereum. Your best investment is in
Carl. Yeah, Carl, what's the answer, Carl? I'm watching you.
Yourself. You invest in you and your future is set.
Yes. You're proof of that, Carl. You're
Yeah.
proof of that. It wasn't
Carl,
easy.
it wasn't easy for you.
No, it was not. It was not. And I'll be honest also, even though, like I said, I've signed with an agent and I'm SAG now, I'm still got a slight struggle. I mean, I'm still running uphill. I haven't hit that peak yet, but I'm not stopping.
But
Why
the
would
peak
you?
that you're
You're
on
right
right
there.
now is a lot higher than the peak where you met us.
Oh,
so this
absolutely.
is
No,
not-
yeah. It's like, the cliche, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, but you know what? When you get to the top, there's going to be more and more. That's the beauty of the entertainment industry. It's not necessarily all struggle, but you're always striving forward. There's always something new. There's always the next project. That's why you have any one of you having the opportunity to go to Atlanta. It's a burgeoning market right now. It is growing. Nearly everything you watch on Netflix, everything you watch on Hulu, everything you watch on Amazon Prime, all shot in Atlanta. Why not take a shot on yourself? Why would you not? That's the question I have for you. Why not? This is what you want to do.
How many of you guys are ready for face-to-face? Maybe they're just not ready. Think about it. 5,000 to 6,000 actors get submitted out for one role. Imagine you go to an event and a casting director sees you face-to-face. How many of you guys are ready for that? Because if you're not ready, just keep doing things your way because our way works. I mean, maybe you're just afraid of success. I don't know.
Or if you're not
Everything
ready,
changes.
I have 5 months to get you ready. It's almost 6
that's true.
months.
It is proven.
I mean,
10,000 success stories can't be wrong.
yeah, I don't mean to pat us on the back, but we're pretty good at what we
We
do.
got some really cool awards. Come on, right? Opening the stock exchange. Some of you guys may not know, but anybody here interested in music other than James Warren? But I hosted a radio show with CBS. I was, I'm here to help those I feel like can help. Just because you want to go to an event doesn't mean you're deserving to sit down face to face, right? So I want to help those who want to put in the work, that want to put in the work. So if you scheduled, I want you to think about it. Well, shit, if I get accepted, how am I going to pay for this? How am I going to be able to finance this to live out my dreams? So I want to make sure for everybody on here, are you going to be able to do this? How many of you guys are going to make it happen? No excuses. Because if your excuses outweigh your dreams, get off the call for real. Just don't even schedule, because if I see that you scheduled, I will remove your name immediately. Because that's the truth. If you can't make it happen, then go find a side hustle. Because at the end of the day, no agent is ever going to cover fees for you. This is your job. So you want to get submitted out for castings. Real agents only get paid commission when you book the job. What would they use right now? You have photos ready to go? I know Carl does. Right? Do you have real training? Do you have a reel? Do you have everything you need? Because if you don't have those basic components, no one is just going to offer you an opportunity. This is slam dunk, like literally nail on the head. And these packages aren't just created out of thin air. We talk to some of the biggest agents, like what do our talent need? Let's get this shit done. What do they need? We're giving you exactly what you need in order to achieve success. Can you guarantee yourself opportunities? Absolutely. Put in the work, start going for auditions. You're never going to know until you try. And that's the truth. So, and I love the fact that Candace booked that job. That was huge.
Yeah, it
And
was
she
awesome.
keeps booking work.
Yeah. Literally, I get a text message from her like once every 2 to 3 days. Hey, Deneen, this is what I'm doing. Hey, Deneen, that's what I'm doing. And it's so exciting. But she started out on a Zoom call just like you, like not believing fully in herself, not knowing how she was going to make it happen. But you know what happens when you take that leap? You take that first step. And I'll be really honest with you. That first step is always the hardest one, right? That first step, you're like, oh, okay. And then it gets easier and it gets easier and it gets easier. And maybe you're on an incline, you're walking uphill, but you know what the awesome thing is that you look back and you're like, wow, look how far I've come. Even right now, okay, we've been on this call for 2 days. Think back to 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday. How much have you learned over the last 2 days? Like how much of you, like how many of you have nuggets that you're implementing right now? Right? Every one of you should be raising your hands because you have learned so much. You've come so far. If I were to go here, I'll be Alicia for a second here. Let me draw you guys a picture here.
I can't wait.
I wasn't prepared for Sunday art day, but here, I'm going to draw you guys a picture. And this is what I want you to think about. I would do it on the whiteboard, but the whiteboard and I, we have a lot of fun.
Well, Deneen, as you're drawing a picture, I think there's just so many people that have misinformation about how this business works. Who are you listening to? Your friends, your family, your barista? Who are you listening to give you advice on how this business works?
Yep. All right, here's my artwork. Can you guys see it? I'm a really good artist. Like I graduated from first grade art. Okay. So here, this is where you were yesterday. Okay. If we were climbing, this is your goal over here. This is your goal right here. Okay. So when you started out yesterday, you were right here. Okay. And if you were going to climb to the top of the mountain, we didn't make it all the way to the top, but you know what? You've made progress. And every day you're going to make more progress. I wish I could see you do backwards. You're going to make more progress until you get to that top. Okay. And I want you guys to think about that. Like, think about how far you've come over the last 48 hours. Here's my question. Do you want to keep going? Do you want to keep going? Sunday art day, I know. I'm so witty. I can't help myself. But I want you guys to think about that. Like, if you want to keep going, this is your opportunity. And I also, like, if anyone has any questions, I would love to answer questions. So type them in the comments. We'll definitely answer questions. And I don't want this to be the end of your journey either. Okay. Like, I don't want this to be the end of your journey, but that decision is in your hands, right? So does anyone have any questions about Atlanta, about anything that we can go over for you? If you do, type them in the comments. We'll certainly answer your questions. I actually got a couple text messages from people, so hopefully you saw that I responded. You're muted.
So sorry for some on Zoom. Somebody on the call is actually texting me. I'm like, you see me talking. Like, yeah. Ugh. We're good, but not that good.
Carl's like sending us. I'm not sure what that was. All right.
Maybe it's Allie, calm down.
Have another cup of coffee, Allie. It's okay.
No, I'm trying not to, Deneen. I'm really trying hard.
I was joking. I just had my double shots, so I'm really good.
I usually do 4 shots, and it's like bringing the dead back to life. But sometimes how it is. Yeah, it's kind of like running a business. What hours do you work? What days do you work? What does that even mean? If the sun is out, the moon, if I'm breathing, we're working. And if you're an actor or a model, you should be the same way. Every single time you put something in your body, you eat something, all of your decisions you make in life, is it going to help the boat row faster? Is it going to get to that finish line? Because think about it. Everything you're going to do, is it going to make the boat row faster? And if the answer is no, don't freaking do it. Stop. Stop. Stop with the gimmicks, stop with the fake photo shoots and, taking pictures and impersonating. Let's get to work. Let's do it for real. You need an agent to get real castings. That's the bottom line. You need an agent, but you have to be what an agent wants. You have to be what an agent wants. Where do we stay when we get into Atlanta?
So, let me answer this question because I had someone else ask this question. Here's the thing. So do you remember yesterday when I showed you guys school, how cool it was, that community? Here's the thing. So when you are going to Atlanta, you are going to make you're going to figure all of your travel arrangements out. Here's the amazing thing. We have a community of people that they really, really, really love rooming together and getting Airbnbs, and like we haven't even announced the exact location of the event just because we do that closer due to security purposes, right? But don't let your lodging hold you back, because what we'll do is
it's like getting a freaking Taylor Swift ticket. Where am I going to stay? I don't care where you stay. Did you get a ticket? Then figure it the hell out.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. But the good thing is that we do have a community of people that love to get Airbnbs, and they all
have the same, they're all looking for roommates when they go.
I promise you that don't let that hold you back. You're going to be in very good hands when you get there. And also, I mean, you're going to be a part of a community of people. So okay, Rhonda thought it was required. You're not required to stay in one hotel. You're free to, if you have friends, family there, definitely utilize that, or utilize an Airbnb. Totally cool. All right. Does anyone else have any questions?
Here, I'll pull on Solange real quick. Ask to unmute. Hi, Solange.
Hey, Allie, how you doing?
Good. So you do marketing for a living and PR and things like that. You're also part of the Inner Circle. So how much has VIP Ignite changed your life? What did you do before, and how? Because you've been to a couple of our events now.
Yeah, I've been to 2 events now, and it's life-changing, absolutely transformative. I actually, at the last event, got one of my bucket lists ticked, with meeting one of the biggest authors I've dreamed of meeting. And because I'm a writer as well, that was an incredible time. And so joining VIP at the precipice of my transition from behind the cameras to in front of the cameras has been absolutely incredible. And I can't believe that I've struck it so lucky, right, to meet you guys, because I think that besides just having excellent caliber coaches, you also have the networks, right, and the proven, credibility. So what more could I ask for except to work on myself to make those opportunities worthwhile? So amazing.
And you got to meet him live, face to face.
Oh yes, Mark Victor Hansen.
Who wrote Chicken Soup for this?
Yes.
Also, our publisher for our book. He's like Guinness Book World Records, 500 million copies. Everybody knows Chicken Soup for the Soul.
Yeah, and just with the workshop directly with him and his wife, who are both accomplished authors, right? And just amazing at life, right? Mindset, successful, financially, impacting so many lives, which is my goal. Is just incredible to learn from. And of course, you get the proximity, so I could speak to them about projects that I'm working on, right?
Yeah.
And
Greg Reed charges like 20 grand, and he was just hanging out with us, and it's just, I want you guys to understand, you never know who's going to come to a VIP Ignite event. It's not just showbiz based. It also, we're going to teach you about entrepreneurship, because so many people have this dream, and we want to also teach you about ways to finance these things. Like, what do you do not on set? Yeah.
The industry isn't easy, but it's also very close knit. So everybody kind of knows each other. So having the proximity to people that you guys have worked 18 years to have close relationship with, that's absolutely priceless, invaluable. Pay whatever you must,
And why did you join the Inner Circle?
Well, because I want that. Like, I don't have a lot of time. I need to accelerate my success, right? And so I will do whatever it takes to make that happen. Being in the Inner Circle gives me better access, right, to more training, more proximity to the right people. And so it's a no-brainer to me.
And this week you're coming to Tampa? Next
Yes,
week?
I
Next week.
am. How would I miss an opportunity to be in a studio where they filmed The Mandalorian? More
Yeah.
goals for me.
That studio is something else.
Yeah.
I'm so excited and also nervous because it's just so high tech and it's beyond amazing. But we're gonna be
Cannot
shooting
wait.
reels. Yeah.
Cannot wait.
We get to see each
Yeah.
other all the time. I love that. Hi,
Yeah, me
Louis. I'm gonna
too.
bring Louis on real quick.
And also with the mindset and the confidence, right? Like it builds so much because even for me, going from behind the scenes to in front of the scenes, I didn't want to put myself out there. But even
Yeah.
being at the San Diego event and then talking to my friends in LA, we just got to go together and shot a short film, right? Like, so even just that is accelerating the momentum. So I'm grateful. Thanks, you
And
guys.
I just brought Louis on because Louis, you travel around the world like every other day. So I hear people all the time, I don't know if I have time to do this. You two are great examples about working like 1 million hours a week, but yet somehow you find the time. Louis, introduce yourself really quick, Inner Circle as well.
My name is Louis Joaquim, and I live in Houston, Texas. So I've been with Inner Circle for almost a year now, and it's been life-changing for me. I've been looking for a company like this for a long time for the ongoing training. And for the longest time, I was taking classes, working with the coach. I did a lot of background work, but I felt like I wasn't going anywhere. But once I found VIP, I found the perfect match. So I've been getting the trainings, and it's been, going the way that I want it to go.
And you're hanging out with like cast members from The Sopranos now. What
Right.
do you see? Like
Bobby Finaro is one of our coaches.
Yeah.
Sharon Lennon is another coach.
Amazing.
Haviland Stillwell, and we got to meet Haviland's mom when we were in San
Yeah.
Diego.
Yeah.
And Beverly Hills
Beverly
last year.
Hills. Yeah.
So yeah, it's been
So
great.
you're able to live in Houston. And you live in Colorado, Solange.
Yep.
You guys are able to live in Houston and Colorado, and you're able to meet some of the biggest agents in Atlanta, New York, and LA without relocating. And then you go back
Incredible.
home. What is that like?
Just amazing. Go for it, Louis.
Unbelievable.
Like you're planting the seeds everywhere and everybody's keeping up with you. You're face to face, building real rapport. You're spending lots of time with them. It's not about a selfie, see ya. Like you're
No.
actually spending days with these people.
That's right. And the follow-up is critical, right? Like, because they
Yeah.
know us and they can
Yeah.
give us
Right.
personal pointers on what we're doing, and furthering our training and
And the
our
growth.
expertise. Yes.
And you guys show up for calls. You guys are all in. And now you're helping mentor other talent. How cool is that? You got
Incredible.
newbies on here that have never been to an event. So what do you wish somebody told you about your first event?
Go all in straight away. Don't even mess around. Go to every single class and keep building that momentum because it will pay off.
Louis?
Yes.
Make sure, again, invest in yourself, trust the process, and every event gets a little bit easier. Each time you
Oh,
do an
yeah.
event, it gets a little easier.
I call it the lasagna effect. No carb left behind. I feel that when people go to an event, especially the first one, if you're going to Atlanta, you're gonna meet agents and casting directors, and man, even being on a boot camp, it literally changes the trajectory of your future. So
Yeah.
I thank you both for coming on. I didn't even tell you guys I just threw
No.
you on. I'm like, unmute now. I'm gonna add you to the camera now. So this is
And
after
for
always on
those
stage.
who don't
you
have
know
any
this.
pictures, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It will
So
get
we're gonna do
better
it the
as
right
time
way when
goes
you
on.
get there.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we all learn from each other, right? That's one of the best things because we're all on the same path. So even when you're feeling a little bit, confused or indecisive or whatever, we lean into each other and that makes it all the better, easier.
And
Yeah, so-
when we were
go
in
ahead.
San Diego, Solange and
Diamond.
we were all staying at the same hotel, and I rented a car, so we carpooled together and
Yeah.
got to know each other a little bit better than we would if
Yeah.
So it was a very, very, very good weekend. We had a really, really great
At the
time
end
getting
of
to
the
know one
day,
another.
everybody's really family and everybody's rooting for each other. And I really want you guys to understand that. And that's the biggest, I don't live in the right location. I don't have any training. Nobody believes in me. Who cares? We believe in you. Let's get this done. All right, guys, I'm excited to see both of you in Tampa next week. Love you.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Lewis, bring me more chocolate. I don't know if you're going to Germany. He always brings the most amazing stuff. Solange, we're still drinking your coffee, so I thank you for that.
I'm going to Tampa Wednesday, so I'll be able to start using my gift certificate for my coffee. I'm so excited. That'll be my first stop.
Yay, Solange is like, yes. I love when our talent, show up and we're able to hug them, and it's like bringing your favorite story to life, and they're the stars of their own story, and we're here to wind, the wind beneath their wings to help them get wherever it is that they want to go. And everybody's on their own path. All right, guys.
All right, so just a couple of things before we go. So we don't want this to be the end of your journey. So I'll drop the link in just a moment, but there is something else that you can do. How many of you want to follow along and see like what we're doing, where we're going to be, like, even if you're not necessarily going to be with us over the next couple of weeks, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share in here a newsletter. So our newsletter, you'll get this once a week for 52 weeks. And how many of you would just love to know like industry tips, know what's going on? If that sounds like you and you thought that this boot camp was amazing, you want to know when we're doing another one, make sure that you subscribe to our newsletter. Thank you, Jemima. Make sure you subscribe to our newsletter because we want to make sure that you can follow along with where we are. Also, follow us on social media. So again, Alicia's going to be flying out to Las Vegas. And then we're all going to be in Tampa together. Then we're going to be in
La Jolla,
San Diego. We're going to be like all over the place. So definitely follow
to a town
along.
near you. But we will not be coming to Kentucky, Carl.
No, you have to come see us. But definitely follow along on our social medias because we're going to be doing a lot of amazing things. And I want you guys to understand something. When we're doing this, it's not only just for us, but it's for all of you. Like a rising tide raises all ships. So when Alicia's on a podcast, she's not only going to be on the podcast, but she's going to have the opportunity to meet some amazing people. You never know when you're in the right room. You never know who you're going to run into, who's going to be here.
Grant Cardone was just on the podcast last week.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, Grant Cardone was on. Some people we work with
but now we're partners with Brian Tracy, Mark Victor Hansen, Chicken Soup for
Michael Gerber.
Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. I think that's a pretty good network. What do you guys think? Right? Anybody here watch Shark Tank? Right?
Every time I get a chance, I watch Shark Tank.
Man.
So
Make
definitely,
sure you guys follow the newsletter because we'll post when my episode on Fox will be.
Yeah, it's going to be on Fox Business. It's going to be airing in May. So definitely be on the lookout for that. We have a lot of amazing things going on. Also, Alicia's book with Kevin Harrington. She's going to be doing a book tour with him.
Talking about being a mommy and running an 8-figure business, working from home. Woo!
Mike's got a lot of stuff going on. We all have a lot of things going on. So don't let this be the end of your journey. Make sure that you follow us on social media. Make sure you subscribe to the newsletter. And if you know people that want to be in the entertainment industry, share it. Sharing is caring. But we have a lot going on. We're really excited to go on this journey. So if you're going to Atlanta, type Atlanta in the comments so we know who we're going to see. If not, make sure that you subscribe to the podcast. Subscribe to the newsletter. And we have a lot of really cool stuff going on. So definitely be in the know by being a part of the newsletter. And also, if you haven't had a chance, Jemima, if you can just share Finding Fame one more time as well. Make sure if you haven't read it yet, make sure you read the first chapter of Finding Fame so you know how the company started. Like, I promise you one thing, when you read that first chapter, you'll get to know Alicia and Mike a lot more. It is like,
you think the odds are against you? We got you beat. Wait until you read the first chapter.
Wait until you read that. Yep. Awesome. All right, guys. So this has been amazing. If you did schedule, please be on the lookout for an 856 phone number. I'm going to be reaching out either via text or calling you. And when I do, please make sure that you answer or you respond because you're always on stage and that's another part of your audition. If we become your mother agent, we want to know that when we call, you will answer. So make sure that you answer the phone when I reach out. All right. All right, guys, this
Thank
has
you,
been
Deneen
awesome.
White, for hosting.
Oh,
Everybody,
hold on.
round of applause for Deneen White, Michael Fomkin.
And Jemima, if you can drop the link one more time, someone's having trouble scheduling. So let's drop the link one more time. There we go. All right. Yes. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. It's been I'm always in host mode.
Thank you to everybody who was camera ready that participated in Model Garage. Carl, thank you. Continued success. We're very proud of you. Everybody that we're going to see next week in Tampa. Can't wait to see you guys live and in person. Man, so exciting. Hi,
Awesome.
Nod. Sorry.
All right, everyone. This has been
Hi,
amazing.
Darrell.
We will see you.
Wait, is there a challenge or no?
Oh, yes. Challenge.
You know, Darrell's like, I'm ready to take a note. Go ahead.
Let's see here. What should we do? You know what I would like to do? I'd like to hear your voices because you guys have been on mute all weekend. What I would love for you to do is do a short video in the boot camp group, letting us know what your biggest takeaway was. Like which coach, which speaker spoke to you the most. And if they all spoke to you, give us a little nugget about each and every one of them for sure. But let us know what your biggest takeaways were, what changed in you this weekend. So do a video. And again, I'm just gonna, and even if you're a current talent with us, you're all on stage. This is part of your audition. All right.
James Warren is ready. Look at him. He's ready to self-tape.
He's already taping.
Ryan
Right?
Clapham is ready. Look at that. Kent Sanders, he's ready.
We're all ready. So
They're all ready.
And yep, we'll drop the link to the boot camp group.
Hi, Albert.
Hi, Albert Matthew. See you next week.
Sorry.
Too. All right, guys. This has been awesome. The link to the boot camp group, you post it in the boot camp group. We just shared the link to the Facebook group. I'll approve people. If anyone is not in the group, I will approve you over the next couple of minutes. And I will approve all.
Oh, hashtag. Thank you.
Hashtag. Darrell, what should the hashtag be? Hashtag life changed. How about that?
Oh.
Life changed.
Just so
Hashtag
you know,
life
Mel
change.
Radcliffe is the official homework assignment. Literally takes the best notes. I told you so often, if we were in college together, I would totally pay you for your notes every time.
Yeah, I'm getting better at it. From when I was a kid, it was really hard to take notes because of learning disabilities. I'm getting better at it. I write big, but I'm getting it.
Let's brag on Darrell Radcliffe real quick. She's graduating from college. When do you graduate? In a couple weeks? 2 weeks?
No, I'm graduating with 2 degrees.
2 degrees.
And it's May 17th.
Okay. Graduating May 17th, dual degrees, invited us to her graduation. I'll have
Weddings,
to watch
graduations.
I know, we got so many invites. We'll have to watch you on the live stream. I can't wait.
At these 2 degrees will be the third 3 because I got one last May. And then I'm finishing up with another 4th degree, but that's culinary. It's not doing with the entertainment. Because I want to learn how to cook.
People in the entertainment industry also have to eat, but then also not only that, Michael did a presentation about a year ago about how you can get interviewed. How many times have you been interviewed and published in articles?
People don't know how to do it, but you learned the trick. Michael Tompkins taught you the trick.
I think it's 6 now because one of them was the marijuana story video. So there's like actual articles, and then there's the one video that's on YouTube.
6. Thank you, Michael Fomkin, for being like the biggest brain, biggest genius. For real. Michael Fomkin is
so
A+.
We do work. So yeah, 6 rings. It's like it's almost 6 rings almost. Awesome. Well, congratulations, Darrell. Thanks for being. Thank you for always keeping me on track to make sure I get the challenges out and the hashtag.
She's like, Deneen, what's the hashtag? She is ready. She is like the VIP Ignite secretary. She is ready to go.
She is, and we appreciate you. So thank you so
always.
much.
Always.
All right, beautiful people. This has been a great weekend. Make sure you subscribe to the newsletter, join the boot camp group, follow us on social media, and everyone say thank you to Jemima for being here and supporting us all weekend. We appreciate you so much. And we will see you in Atlanta. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.